The destruction of Freemasonry.
I want you and that young man to tie that knot. I'm gonna pray for you. And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand, because He helped Joshua fight the battle of Jericho. Yes.
It's the old
He helped Daniel get out the lion's den. He helped get off the island.
Let me get straight to the business. Yeah. Got them lions in the building. Yeah. Why you lying to the children? Yeah. Why you lying to the children? Yeah. RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been the best. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the best. We will not see you tomorrow. Cause you cannot go to thought. All the sons and all the daughters. Standing hard with big manotas. But my son, he made me Taurus. On that line, I'm still a Taurus. Karate kicking Chuck Norris, 4-5 on my waist. If he started, will not hesitate to get retarded. Oh Lord, he ain't got a PowerPoint, he forest. He running to the hills like a Philistine. G-Hard hitting hamites with the guillotine. Situation turned up with the Brancher team. JJ 7000 to the bait lead. Yeah, I know them haters gon' hate me, but he won't debate me. Pistol off safety. He respond, come wake me. If I don't get up, nigga shake me. Really give me up. If he don't show up, then he fake G. I touch down and make these nigga nuts hate me. Dear brother. Balling and crawling all the way from H-time. Let me get straight to the business. Man, them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? You gon' cry, you gon' get it. Me, I'm like a frog, nigga, ribbit. Of course, it's in the spirit. I just got the Porsche, she can steer it. Michael got the raw, Shaq and Willie. Lamborghini doors, you better not spill it. Mama's high, say I'm more than just a villain. Mama's cry, armed open wide for her children. Suicide, immortalized as a realist, yeah. Death by cut, black suicide. Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Yeah. Why you lying to them children? Yeah. RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I be there. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the best. Wow, what's that? Why didn't take it over? Number one debate league, you heard me? When it's up, it's stuck. I'm stepping on everything, nigga. Metaphorically, of course.
Peace, peace. Welcome to the Lions Den. We got a presentation from our brother, Dr. Iggy, and joining him, Black Jesus Buddha. Sorry about that. And I'm Sister Karima. Please like, share, and subscribe. Introduce yourself.
Right on. I want to say thank you, Sister Karima. Shout out to the Lions Den. Shout out to JJ 7000. Once again, this is Black Jesus Buddha Muhammad 33 here for a great presentation on this evening, on this Friday evening. We hope y'all doing good. This is Archie Y and the Lions Den collaboration here to expose Freemasonry. We hope that you enjoy the build. Like Sister Karima said, like and share and subscribe and share this video. Get this information out. It's going to be a good one. Yep.
Okay, the brother, Dr. Iggy, he just dropped off, but he'll be back. So explain to them a little bit more about what you're about to bring out. And yeah. Hey, Jay.
So we gonna bring out basically the truth. If you guys watch the promo with me and Inky, we were going back and forth. And there's some questions that he had said and some statements. So my main duty is to expose Freemasonry. What is the essence of Freemasonry theology? What do they think? How do they think? And what is their plan? Right? Freemasonry is a plan. And I'm here to basically break down the plan and convince you why we need to stop attributing light, as Dr. Inky would say, to Freemasonry or their way of thinking. Right on.
I'm sorry.
Yourself, man.
No, I missed. No, yeah, I missed you. My whole little. I had a little camera difficulty just now, so I didn't hear. Did you say you was getting ready to prove that Jesus is not a nigga?
Oh,
Listen,
he's definitely a black man. He's definitely a black man.
Oh, I'm gonna show you that he's more than a black man. He's definitely a nigga. No, I'm serious. But I missed the. Yeah. No. We're going. That's what we're going with it. But no. I was just. I missed the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I want to do the share with the people what you shared with me before we started, because yeah, today is my for those people that don't know, today is my dad's birthday. You know what I'm saying? So today I'm dedicating today's show to my dad, even though according to popular consensus, I'm getting ready to get my ass kicked in here today in the Lions Den. But it's all love. I'm still dedicating today's show to my dad. 120. So that 120 is in my blood for real. Like today's my dad's birthday. 120. But no. Go ahead and share that little story. That was dope.
Well, we gotta definitely get the proper respect. I want to say before I get into anything, y'all already know who this is. This is Inky, and me as a young debater coming into this internet realm. I just want to say, like for me, this is an honorable thing. This is a moment for me to really get my foot in the door, because this brother right here, I used to watch him, believe it or not, when he was with Sarnetta on 125th in front of Captain Tazariak and Polite. I used to watch those debates and study how he would debate them and how he would come in and use certain words to put Captain Tazariak in the corner. And I actually admired his build and the way he would talk. So for me, having this conversation with Brother Inky is very, for me, it's very honorable. So I'm very honored to be in the presence on the Lions Den, to be able to bring y'all this information about Freemasonry. He holds a position about Jesus. I'm gonna let him get into his position. My position more so is to liberate. Right on.
No. Tonight, brother. Listen, tonight. Listen, not to cut you off, but tonight, brother. In honor of your scholarship, we're just gonna let you go ahead and go in. You know what I'm saying? And it's not gonna be like an organized, it's just gonna be more like an open panel. So, kind of let folks, kick, just rip, go, dig in. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we'll be here, until we get it out. You know what I'm saying? Flesh out the information. And, maybe we'll have to have regular conversations on this, because this is highly irregular.
Oh yeah. And I want to say to the people out there in the chat who don't know, this level of information is about to be high powered. So to try to bring this to you in the most receiving way, in the most pleasant way. I hope that you can receive this information and truly comprehend and understand what we're trying to build with y'all. It's about raising a consciousness and being able to get to the next level so we can have the proper tools for our liberation. And so I want to say, you know, if it gets too high powered, don't hesitate to jump on the panel and ask questions, man. Because like the brother ENQI said, we want to create that vibe. We want to create that atmosphere where y'all are definitely being uh, 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 um, uh, included. We want y'all included, right on. So with no further ado,
Go ahead, get into your program. Yeah. Let me mute up and get out the way.
She's in charge. She's in charge of that thing. She's got total talent on that mouth. So, Sister Karima, I'm gonna definitely be needing your help, and I appreciate you, sister. If you can play that video and let's get this thing fired up, right on. This is Freemasonry, y'all. We're gonna talk about the Freemasonry, all right? And before the sister plays the video, me and ENQI had a build on a promo, right? So so you know he had alluded. Let me just get into my notes. We were talking about the young, right? He said if you're not going to be informed, then you're not going to be able to see it, because he was talking about the mind, right? That you have to not. He said that your eyes don't see, your mind sees. So we're getting into the depthness of ENQI's speech. Is that if you're not going to be informed about something, then you're not going to be able to see. But you can't see with your eyes, you have to see with your mind. So this information, as I prepare y'all, is definitely for those who are esoteric, because we're talking about a whole science that's for the intuitive folks. If you are not into the intuitive things, you're probably not going to understand. It's going to go right over your head. So this is for those who have deep Gnosticism, deep love for wisdom. And so I hope that you can understand. Again, if you guys are having a hard time to understand, don't hesitate to come on the panel and ask the right questions. We don't want the ego tripping. We just want knowledge given. Right on. So go ahead, Sister Karima, take it away. Right on. So this first slide, you can pause it because I know it's like 7 or 9 seconds. This is Hanley P. Hall, right? This is a man who's very respected in the Freemason order. Okay, if you are a Freemason or you're trying to learn about Freemasonry, you're gonna have to know about this man here, Hanley P. Hall. Okay, he's a 33rd degree Mason, and he's renowned for his books. Like he wrote a famous book that's known amongst the Masons called The Lost Keys of Freemasonry, right? Where he breaks down the secret. See, Freemasonry is a society of men who have certain education, right? The education that you get when you go to college or you go to high school is not the education that these men get. It's a very esoteric education. So this man, Henry P. Hall, Albert Pike, are some of the big heavy hitters in Freemasonry. If you are Freemasonry and you're trying to attain the higher level or the essence of Freemasonry, the secret, what are they about? You have to study these men. So this is from one of his books. He said, the true Mason is not creed bound. He realizes with divine illumination from his lodge that a Mason that as a Mason, pardon me, that as a Mason, pardon me, I'm going to bear with me, y'all. Let me say it one more time. The true Mason is not creed bound. He realizes with the divine illumination of his lodge that as a Mason, his religion must be universal, right? Christ, Buddha, Muhammad, Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, the name doesn't mean anything. Little, for he recognizes only the light and not the holder of the light. This, for me, it sounds to me like a man who is suffering with false pride, right? Because this is what me and ENQI had a conversation on. He said that he believes that God is light. He believes that God is light. And so when we're talking about Freemasonry, light is something that they always associate themselves with, right on? So he's saying that Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, studying all of the doctrines, the religion is what a Mason does. Is that he's not creed bound. He's like I came up with a terminology. He's like a homo prostellectual. A homo prostellectual is somebody who's like a prostitute doesn't actually love the man that she's sleeping with, right? She's sleeping from partner to partner, and she doesn't have any affection, any love for this partner that she's having sex with. So what he's saying is that a Mason is someone who studies all the religions. He's not creed bound. So it's like a prostitute, right? Who just gets what she got to get out of what she got to get with this person, but then you leave that person where they are, right? He goes further to say that he worships at every shrine, bows at every temple. So you see, a Mason is for a military-minded person. A Mason is like an agent, like an FBI spy. Is that a Freemason is trying to come up in your ranks and learn your knowledge, and then he says, "We recognize only the light and not the holder." So that's like saying no nation rises higher than its woman. That's like me giving praises to Elijah Muhammad, but without saying Elijah Muhammad taught me this wisdom, right? It's like plagiarism. Like you recognize the light, but not the holder of the light. So that means a Mason studies Islam. A Mason studies Christianity. He studies all the religions, and then he takes all the information that he feels that he want to recognize. That statement, "we recognize," to me was false ego, right? Because my question is, what is the light of Islam? And who are you to call that the light? Because remember, he says, "We recognize the light of all the religions." So that means he's speaking from an authoritative position. So my question is, who are you, Hanley, to say that we recognize the light? So that means he's defining what Islamic light represents. They don't have no creed. They have no affiliations with any religion, but they bow at every temple, pray at every mosque. That to me is an agent. That to me sounds like, somebody who's not really trying. It's like somebody who's like, it's like a chameleon. So you're gonna act like you a Muslim, but you're not really a Muslim, and you're gonna say the Salam Alaikum. You're gonna do all the you're gonna talk all the talk as a Mason. This is their. Remember, he said a true Mason. So he is defining what a Mason is. So my position to say that Freemasonry is an anti-Black liberation component. If we want to try to liberate ourselves from the ignorance, the nigger mind, slavery, post-traumatic slavery, the things that we need to reform ourselves so we can change the conditions that we have going on, poverty, the drug addiction, fatherlessness. If we want to be able to change these conditions in our community, then we have to find some light, some wisdom. So since ENQI is holding the position that Freemasonry, I'm only assuming or supposing that he's saying that the light that he calls God, this was in the promo, is Freemasonry. So I'm gonna let ENQI go further before I continue the video, because I want to understand Brother ENQI when he says, if you're not going to be informed, then you're not going to be able to see it. So what are we trying to see, my brother? Because if we're trying to liberate poor Black folks who ain't got no jobs, sisters who have a hard time trusting the Black man, we got young brothers who can't control their ego, what light are we actually trying to get them to see? Because according to Hanley P. Hall, this Freemason 33 degree is defining what a Freemason is. He's something like an agent. What is this like, my brother?
All right. So
right on. We can get to it.
First things first. Are you a Mason?
I'm not.
Okay. So so basically your interpretation would just be like you just kind of like freestyling how you see that paragraph to go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So here's what I'll do then. To make it simple, I'll just offer you another alternative view of the same paragraph you read. In fact, let's have you read it back over in the same sections. Only thing is, I'll offer you a different interpretation, and we'll just compare apples to apples. So go ahead over the first. Yeah, read that first part.
All right. Before I do that, can I ask you the same question?
What?
Are you a Mason?
I am.
Ah, let's get it. Let's get it. So we have a Mason on the line, y'all, and we're gonna get into it. So according to Hanley P. Hall, which is a highly respected Mason, I've done the research, and I don't know any other man who's more respected than this man.
Well, hold on. Don't again. You're not a Mason. Don't assume that. Those are assumptions you're making. But his name is Manly P. Hall, and those are assumptions. You made a lot of assumptions. Like we all have. Like every Mason has to read Manly P. Hall's book, and just a lot of stuff that's not. So again, I'm gonna let you get to the paragraph, but I just wanted to tell you his name is Manly P. Hall.
See, the reason why I brought this man up is because when we deal with the historicity of this word, Freemason, this is not something that you have to be affiliated with in terms of membership. Yeah, you could just go online and look up the word and see who was first uttering the word, and it was the white man. So when I look at,
okay, so yeah. hold on.
Speaking English, right?
Oh, okay, speaking English. I got you. So,
from a historical, because we're speaking from a historical context of this word Freemasonry as we know it here in the diaspora. Because in the diaspora,
hold on. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Before you go into the part where Freemasonry comes from white folks, let's stick to this part right here so we could just look at this paragraph that you read. So just read the first part again that you read the first time.
Okay, right on. So coming from Hanley P. Hall, who is a 33rd degree Mason, who is highly respected amongst Freemasons in the West, in Europe, right? As we know it here in the West, this man said in his book called The True Secrets of Freemasonry that the true Mason is not creed bound. He realizes with the divine illuminance of his lodge that as a Mason, his religion must be universal. So he's not creed bound, but his
hold on. Whoa, sir. Your interpretation time is you did your interpretation already. I just want you to read, and so I can do the interpretation this time. Remember, this is the alternative perspective to your view, right? So, if no source is put onto it, right? Like if there's not a spin on his words or semantics, one could look at the statement and go, as a Mason, you realize that the creator of the universe is bigger than any one religion. It doesn't have to be, a malicious, wicked plot to take over the world attached to it. You know what I'm saying? It could just be that you come to realize that God is bigger than any one religion, and that the different religions all may have aspects of the truth. So you develop a respect for everybody else's religion, because if you intend on going back to like the time of the Middle Ages, in terms of historicity, you're going to see that up until recently, a lot of the largest, most deadly wars on this planet been fought in the name of religion. So one of the things that would be beneficial if you're going to try to get organizations built to unify men is to first get them to not, avoid the idea of God, but to just understand that, you respect everybody else's religion. That's all. It's just respect. You know that your God, your deities, your prophets, your angels, imams, pastors, reverends, you know, rabbis, whatever, is no bigger or smaller than anybody else's. So you just have respect, even if you believe on the inside that yours is the right one and everybody else's is whatever. You just have respect. So it's nothing deep. But go ahead, keep on reading it so I can give you some more perspectives. Go ahead.
Okay, I would like to challenge that, because you
Hold on. Let's finish reading through. Let's finish reading through, and then you can challenge it after.
Well, I feel like I should challenge it now, because if I don't, then it'll confuse a lot of people. So,
hold on, but wait a minute. I didn't challenge yours as you was going through. I let you go through your whole paragraph.
It was definitely open. It was open if you wanted to. Yeah, you see, I don't have a problem when people when the internet.
Go ahead.
In the conversation. So you had said that they respect everybody's religion, but in terms of the religion, what it represents from an Islam, because you represent Freemasonry, I represent Islam. So he said that Christ, Jesus, or Buddha, it doesn't matter. So from a level of respect, I would say that's disrespectful, because as it says, a Mason is not creed bound. So even if you take the light from Islam, how are you going to be the one to determine that's light when Allah has already defined what light is? So it's like
no. See, listen, again, respectfully, as a non-Mason, you don't understand how that goes.
So I'm asking for you to
right. So like, I'm gonna explain. Listen.
Okay.
Just listen for a second. Hold on, just listen. Hold on. You gotta listen. If you're gonna learn, you gotta listen. Each Mason decides for himself what his version of light or God or religion is. It's not imposed on you. That's what that means. That's where the respect comes in. It's not like as you come into a lodge as a Muslim, they say, oh, no, you can't be a Muslim. You got to be a Christian, or you got to be a Buddhist, or you got to be a this or that. No, you have plenty of lodges that are all Muslim, and they only use the Quran there.
Okay, but he said a true Mason.
Correct.
So he's okay, but you said every Mason has a choice. So that contradicts what a true Mason is. Because if every Mason has a choice, understanding? No, because you see, I understand clearly. Pete Hall is saying that a true Mason is not creed bound, so he can mix it. And he can do the flip mode. But then
no. It's not. He could do in flip mode. Stop that. That means he's not creed. No, stop. He's not creed bound. Means that he is free to choose his own creed. You're trying to make it something that it's not. See, that's saying that. Listen, that's saying that every man has the right to choose his own creed and his own way to worship his own deity. That's all. It's just respect. You're trying to make it something like malicious. It's not. You can't turn it into that. But go ahead.
It is because the man said that they recognize. He said we recognize only the light and not the whole.
Okay, well, listen. How about this? I'll agree to disagree so that we can continue to move forward through the rest of the paragraph. That's why I didn't want to get stopped and waste too much time. So let's go to the rest of the paragraph.
So my purpose of this, and I'm glad that we brought it out, is that I'm understanding the way a Mason or a true Mason, as Hanley P. Hall put it, is supposed to be. He's not creed bound. He's not creed bound, and he's free to choose any religion he wants to get at in terms of his knowledge and wisdom and understanding. But he also further said in that same statement that we recognize only the light. So my question is, what is the light of Islam, and who are you to say that that's the light? Because if you're not creed bound, then how are you going to go up in Islam and say,
hold on. The question, hold on. Let me explain to you how you can't ask the question if you understand the first answer. If you understand the first answer I gave you, that every man is free to choose his own creed, then you understand that Masonry is not determining the light for the individual. The individual is determining that for himself. Do you understand? When you choose your own creed, that is what you're choosing. Listen, so if you joined a lodge, you would define what God is, or what the light is, or what Allah is to you on your own terms, sir. That's what that means. So you can't then ask the question and then say,
yeah, okay. But no, that's exactly what I wanted you to say. You said we determine who the God is for us. So now you're putting yourself.
No, I'm saying you, the individual, sir. The individual person. You understand what I'm saying? So as a Muslim, hold on. So as a Muslim, how do you determine what God is to you? What is Allah to you as a Muslim? What does Allah mean?
That is determined by Allah.
No, I'm asking you. So as a Muslim, you're a Muslim, correct?
I'm answering. Okay. Allah determines what he is to me, because Allah is God. But okay, now,
what is Allah to you? What is Allah?
We dealing with this paragraph, brother. We gonna get into
that. No. What is Allah? Hold on. Before we go forward, we have to determine it, because you're making this a sticking point. So since you making it a sticking point, you got to answer your own question. What is Allah?
I will answer that as soon as if I get my question answered. We're dealing with this understanding, brother. I will get to those questions. I promise you. I'm trying to understand that you said a man has the right to choose what creed he wants to engage in, and then for himself will determine what God is to him, right?
Right.
So just in that authority, putting yourself in that authority now disrespects Islam, because Islam does not say you can determine.
But listen, I got you. But hold on. And this is why we got to move on, because I want you to understand what you're doing. You're overlaying your own religious precept onto Freemasonry that does not exist within the framework of Freemasonry. That's a Muslim concept. So the Muslim concept is, hold on. The Muslim concept, hold on. The Muslim concept is that God chose your religion for you to be a Muslim before you came into existence, right? So as a Mason, we would respect that definition for you. We would respect you to make that definition for yourself. But we would also expect that you would not be so arrogant as to impose that on other people. See, that's what causes war, problems, and strife. The imposition of ideas and ideals, and the arrogance to say that mine's is right and everybody else's is wrong. So if you just look at the two different perspectives, your perspective is the one that would be more aggressive and warlike, not that of a Mason. If you're looking at the perspective of a Mason, that would be the pathway of peace, because you would be respecting everybody as an equal and everybody's intellect as equal. So they all have the equal right to make their own decision, even if that decision is that they don't have a decision because God already made it for them. That is a decision, because there are people that are Muslim that, guess what? In 5 years or 10 years, for whatever reason, they become Christian, or they become Jewish, or they become an Israelite, or they just become, cigarette smoking people on the corner that don't give a, you know what I'm saying? Like people go through different stages in their life. So again, like I said, let's get through the rest of the paragraph, because, I heard your point and I'm just putting the other perspective there.
Right. So, and I disagree with you saying that you believe that that's aggressive, because I believe that a man who believes that he can now determine the light of Islam, but he's not a creed-bound Muslim, that's arrogant, because now you're defining my religion.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that. You still misinterpreting. I don't know if you're doing that on purpose or by mistake. Listen, I said that you as a Muslim.
If I could just get the mic for a minute. you said that the decision to not have a decision, right? The fact that a Mason doesn't have to choose no creed is his decision. Okay, cool. But then don't
No,
be
no, no,
trying
no,
to
no,
act
no.
like
That's not what I
hold
said.
on,
You
brother.
misinterpreted what I'm
Hold on, brother.
saying.
I got you. I'm just going back to what you said. You said that
You're
a
not, but because I didn't say that.
You said a Mason has a decision to not make a decision about
No,
what
no, no,
creed.
no, 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 no. I said that you have the decision to choose your own creed, sir.
Who is you? The Mason, right? The Mason. The Mason,
no,
right?
you as the individual person,
But
you
who,
as an
but who is
individual
you?
person trying to become a Mason.
Who is you?
You as a man trying to join a
I'm a
lodge of
Muslim.
Masons.
I'm a Muslim. I'm not a Mason. You got to speak for you. Are you talking about a Mason?
But I'm not a Muslim, so I can't speak for Muslims.
Right. Exactly. So why does a Mason think they can speak for us?
Why would a Muslim think they can speak for Masons?
All I'm saying is if you're gonna say that no. Look, a Muslim is not defining a Muslim is not defining a Mason. What a Mason is doing, he's saying I can become a Muslim. I can be a Muslim and take the light and not respect the holder of the light.
No, sir.
That's
stop that. Stop
yeah,
all that. You just added a whole bunch of stuff. Listen, are we going to move past this point here? I think the people have heard enough of what you're saying and what I'm saying to make their own decisions. Again, look. Right. I want to respect the people's intelligence that they can all make their own decision about what they're hearing. You see? So we don't have to beat the point. You know, we don't got to keep, we can move on to the next part of the paragraph and the rest of your video.
Okay, I like this. This is good stuff. So, Sister Karima, if we could put that video back up, we hope that y'all got a nice little workout there. So, nevertheless, this paragraph is very critical as I engage this particular subject, because what I'm trying to understand is what is their religion? If they don't have no creed,
can you read the rest of the paragraph?
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, brother. But remember, I'm the one who's anti-Mason, brother. I'm anti-Mason.
Right, but do you remember that you already had your turn to speak on this paragraph and that it's my turn to review the paragraph? So you're just reading through the paragraph so I can interpret it.
So then you read the paragraph, because when I read the paragraph, I'm going to put my spin on it because I'm anti-Mason.
You already put your spin on it twice now, sir. We got you.
Okay, well then you want to read go ahead and read the rest, brother. I'll let you go ahead and read the rest.
It's a lot smaller on my screen.
Yeah, it is.
All right, it's fine. I got it. Hold on. I got it. It says the true Mason is not creed bound. He realizes with the divine illumination of his lodge that as a Mason, his religion must be universal. Christ, Buddha, or Muhammad, the name means little, for he recognizes only the light and not the bearer. He worships at every shrine, bows before every altar, whether in temple, mosque, or cathedral, realizing with his true understanding the oneness of all spiritual truth. Now, again, the second half of the sentence only clarifies the first half. So when he says his religion must be universal, that means his perspective from whatever religion that he's in, so that he can understand and focus his mind on the things that religions have in common versus the things that divide them, so that there can be a healthy respect for everybody, religion, and their intellect and their ability to choose for themselves what's right or wrong. It's not a malicious plot to overthrow the world. Now, with that being said, I just want to remind you again for the record that there is no this is not like the Masonic classroom where everybody has to study these paragraphs right here. In fact, you are not a Mason and you have access to this Manly P. Hall book, correct? This is from a book that's sold in public stores?
Nah, I didn't go to a public store to get it. It was.
But I'm saying the
given to me.
Manly P. Hall books are they like in Barnes and Nobles, correct?
No.
No,
Not that I know of. Not that I know of.
So if we can hit the shares, hold on. So no, I'm just asking. So if we can pull up that these books are in Barnes and Noble and Amazon, it would be safe to say that these are not secret teachings of Masons at all, because these are just simply books about Masonry that anybody in the public can purchase.
Well, you can say that. I'm not saying that, because these were secrets, but they're now out. It's out now. It's all out now. They can't hide.
Hold on.
It was a secret.
Hold on. It was a secret. When was it a secret? Because Manly P. Hall is the author of Manly P. Hall's book, correct?
It was a secret.
I'm just asking you.
It was a
Manly
secret.
P. Hall. Did Manly P. Hall, was this book a book about Manly P. Hall, or did he write this book by himself? Like, did he just volunteer this information?
Yeah, he wrote this book for the people of the lodge, my brother. This is for his.
How could he have wrote it for the people for the lodge if it's in Barnes and Nobles and it's in Amazon right now?
I didn't say it was in Barnes and Nobles. You said it was in Barnes and Nobles. Don't put that in my mouth, my brother. I didn't say that. You said that. What I said was that the secret is out now, and because the secret is out now, it's so easy to get the information. Back then, they didn't have internet. Back then, they didn't have newspapers. Well, not on this type of level. The publications that we have today, you could just Google it. Like, it's so easy to get information today. It's hard to say you don't know about it. Back in the day when Elijah Muhammad was preaching the Nation of Islam message, I mean, that was like how many years after slavery was abolished? 1865. Elijah was around 1920. How many people could read and write during that time?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Get it in. You got to share the mic, bro. I know you're the elder, you're the OG.
Hold on. Hit the share screen.
Let me get this mic, man. Let me get this mic, brother.
I know, but we got to share the mic, champ. That's all. I'm just trying to get it.
That's all I'm saying is I would like to have my turn.
I got you. I'm just addressing point for point, though, so we can make sense of the conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But what you're doing is you're downgrading the fact that this information, when it was revealed, you're acting like everybody knew it. Back in those days when it was revealed,
well, I'm saying everybody still doesn't know it because everybody doesn't read books. Okay, but just because it's in a book doesn't make it a secret. I'm saying just testified that it's still a secret. You just testified it's still some way or some level. No, it's not a secret. It's not a secret. It's in a book. People just aren't readers.
Okay. Well, whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is, brother. Whoop, there it is. When this information was out to the public, when it was written, it was not for everybody because everybody was not reading. But today, if you want to know about Freemasonry, you could just go online and do
Hold on. The guy was born in 1901. So, I mean, when was he alive that everybody was not reading, bro? What are you talking about? Look, it's the guy, his life is right here, summarized. He was born in 1901. So what year was it that everybody wasn't able to read? Like, these is public books, bro. This is not no secret. Look, you're not a Mason and you know this about, you know, if you're not a Mason and you,
brother, you're being disingenuous to history. You're acting like all Negroes on the plantation was taught how to read and write. This is 1901. Slavery was abolished in 1865. How are you going to teach a bunch of Negroes who don't know how to read and write for 300 years about Masonry? The only people who had knowledge during that time were the Prince Hall Freemasons. That was a select few. So we got to be real here. This information was
hold on. Are you sure you anti-Mason? Because you just said that the only black men that had knowledge during this time period was the Prince Hall Masons. Did you just say that?
I'm rebutting you, brother. Yeah.
How could you rebut me and I didn't say that? I'm saying that everybody could read. I'm saying that in the year 1900. Hold on. I'm saying that not only in the year 1900 could black people all over the world read, but I'm saying that in the year 1900, black people all over the world were highly intelligent scholars, teachers, scientists. I'm saying that in the year 1900, for thousands of years, we've been flexing our genius muscles all over the place. And what you're saying is that Black people could not read during 1900s.
You didn't
So
hear what
I just
said.
want to make sure that we're clarifying who's saying what here for the record.
What Black Jesus Buddha Muhammad is saying is that in the year 1901, when this man was born, during that time period, most Black people who are now just coming out of slavery did not have the ability to read and write. They were very illiterate. So those who did have the ability to read and write were a select few, and they were mostly Masons. So this information was passed down secretly to a select few of people. So I'm trying to get y'all in the frame of reference in the time so you can understand that this information right here in those days was like almost like you was like getting $1 million on your Cash App. It's like you getting a serious blessing. To have that kind of knowledge in 1901, when Black folks was just coming into Jim Crow, they were hanging you. If you whistled at a white woman, you couldn't even look at the white man. Put your head down. Like, come on, brother. They was not giving this information to Negroes coming out of slavery. We got to really be genuine about the time that we're talking about, brother. So yes, this information that Manly P. Hall came out with was definitely a secret. And now in the 21st century, we could just go online and get the book. But back in them days, it wasn't that easy. So when I'm talking about it now, I know you're trying to downgrade it. Like, is this now public and we can all get it? It wouldn't be a secret if it was all. Nah, brother. This information right here in those days, yeah. If you was a Negro, a rebel, and you had this information, oh man, you would know that Uncle Sam is an FBI agent. Because this, to me, it sounds like some FBI stuff. If you're gonna go into my temple and bow down, he says, bow down at every temple and worship at every shrine. You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like an FBI agent. You want to come up in my ranks and you want to pray with us, you want to bow down with us, and then you're gonna be like, I'm not a Muslim. I just take the light and don't respect the holder. That sounds like somebody who want to come up and study me.
That does sound. Hold on. That does sound like. Wait, no. I want to agree with you. That thing that you're saying does sound like that, but the paragraph does not sound like that. See, the paragraph does not say what you're saying. The paragraph just again gives you the freedom. How is it not saying what I'm saying, brother?
How is it not saying?
Because I'm saying exactly what freedom. Hold on, because you have the freedom to choose your own religion. You also have the freedom to worship wherever you want to worship. So it's saying that clearly.
So that don't sound like an agent to you, like a FBI agent? Informant? That don't sound like an informant?
How could that
somebody
sound like
comes in?
Because being respectful. Hold on. I think this is a part of the problem with our youth. And I want to talk about the culture in general, too, from this. What our ideas are of what makes us masculine versus what makes us emasculine is a part of the root to our conflicts that we have. So if in our mind, being able to see others the way we see our, like those divisions, you know, Black folks versus white folks, Christians versus Muslims, like those have been the most deadly, costly things over the years. Those have been the number one things to divide folks. And to this day, that still is what's, so we got to get to a space where, yeah, we could go with the same old, you know, caveman kind of approach, you know, might makes right. Whoever has the biggest force, you know, is correct in the situation. Or we could learn a more civilized approach. And the more civilized approach is, again, to respect everybody and everybody's decision to deal with, you know, their most important decision of their life, right? Now, I think you would agree as a Muslim that is the most important decision of your life, how you handle your relationship with God, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. So that's all. It's just having a healthy respect for each person to make that decision on their own. It's very similar to when people ask me about taking a vaccine. I understand that I have an influence on what people may or may not do. So when people ask me, hey, have you taken this vaccine? Or hey, have you taken that vaccine? My answer to them is always, I don't tell people what I do. I just tell people to get informed. My thing is get informed and make the best decision. So if you have to learn a little bit about each religion before you dedicate yourself, your whole life to one, sure, there's nothing wrong with that. People don't just take a shahada immediately on the first day. People learn about Islam before they take a shahada, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. So that's all.
Awesome. But they
Let me
also
ask you a
don't bow
question.
down.
Before you took your shahada, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Before you took your shahada, hold on.
Don't bow down.
I just want to ask you a question. Hold on, bro.
They don't bow down either.
I got you.
You gotta
I got
get
you on that. Right, but let me ask you a question.
I see what you
did. You know who Jesus was? Hold on.
You saying that a Mason is gonna bow down at the temple?
Bro, you can't be this combative. You gotta have a conversation, man. Nobody's talking about bowing. Stop introducing all these concepts. I'm asking you specific questions.
I know you're getting tight, my man.
You're losing the ability to control yourself. Relax. I'm asking you specific questions. Did you, before you took your shahada, did you know who Jesus was? Yes. Did you know who Jesus was before you took a shahada?
Yes, I did.
Did you know who Osiris was before you took your shahada?
Nah.
You never heard of Osiris or ancient Egypt or Asar? You never heard of Osiris and Isis before you? What age was you when you took your shahada?
I was 21.
Okay, and at the age of 21, what you're telling us is that you never heard of Egypt or gods of Egypt or the god Ra or Osiris.
I heard of Egypt, but I wasn't really, concerned about the Osiris.
I asked you was concerned, sir. I just asked you if you ever heard of the gods of Egypt.
I'm answering your question, sir. I'm answering your question. Yes, I knew about pyramids. I knew about all that stuff, all that, gold and all that.
Oh, I got you. Okay, so you knew about Egypt's gods. You also knew about the gods of the Bible, right? But you chose to go ahead and you also knew about Allah. And so you learned about all of those different things before you went ahead and took your shahada and dedicated your life or recognized that your life was already purposed to Islam. Is that correct?
I got the knowledge before I bowed down. Yeah, that's what I did. I got knowledge before I bowed down. Yeah.
Okay. And that's, but hold on. You do realize that your life is an example of what that paragraph means. Your life.
I don't.
I'm explaining it to you. Hold on. Listen, you are the non-Mason. Hold on. You are the non-Mason. I am the actual Mason. So I'm telling you from the source material. I'm telling you from source material what it means. I'm telling you what it means. Your life is a perfect example of what that paragraph is explaining, because you can't really dedicate your life to something until you have some foundational understanding of it. So you also have to understand what type of decision you're making. So this is why even in your own life, even in your own life, you had knowledge of multiple religions and different gods before you took your shahada or bowed down and dedicated your life to Islam. That's all that paragraph is. And we just need to be able to get through your video so we could get on with the show.
Okay. And that's what you're saying, but that's not what the paragraph said.
Okay, because I understand. I got you. So can we move on? Can we agree to disagree and go on so we can do the rest of the show?
I had my bill. Yes. Yes. Because you said that you must study before you dedicate yourself to something. But the paragraph is saying to not dedicate yourself to something.
The paragraph did not say that, sir. It just gives you the freedom to dedicate yourself to anything that you choose.
But it's not dedication if you're able to flip mode and go from one place to the next place to the next place. To be dedicated means to devote yourself to that
Correct,
knowledge.
which is the same thing that you did after you was all over the place learning about Egypt and pyramids and Jesus and the Bible, and then you dedicated yourself to Islam. That's what that is. That's what that means.
The paragraph doesn't say that. The paragraph says a Mason bows at every shrine. He says every shrine. So that means that he's implying he's notifying a Mason to go into the mosque.
We heard you. Okay, we got you. We got
act like he's devoted. And then
no, it ain't no say no act like. Come on, bro. Stop. Oh my goodness.
And then go to the Buddha and do a Buddha. So that's what he's saying. He's saying you're going to be an agent.
All right. He's saying you're going to be an agent.
So I want to know who the God of I want to know who the God of the Masons are. That's what we're going to get into. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who is the God of the Masons?
I just answered you over and over and over. The video is getting stagnant. I want us to have good content, man. This is not going to be good content if you keep getting like stuck on each space. You got to be able to flow with the information. Once people hear you, it doesn't sway the people more. No, listen. It doesn't sway the people more if you repeat the argument over and over and over.
This is how my brain calculates. I study everything.
No, but we're doing this for the people, or we would be having these conversations alone.
Wisdom, understanding.
I got you.
I don't do it for the people. I do it for knowledge, wisdom, and understanding.
Evidently, we can see that, sir. But we're trying to get you to learn how to do that. That's what the purpose of making the video is for. Sharing with people.
A Mason can't teach me how to do that because you bow at every temple, brother. That's what you do. You bow at every mosque. I see you doing the Islam thing one day, Salaam alaikum, then you're going to do the Christian thing the next day. That's what you're going to do. You can't teach me knowledge, wisdom, and understanding if you don't really do the Muslim thing like I do it. I've been devoted to this, brother. 10 years I've been doing this. How are you going to tell me about my Muslimness and you're not even devoted to it?
So let me ask you a question.
That's amazing.
So only Muslims, are you saying that only Muslims have knowledge, wisdom, and understanding?
That's my pride. Yeah, that's my honor. Yeah, we have it. We have the light. That's the Muslim mentality. What did Muhammad Ali said? I'm the greatest. I'm the prettiest. I'm the finest. That's what Islam do to you. It make you feel like that. Just like everybody in the NFL, he says, we're going to win a Super Bowl. We're going to win a Super Bowl. When you get the faith of the Most High inside of you, you're supposed to believe you're the greatest. You're supposed to believe you're the best. So, of course, I'm going to say Islam is the light, brother. Yeah, you dang all right. Just like all them NFL teams before the season starts, they say they're going to win a Super Bowl. They have to have that in their mind that they're going to win a Super Bowl. That's how you become a state. I won a state championship in 2006 in my high school. The only way we were able to win that state championship is because we had to believe we were already the winners. We already gonna win. So hold
on. Let me ask you a question. Do you do understand though, when you have an organized society, you have different parts of that society. So you have an athlete / warrior class. You also have a priestly class, and then you also have a scholarly or teacherly, class as well. You do understand that, right?
Right.
So in a scholarly conversation, in a scholarly arena where we're discussing spiritual conversation, if you approach it as an athlete or if you approach it from you might want to bring, like you said earlier in the beginning of the show, you might want to approach it with more of a higher, quote unquote vibration. That might work for you, better terminology. Right. This is not the NFL. No, because I'm saying this is not the NFL. Listen, this is not the NFL. We're not running into each other and knocking each other on the floor. We actually are in this space to be scholarly, teach each other while also allowing the people watching and spending their time with us to learn from us and with us at the same time. That's what we're doing here, champ, just in case you didn't.
Right. So I just want to let everybody know, everybody is not on the same level of understanding. So as a wise man, I like to bring analogies. That's what Jesus did. My name is Black Jesus, Buddha Muhammad. So I always like to make sure I represent the ancestors. So what Jesus would have done is he would have used a parable. That's what I did. I used a parable, which is football. Okay. Football players have a attitude of self-pride. just like a Muslim. Allah says in the Quran, chapter 9, verses 33, that he sent the messenger with the divine truth to make Islam prevail over every religion, whether the kuffars like it or not. That's the same thing a football player says. We the greatest. We are the best. A Muslim thinks he's the best. He knows he's the best, and he has the attitude that he's the best. So I'm basically using an analogy so you can understand where I'm going with it. I'm not keeping the conversation dumb. I'm just raising your elevation because there's a lot of people who can't catch up. So I like that little shot, but brother, I'm too close and too quick. We can definitely continue to keep the ball moving. Sister Karima, if the brother has anything else to say, this is RGY Political Party on the lines. Then we got Dr. ENQI and Jesus Buddha Muhammad. It's Freemasonry. Good for black people. Right on. Sister Karima. We're going to get into this video now. I'm ready, man. Woo! Yeah, I ain't never heard of that one, Omi.
The Rothschild group that they needed to initiate in order to take over the world. We're talking about destroy the sovereignty of countries and destroy religions. And that's where it really started in modern day. And right today, believe it or not, and we have the documentation for this, we are probably 90%, their goals have probably been filled at the great rate of about 90%.
Okay, you can stop right there. Paul. The Most High Allah says, and you shall be examined through things such as fear, starvation, poverty, the individual, and famine, and good news to the believers, right? So the man in the video, he has said that the goal of the Freemason, Illuminati, which is a branch of Freemasonry, we're going to go into that.
Hold on, sir, hold on. The man in the video said Rothschilds, I thought he said Rothschild. Did he say Rothschild?
Could you run that back so that way we don't have any confusion? I believe he said the Illuminati, but we can go back and say it again. Thank you, sir.
World. We're talking about destroy the sovereignty of countries and destroy religions. And that's where it really started in modern day. And right today, believe it or not, and we have the documentation for this group.
Take it to the beginning. Yeah, right there.
Here we go.
The Rothschild group that they needed to initiate in order to take over the world. We're talking about destroy the sovereignty of countries and destroy religions. And that's where it really started in modern day. And right today, believe it or not, and we have the documentation for this, we are probably 90%, their goals have probably been filled at the great rate of about 90%.
Okay, pause right there. Yes, indeed, Brother ENQI, thank you for the correction. He was right, the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds is a family, right, who are a family of Masons. And that the video will continue.
No, they're not. No, they're not a family of Masons. Stop that.
Well, we're gonna let the video tell it, brother. I just put the pause here because I had to throw my little verse in there. I got to throw my little verse because he has said that the plan of the Rothschild is to de-sovereignize people and take over the world and destroy religion.
Okay, right? But that's talking about the Rothschilds. That ain't got nothing to do with Freemasonry, champ.
Oh, but the video ain't over though. So I'm just that's okay for everybody who's pro ENQI. Just go with it, okay? Whoever's pro Black Jesus Buddha, here's what I'm saying. These people, they want to destroy religion. And how are you going to de-sovereignize the people? Like, I had to ask myself that question by the Spirit of the Most High.
Hold on. Jesus Buddha Muhammad, yeah. Wait a minute. Respectfully, bro. Those people do not want to destroy religion. And I'm not speaking on behalf of the Rothschilds, but I'm saying they clearly don't want to destroy religion because they are a Jewish family. So they don't want to destroy religion. They might have a plot to overthrow the world or get in power and all this and all that. I may not disagree with you on some of those other things, but the Rothschilds are a family. They're a Jewish family. So they are a religious people. They're not anti-religion. They're a family of people. They're not, although they may have Masons in their family, their family is not the bloodline of Masons or anything close to that. This guy is talking about the Rothschilds. Go ahead, though.
Okay, so basically, he's saying that they may have some Freemasons in there. I'm talking about those. Okay, the reality is the Rothschild is in control of the economics of most of the world. Okay, and if they are Jewish people, we know that they're not the real Jews anyway. So they not practicing no religion that my people know. And the reality is, how are you going to take over the world when everybody is different? In Africa, you have over almost 30, 40 tribes in Cameroon alone. How are you going to be able to take over those people without denouncing or denuding their God? You can't de-sovereignize the people without taking away the things that make them who they are. So I asked myself, with the spirit of the Most High, how are you going to de-sovereignize these people? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, you shall be examined or tested through things like starvation, poverty, fear, things within your soul, and famine. He said, but good news to the believer, patience, the patient one. See, Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, Jesus, these characters, they have to go through these tests, right? Job, he was taken away. They took away his riches, his family. He was poor. Jesus was a poor man. Muhammad, they all had to go through these tests, right? Because how can you de-sovereignize the people? Well, if you mess up the economy, then you make them poor, right? And then if you're scared of poverty, then I can control you. So the reason why Allah says, and good news for the believers, is because he builds the strongest people out of the worst conditions. Poverty, starvation, fear, and all of these things are things that the most strongest prophets of Allah, strongest ministers of Allah went through. So how do you de-sovereignize the people? If you're a Freemason saying, I want to take over the world, how do you de-sovereignize the people? Well, you have to control the economics. You have to starve them, make them poor. And then you have to sell the idea that poverty is bad. You see, Allah says he's going to test you with poverty. So if I can convince you that being poor is a bad thing, then you're probably going to sell crack, you're going to rob, you're going to kill, you're going to do things that'll make you scared, right? And if I got you in that state, then I will always have you. So how do you de-sovereignize the people? You keep it on a fearful poverty. You always blow these things. See, we're trying to understand who is the God of the Freemason, and who is telling them that they got to take over the world.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, brother.
Now, two questions, because again, I just want to demonstrate the principles in action of what you're saying, right? And so first of all, again, I'm not even going to readdress this Rothschild thing because this is a Rothschild thing so far. And you haven't made it clear that this verse in the Quran is talking about Rothschilds, or whether it's talking about Masons, or then you said a third different group, which is Illuminati. Illuminati is not Masons. So that's a whole different group, first of all. But so I'll leave that alone. I'll let you finish doing that. But what I'm saying is again, when you're painting this picture, and I can't help but listen to it through this lens, right? You're saying that it's evil and it's wicked and all that to allow the freedom to respect all different religions, because Islam is blah, 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 blah. And Islam is not equal to no religions. And, you know, it's your pride to represent Islam at all times and blah, blah, blah. Correct? Did I say anything wrong just yet?
Yeah, you did say some things wrong, but I'm going to let you build first. But you are correct about Islam in itself, a self-esteeming, a prideful joy. Yes, you are right about that.
Right. But so what I'm saying is could somebody not come along and say that you yourself worship at every altar by calling yourself Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad? Like literally your name could be the prime example of worshiping at every altar all the time, because even after you took your Shahada, like right now, your name is Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad.
Really? He really went to my name, man. You really went to my name, though. Like, you really tried to divert the conversation to my name.
No. I'm just using it as an example. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but I thought we was talking about this verse and we was talking about the video, but you wanted to go to my name.
No, no, no,
Boy,
no, no.
y'all
But
about
you,
my
no, no,
name.
no. What I'm
Let me tell
saying
you
is
about my
because
name.
you're
Hold on,
saying
no,
that
no,
it's
no,
a
no. You brought it up. You put that out there, so now I'm gonna deal with it because you wanted to try to create another conversation within the conversation. I see your trick. I see your trick.
that's
See,
not a trick.
oh,
Hold on,
it
hold
is.
on,
Oh,
hold
it
on.
is. It is a
It's
trick.
not a trick. What I'm
Because
saying is this.
my name has
Hold on,
something
hold
to
on.
do with
What I'm saying is this.
spiritual.
Wait, let me clarify this for the record, and then I'm gonna let you go. What I'm saying for the record is, hold on, listen. What I'm saying for the record is, me as a Mason, right? When you present yourself to the world as Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, I, as a Mason, can respect that name. I can respect you having that title as a studious person that's on his spiritual journey. I can respect that as a Mason. That's what that paragraph that you was reading is saying for me as a Mason, explaining it to you. Now you as a Muslim told us that that is defined as a spy, agent, and all kind of other names that you use to describe Masons. And then all the while you saying this, your name is Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad. Like that's what. So I'm saying to myself again, and you already told us that before you took your Shahada, you knew what all the different religions was. So all I'm saying is again, as a Mason, that is a respectable, beautiful spiritual journey. You look like you developing beautifully into your space. Now you are the one saying that that's an evil, nefarious plot. All the while, you're the one that has the name Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad. Go ahead, brother. And just so you know, when you say Buddha, Buddha is God in the personage of an actual man. It's not even God in terms of the Most High. Buddha is an enlightened man. So I just want you to understand that the concept of calling yourself Buddha even contradicts the concept of Islam. And you have Buddha in your name before Muhammad. So Jesus come first, Buddha comes second, and then Muhammad come third in your name, what you represent. Just saying. Floor is yours.
I want to say thank you for the great observation by Professor Dr. ENQI for noticing the exchange of my name titles, right? Because for me, the title of a word is it's the aim and the goal and direction for my spiritual ascendancy. I said it in my last video with the Lions Den that I chose these names because it was me in my adolescent phase of getting knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that I wanted to have the Buddha peace. And so I would study a lot of Kung Fu movies. And I said, I want to have that. So I chose Buddha.
But
Jesus,
brother,
because I
do
was
you
raised
not know
Christian.
don't you know what Islam means?
I would just love to have a moment of
You
silence.
couldn't get peace from
If
Islam?
if I could just have a moment of silence, then
Okay,
I could be able
I'm sorry, go ahead. Because I thought Islam, you could get peace from Islam.
Exactly. When you're on a spiritual journey and you're trying to walk through different doors, one thing about peace is you can see it advertised, right? Different commercials will advertise a burger. A burger is a burger, but when Hardee's is advertising it, it may make you want to eat a Hardee's burger better than a McDonald's burger. Advertisement is important. When I was looking for peace, Buddha was the first thing that I had looked at. But then I did not want to go away from what I was taught as a young man, Jesus. So I was looking for peace like Buddha, but I didn't want to leave Jesus. So Islam was perfect, Muhammad. You sit down on the floor, you meditate like a Buddhist, but then you still got the same story like Jesus. It was the perfect religion, Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad. That's my story with my name. Now, the difference between that and Masonry is that he said that you can bow at every temple and you don't have to be associated with the religion, right? He says out of his own mouth, this is the words of Mr. Hall. We recognize only the light and not the holder of the light. So for me, I don't disrespect Muhammad. I actually devoted. I took my shahada. I respect the light and the holder of the light. What a Mason's gonna do is he's gonna say, "Man, Muhammad says some wisdom, but forget Muhammad. Let's just get the wisdom." And then they like to say, "We're gonna universalify that. We're gonna universalify that and call that universal knowledge."
Another question, real quick. Just a quick question, sidebar. Just a quick sidebar. Hold on. Do Shiite Muslims recognize Sunni Muslims, and do either of those groups of Muslims recognize Nation of Islam Muslims? And do any of those groups recognize Moors as Muslims?
No, there's sectarian war. Sectarian war.
Okay.
Right.
Back to your thing.
Okay, but you didn't really make a point there by asking that question.
I know. I got you. All right, so I'll ask you I'll ask it to you a different way. Do all four of those groups believe in God the same way?
No.
Okay. Back to you then.
But
go ahead. And if you don't get the point, then it's fine. It went over your head. You can go back to your presentation. Go ahead.
No, it didn't go over my head. It was that was a bad.
You got
parable.
the point then. So hold on. So you got the point then. Did you get the? So you got the point.
You used a bad example to try to
bro, your name is Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad. I'm not discrediting either of them. Right. I'm saying that you're saying that when you was on a spiritual journey, bro. I'm saying you took your shahada already, and your name is still Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad.
I know. I thought I was replying back, but then you came a little strong. So I was wondering if that was an emotional trigger.
Your name is an emotional trigger for me. Why would your name be why would your name be an emotional trigger for me? What I'm saying is your name is Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad after you took your shahada. So why would your name still be Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad? You gave the example of Muhammad Ali earlier. Muhammad Ali changed his name when he became Muslim. Why did you not change your name after you took your shahada? Why are you still representing Jesus and Buddha and Muhammad?
As I said initially, when I come forward before the audience, when I'm promoting my message, I like to give my testimony. So as a testimony, and I'm promoting my message, this is how I come up with my name. So when it comes to the reality of a Freemason and what they stand for, is that they don't actually devote themselves to a religion. They don't actually devote themselves to any religion, but they study all. I was at that phase.
So hold on. So for the purpose of the internet, hold on. So you're saying just for the purpose of the internet, it's okay for you to represent Jesus, Buddha, and Muhammad at the same time, just to market your business or your brand?
I'm gonna need you to give me some Masonic discipline if you have it. Yeah,
okay, go ahead.
Respectfully, a Mason is going to go into every shrine and bow at it, but he's not actually a Muslim. I studied Buddhism and Islam, but I didn't bow at the temple. I was trying to find what I wanted to actually bow to. Once I found what I wanted to bow to, then I surrendered to the codes, to the principles, to the religion. The name is for the sake of giving a testimony, for bringing people to an understanding of how I got here. This is no different than advertising. It's no different than trying to sell a hamburger. I'm trying to get you to eat this hamburger. I'm trying to get you to walk in the door and sit down with me, brother. It's all about technique. Black Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad is a storyline, is a reason for that. It has nothing to do with the Masonic theology of being a homo proselytual. Again, a homo proselytual is somebody who is dealing with every religion, right? Taking the wisdom of the religion, but not actually subscribing to it. For me, that's an FBI agent in 21st century terminology. So what they are able to do is talk the language of a Muslim, look like a Muslim, but not actually devote themselves to the mission. So the mission of Islam is to make Islam the #1 religion. We are supposed to be the religion that everybody sees as the people of justice, people of peace. We're supposed to be devoting ourselves to make this our life mission. But a Mason says, yo, I like the wisdom from from Islam. I like how you guys do this and do that, but I'm not really trying to see the mission of Islam. So my duty is to figure out what is the mission of Freemasonry. Why do you want to study everything? Why? To take over the world, according to the video. You want to take over the world by studying all the religions? Okay. So after you got all these religious ideas, then you're going to say, we recognize only the light and not the holder. So that means that you're speaking in an authoritative position. We recognize. They're speaking as the authority. We recognize, right? Look at the wordplay. He says, we recognize. So who are you to say that this is the light? Because you don't bow at the temple of Islam without bowing at the temple of Buddha and Christianity. So you're going to bow at all the temples. So how are you going to determine what the light of Islam is if you're not a real Muslim? As my brother said, let a Mason speak for a Mason, but you cannot speak for Islam. You can't say what the light of Islam is and you're not a real Muslim. And I feel that that's disingenuous, disrespectful, and very arrogant. And we can continue this video if you would like to say anything, brother ENQI, you could.
No,
we have no,
no, go ahead. I want you to finish your video. Go ahead, do your thing.
Respectfully, man.
This Illuminati, this group who called themselves the Enlightened Ones, had gained positions of power through control of the banking system.
Well, I was in the FBI for 27.5 years, and at the time of my retirement in 1979, I was the senior special agent in charge of the FBI Los Angeles office. I developed information personally about just extensive corruption in the government, not only at the federal level, but all the way down to the city and state level across this country. I have information about corrupt judges, corrupt law enforcement, prosecutors, county officials, judges. It involves drugs, involves pornography, involves prostitution, it involves the cults.
Okay, pause right there. Now, he said this is an FBI agent whistleblowing about these Illuminati Freemasons. He's saying that they have, he found in his research for 27 years of being in the force, corrupt judges, corrupt senators, and all the way down to the police. Because the reality is a lot of these people who are in the police force, in the courts, they're all Masons, right? And so they have this ability to coat themselves with certain names, like Shaquille O'Neal is an Omega Psi Phi, and Obama is an Alpha Phi Alpha, and then George Bush is a Skull and Bones, and you have many other different organizations. They all are Masonic, but they come in different forms, right? He says, we recognize the light.
You get the share screen?
So the duty of a Mason is to have the ability to camouflage their image and then come in front of you like they're really that, but they're not that, because they have an agenda, right? Corrupt government, corrupt governors, corrupt police officers, all of them are mostly Masonic. Fraternal orders, sororities, these are all associated with the Masonic temple. So the reality is you have the Illuminati, which is the secret society. That's the secret society. But they also put out front organizations like fraternities and sororities, but they're all associated with the Masonic Lodge. So this information was to show that they have the ability to gain knowledge from all sources. But once they gain that knowledge, what are they going to do with it? And we're seeing what they're doing with the knowledge is that they just gain this knowledge so that they can corrupt and continue to further their agenda, right? So I had in that video was a verse in the Quran where it talks about things that Allah doesn't like. But that man in the FBI agent, the FBI whistleblower, he was saying that he found that these people in these branches of government were doing everything that Allah prohibits. So in that verse that you had that was shown in the video, was showing that Allah prohibits pornography, fornication, liquor, slander, and these are all things that happen in America. Okay, so we're looking at people who call themselves the holders of light, people who associate themselves with Freemasonry and holders of universal knowledge, that these are the very people who okay and further the agenda that is totally against Allah. So what is it about Islam that they like? I think that they just want to get the information and they want to have the ability to have a conversation with a Muslim just so they can corrupt it from within. Agent. So if you have anything to say, Brother ENQI, you could go ahead and say something.
No, I was just pointing out that the Muslims, they keep on getting busted as a part of human trafficking and sex rings. Did you have any comment with the human trafficking and the sex rings?
Yeah, I have a comment. I would like to know if he has any affiliations with Masonry. That's what I'd like to know.
Okay, go ahead, brother. Go ahead and put your video back on. Go ahead and put your video back on. That was funny as hell right there. Go ahead. That is a great example of ignorance.
So anyway, the Most High says illegal sex is forbidden, sin and baki, which is abuse, and any superficiality to slander the name of God. On the back of the dollar bill, it says, "In God we trust." If you study a little history about the founding fathers of this nation, they were Masons. In God we trust. There it goes right there. They say they believe in God, but these are Masons, y'all. Who is their God? What is their religion?
Pedophilia. The bottom line is to take over the country and the world.
For what, though?
Power, greed. This goes back over 200 years, back to 1776, with the establishment of an organization known as the Illuminati. And if your listeners don't know what the Illuminati is, they need to run down to the library and look it up and do some research.
That's the language of our Latin ancestors. On the back of a dollar, the plan and the message. Numero uno, inuensuentus. That's the language of our Latin ancestors. On the back of a dollar, the plan and the message.
The Illuminati was founded on May 1st, 1776 by Adam Weishaupt, a professor at Ingolstadt University. Weishaupt obviously had been a serious student of the occult, for many of its bizarre features and symbols were incorporated into his organization. Weishaupt had been active in the Masonic lodges of Germany, and found in them the perfect vehicle for recruiting into his secret order, which he described publicly as the highest level of Freemasonry. The Illuminati was formally incorporated into the Masonic lodges at the Congress of Wilhelmsbad in 1780. There were 8 conspiratorial rings within rings, advancing from the outermost novice inward to rest.
So we could pause right there. So if y'all heard the narrator on that video, he said that a man by the name of Adam Weishaupt founded the Illuminati and incorporated that into Freemasonry, right? And he dealt with occultism, magic, and all of these other things that are associated with the Illuminati. But what also needs to be, I'm going to let you go. What also needs to be
I just want you
pointed
to
out.
play that part again. Can you just play that part again where he said that Adam Weishaupt incorporated just that whole little part? Could you play that again? Just that part.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I didn't hear that part. I didn't hear that part.
I don't. If you can fulfill the wish of the brother, please, sister, please and thank you. We're gonna get it in.
Oh, we've been getting it in.
Right on.
Oh.
So yeah, it's just like about 20, like maybe 20 seconds. But in the meantime, while that's being pulled up, um, I hope that the people out there are learning something. Hope y'all enjoying this bill. It's about truth, knowledge, and understanding and wisdom. You know what I'm saying? So
just for sake of
it's talking about
conversation, which type of Islam do you practice, bro? Are you a Sunni or Nation of Islam or what?
I am divinely RGY is a divine movement that was inspired in 2010 when I received revelation from Allah to start the organization of the RGY. And
Okay, hold on, sis. Hold on, Sister Karima. Can you got to take that share screen down for a second. You got to put me and this brother back up on the screen here for a second. Hold on, brother. Hold on, sir.
I knew it was coming. Let's get it going. I knew it was coming.
Sir. Hold on. Wait a minute, because so you telling me for clarity now, because I don't want to make no assumptions. You saying that you do not practice Islam at all. You practice your own brand new religion that's a version of Islam that you started in 2010 when you got a revelation. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
And you're also saying that online in the public, on media, you represent yourself as Black Jesus Buddha Muhammad, the 33rd X, just for the sole purpose of introducing people to your message. But you have no intention of actually committing to the religion of Christianity or Buddhism or the Nation of Islam or even Sunni Muslims or even any of the other versions of Islam that's out there. You have no intention of joining any of those groups or practicing Buddhism or any of that. You're just using those different religions to market your ideas and message and brand, which is your own religion that you started. Correct?
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Okay, cool. So just let's go ahead and finish up your video.
But in response to ENQI's line of questioning, it still does not place me as a Mason. Because
no, it definitely does not place you as a Mason, champ.
I want to make sure y'all know. I'm not a Mason because I don't bow at any shrine.
But nobody said that you was a Mason.
I am.
We just asking is Jesus a nigga, but we didn't even get to that part yet. So
I
now
I want to clarify it though. I want to make sure I clarify it so that way no one gets confused. Is that I am a man who believes he's been divinely inspired by Allah to create the RGY movement, because the Prophet Muhammad said that in the last day there will be 73 different sects, and one of those sects will be the right one. So my studying Islam, Shiite, Sunni, Sufi, I've studied them. But one thing I've learned about all of these organizations is they have not done one thing, and that's find the Mahdi. Because the Prophet Muhammad said that the light will be given to him, to Ali, and to 12 of his sons. This is Genesis 17:20. Genesis 17:20 talks about 12 princes coming out of Ishmael. So I believe that Allah inspired me to resurrect.
Did you study all of those different versions of Islam before or after you took your Shahada?
I studied all of this after I took my Shahada. When I first came into Islam.
So you took your Shahada, hold on. So you took your Shahada as a Sunni, or what kind of, like, when you took your Shahada, how did you take your Shahada? As what type of practicing Muslim?
I was more in line with the Elijah Muhammad. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, more in line with Elijah Muhammad. Okay, so when you took your Shahada as a Nation of Islam Muslim?
No, I took my Shahada as a Sunni Muslim, but I was more in line with the Elijah Muhammad
Oh, so hold on. So you took your Shahada as a Sunni Muslim, but you was more in line with the Nation of Islam. So as a Sunni Muslim, after you took your Shahada, you were studying Islam with the Nation of Islam. But the Nation of Islam teaches that, hold on, the Nation of Islam teaches that God is a man. Sunni Muslims teaches that as Allah could never fit into a man's body.
Right. That's all theological.
How could you take a Shahada as a Sunni Muslim and then be more in alignment with the Nation of Islam?
Well, this is a great question from Dr. ENQI. Great question. The reason why I took my Shahada as a Sunni was because.
Are you an agent, brother? Hold on. Are you an agent?
I am not an agent. I'm not an agent.
But you are Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, the 33rd X, who studied all these religions after taking your Shahada. So you wasn't loyal to any of the religions. You didn't have no intention. You was building up to create your own brand and do your own thing.
Well, this came as time progressed. So
okay, so even after you made your revelation, though, in 2010, even though still today, right now, you representing Jesus, Buddha, and Muhammad, and the 33rd X.
I know you're feeling a little like you got someone, but I just like my moment.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Let me get off the screen.
Yeah, nevertheless, in 2010, I was searching for some light, searching for some truth, and I ran across a brother who had some information. He began to teach me little things about African culture, African history, and things of that nature, and I started to go out and do my own research. I wanted, like I said earlier, I wanted that Buddha peace. So I was leaning towards Buddhism because that was what I wanted, that peace. But I did not want to leave the narrative that I was raised on, which is Jesus. So when I met this brother who was teaching me about Africa and African spirituality, then it led me to the book of Malcolm X. So I read that book and I said, I like the ideas, and I would go to him, I would talk to him about this book I read. And then he told me certain things that the Nation of Islam believed in that were not in accordance to the true Islam. So he guided me to Sunni Islam. But in my heart, this is without him intervening in my mind and my thoughts, I believe that the black man was God. But I wanted to be able to prove that with the Quran without being deviating from anything I learned from him. So as a young man studying,
hold on, bro. Let me just ask you a quick question. Hold on. The guy was teaching you about African spirituality, and that led you to read a book about Malcolm X, a guy from America. How did African spirituality make you read a Malcolm X book? Wouldn't African spirituality be spiritual systems that was developed on the continent of Africa? Wouldn't that be African spirituality, not Malcolm X? Because Malcolm X, respectfully, Malcolm X got spirituality that was developed in America by Americans, as he was an American, and they were dedicated to Mecca, Jerusalem. That's not even how make the connection for us, Champ, about African. How did you get there? Why didn't you actually study? Because it doesn't sound like you actually studied African spirituality. But go ahead.
Okay, right on. So Malcolm X, he had made a pilgrimage to Africa, and there's a famous picture of Malcolm X with a turban. Right. If you look at the way Muslims wrap their head, the turban in West Africa compared to the people in Saudi Arabia is completely different, because those are what you would call Sufi Muslims. Malcolm X was associating with those type of Muslims when he made his trip. This is the Islam that was advocated to me by this brother that I met in California. So it was an African Islam spirituality, better terminology. That led me to read the book about Malcolm X. I wanted to know more about Malcolm X and his character. So once I read that book, I believed in some of the things that Elijah taught him about the black man being God, right? At the same time, I wanted to still adhere to what I was getting from this brother because he was spoon feeding me, right? So as I began to study the version that he was giving me, right, by a man by the name of Shehu Usman Danfodi out of Nigeria, West Africa. He established a kingdom in the 1900s called the Sokoto Khalifa. If anybody knows anything about West African kingdoms in the 19th century, Sokoto Khalifa is one of the African kings. He was a Muslim king. But their version of Islam was not the version that is being taught in the mainstream, where white folks is trying to give it to us in the ghetto. This is not the Islam that they're teaching in America. He was able to give me a key to that version of Islam in West Africa. That's where my history, my bloodline goes to. So I was more interested in that African Islam that Malcolm had been introduced when he had that turban on. So that's how I connected to African religion or spirituality to Islam and Malcolm X. Is that when Malcolm X had went over to Africa, he was introduced to the Sheikh Uthman and his teaching. So that version of Islam attracted me. It was very African. It was very, it was like a spiritual call. But I also fell in love with some of the teachings and tenets that Elijah said, the black man is God. But one thing Elijah was not able to do was corroborate that idea with the Quran. Is it in the Quran that the black man is God? I was looking for Sufis to answer that question. I was looking for Shiites to answer that question. I was looking for all the different sects to answer that question. Why did Elijah Muhammad, with his ability to unify and resurrect so many Negroes in America from a dark state up to a high state, with this idea that the black man is God? Can we prove this with the Quran? I wanted to know if I can do that. And so I went into independent research. I learned Arabic. The Most High was a voice within me was telling me, study Arabic. You got to read Arabic. So I went hard and I started to learn Arabic. Then I started to go into those books, translating the words, seeing the words, and I started seeing, okay, there is a verse in the Quran where Allah does confirm the white man is the devil, that the black man is God. And these are the things that Elijah did not have at his hand when he was teaching Islam to black folks. He wasn't able to prove that the white man was the devil with the Quran. He wasn't able to prove that the black man is God with the Quran. He was just saying it. But now I'm able to prove that the black man is God with the Holy Quran, and that's why RGY political party was born.
Okay, so hold on. So you believe that the black man is God, not Allah, actually? Or do you believe that the black man is Allah?
I believe that the black man is God, which is translated as Khalifa. Allah is high infinite power. Allah is a high infinite power. Allah is in his own realm. God is God.
So you believe the God, the creator of the universe, was a man?
No, I said that Allah is high infinite power, the Holy Spirit. God is a man. Allah is high infinite power inside the man, which makes him God.
Got you. So you believe it, the two in one. So instead of the Trinity, like the church or the Bible, you believe a two in one theory where there's Allah, then there's man, and Allah inside man makes man God, but he's also separate from Allah at the same time. So you believe in a two in one duality in your religion that you made up. I'm sorry, that you were divinely inspired with. That you were divinely inspired with. Go ahead.
I don't call that a two in one. I call that inspiration. If you want to use that term to build, to build, then we could go forward. It's always about we going forward, right on. So yes, I do believe that Allah.
Okay, let me ask you, for the sake of time, because we've been trying to work through your video for 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? We got to kind of move on.
This is deep knowledge. This is deep knowledge.
Right, but I want to be able to move on and get to the subject matter and everything. So here's the thing, what I'm saying. Is there any part in your video where they're actually going to start to talk about Masonry? Because so far, respectfully, your video is discussing the Illuminati and your video is discussing the Rothschilds. Then you put an argument out there about how these people are trying to take over the world, but your video goes against your argument because you said that these people were trying to brainwash people and blah, blah, blah with Masonry and this, that, and the other. The only evidence we've seen right now is that the imams and a lot of Muslims is a part of human trafficking. That's number one. But number two, these are different groups. And their plot, quote unquote, to take over the world is based on banking. Like the Rothschild family is a banking family. The Illuminati story is about these people getting involved with banking. So you got the Illuminati, which is a fraternity, a group that started in 1776. That's not Freemasonry. You got a Rothschilds, which is a family of Jewish people, right? And those two different groups focus their energy and time on banking. All right, cool. We got that. I've learned that from your video so far. What I'm saying is your video going to present any information on Freemasonry?
Yeah, that's what we was trying to get Karima to go back. We didn't get to that because you had caught something and you wanted to engage me on my spiritual journey, my awakening to my name. But yeah, in the video, Adam Weishaupt actually incorporated the Illuminati in Freemasonry. Okay, he was a professor. I wanted to make sure that that was conveyed to the people, is that these Freemasons, they be college professors. So I'm trying to show you. The brother ENQI made a strong point. He said that the Rothschild family deals with the banking, but they also deal with.
Bro, all Freemasons are not all Freemasons are not college professors. Like, where did you get this from? I'm not a college professor. Like, where are you getting these ideas?
You're not listening. I'm talking about Adam Weishaupt, bro. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Adam Weishaupt, who founded the Illuminati. I'm talking about him. He was a professor at a college. Okay. So here is a Freemason who was also a professor at a college. So I'm showing the people how these Illuminati people will hide behind a college title. It could be your pastor. It could be your Muslim imam. It could be a police officer. It could be your doctor. They can all be Masons, but they're not going to say they're a Mason because they're going to be like, I'm a doctor. It could be a psychologist. They could all be down with the Freemasonry club. You see, they hiding behind all these different type of images so that they can get the agenda. They trying to get the job done. So you see, they hide behind all these different images like a chameleon because they too scared to show their face. But now we here to say Black Jesus Buddha RGY movement. We looking at your ugly face and we saying, booyah! What you talking about? Sister, if you could play that video once again, we're going to continue to let the people know. Yes, Freemasonry is in the Illuminati.
Found in them the perfect vehicle for recruiting into his secret order, which he described publicly as the highest level of Freemasonry. The Illuminati was formally incorporated into the Masonic lodges at the Congress of Wilhelmsbad in 1780. There were 8 conspiratorial rings within rings, advancing from the outermost novice inward to rest.
So right here is a hadith from Muhammad. He says, the light is in me, Ali, and then all of his children up to the Mahdi. So when we're talking about the light, right, we got to remember what this man said. He said, we recognize only the light and not the holder of the light. So if you're going to recognize the light of Islam,
the king.
If you're going to recognize only the light and not the holder of the light, then that's totally un-Islamic. So that's not showing respect. Because ENQI's argument is that we show respect by, we're not going to bow at every temple, but we're going to listen to all of their knowledge, and then we're going to say respectfully, we don't really want to be a Muslim. But according to Muhammad, the light is in Muhammad, and then that light was transferred to Ali and then all of his sons after him. If you heard in the video, I said Adam Weishaupt incorporated the Illuminati into Freemasonry and was considered to be the highest form of Freemasonry. So we know that this thing is on different levels. So I wrote down some different organizations, as the brother said. All Freemasons ain't professors, they're not. But all Freemasons are down with the agenda. Whether you know it, whether they know. Now, if it's a little low budget Mason, maybe he's like a 12th degree. Now, I don't think he has not revealed what degree he is, but if he is a 33rd, then he knows the secret. Okay, so the highest level of Freemasonry is the Illuminati. The Illuminati is the highest, and they deal with witchcraft, secrecy, sacrifices, rituals, So if this is the highest level of Freemasonry, then we know that they into some demonic stuff. Right on. So what we trying to do is get the people to see that Freemasonry is really a cult of Satanism, and they trying to demonize the world and take over the world with their Satan agenda. I believe that their God is Satan, but we're going to continue to listen to the video and let the information speak for itself. And if you got something to say.
Sure, I got a little something. I mean, we can hit the share screen real quick one time for the one time. I always got something. I mean, you know.
Right on.
Yeah, right on. You know, I'm just saying, just a little, I've always got something to say. But sometimes nothing really even needs to be said.
Okay.
It is now a success because this is a symbol. This is an emblem of a secret society of Freemasons called the Illuminati, the German Bavarian Illuminati. They were a secret society founded in the south of Germany. They were called the Illuminati, the illuminated ones, the enlightened ones.
Okay. So you heard the man say they are a secret society of Freemasons. Adam Weishaupt made them the highest branch of Freemasonry, dealing with occult,
please, magic. Hey, just for the sake of time, please just let the video play all the way through because we've been on it for over 2 hours.
Okay, I understand that when we dealing with this subject, that is not a subject that can be just breezed through, brother. So I understand if you're having a little bit of impatience. Just say
it's not impatient. Hold on. Respectfully, if we was doing an organized debate, we would have been doing like 8 minutes.
That's what I thought it was.
So listen, hold on. But you done got 90 minutes already, sir. You gonna have to relinquish the floor. So that's why I'm saying you gotta let the video play. We started after 7. It's after 9 now. You can't like go indefinitely, champ. That's what we all have our own individual channels for, to do that. You got to let your video play. How many more minutes is your video? No. How many more minutes is your video?
I contacted you about.
No. I'm just asking, how much longer is your video?
Right, but I know, but your energy right now is like you acting like I'm doing this intentionally, man. I contacted you.
It's your video. What do you mean? Could you be
not doing it? I contacted you via text about how we were going to arrange this, brother, and you didn't respond. So now it's
no. I told you exactly how we was going to go, and I told you how we was going to do it before the show started. But one person, hold on. You can't. Hold on, listen. You cannot think that us talking.
Okay, yeah, the video is really only 18 minutes. We keep, reminding it and going back to it. It's 12 minutes left in the video, so we only really got past 2 minutes of the video. So yeah, let's play out the video and let's open up the panel or let him get on because we can't, spend too much time on this 18-minute video.
Well, I would say to the people out there, this video is in depth, and if you want to get more information, definitely contact me. You know what I'm talking about? If you like what you hear, drop me a cash app. You know what I'm saying? I am 3 God. That is my cash app. You can continue to play. You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all get what y'all can get. Right on. So these are just basically prophecies about what's going to be happening in the last days. All the things you're seeing right here, famine, right? Yemen, Syria, Palestine, what's going on over there in these countries, that's what's happening. Who did it? The Illuminati. These Freemasons are the reason why they got all this right here. The Prophet Muhammad said you will see a one-eyed liar or one-eyed symbolism as an indication of this false Messiah called the Dajjal. So who promotes this one-eyed symbolism the most? The white man, the United States government, the Dajjal, the Illuminati. These are all end-time signs, y'all. There go your cracker Uncle Sam, George Washington, who was a Freemason who owned slaves, by the way.
Right, so you don't see the Jay-Z's and Kanye West and Rihanna and them. They're not part of the bloodline. They're not Illuminati. These people are not part of the Illuminati. They may be carrying out the agenda, of the Illuminati, but they're not the Illuminati. So the Illuminati, like I said, there are 13 bloodlines, and a lot of times when you hear about people marrying their third and fourth cousin, these things are true among these people because they keep it in the family, so to speak, keep it in the bloodline.
Wow.
They don't want to know what the agenda is. But
Okay, so in God we trust. They have a certain philosophy, the Illuminati, the Freemason. George Washington, who also is known for the Constitution, and Benjamin Franklin, they said that it becomes necessary that one people should rule the world. So this is in the Declaration of Independence. This is right in their declaration. They believe that they are the rulers of the world, but they say they believe in God, who allows homosexuality. Where did this idea come from? It came from the Quran. Allah says, which means that there is going to be a God on the earth, or a Khalifa. So you see, they're taking the ideas from Islam, just like that man Hanley P said. You take the light, but you disrespect the holder of the light. So they take our ideas and then apply it to themselves and create a whole new
global domination. The agenda is to make us debt slaves. So when you talk about the Crown of Council of 13, all right, and then you get into the Committee of 300, which is the world's most richest and most powerful sub-families. Numerology is very big to them. Cult magic, white magic, rituals is very, very critical to them because now it trickles down. And then when you talk about the powerful sub-families, we have to talk about the organizations that they've created. We have to talk about the Trilateral Commission. We have to talk about the Council on Foreign Relations, which is the CFR, which is the Illuminati in America. You have to talk about the, like off the top of my head, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, Club of Rome, Bilderberg Group, pardon me. And then you have to put certain institutions in place to carry out the agenda. You have to put in place the UN, which is the United Nations. That particular land was donated by one of the 13 bloodlines, Rockefellers. You have to put in place the roundtable groups, the think tanks. You have to control people. You have to control the finance, the whole economic structure. You have to control the World Bank. You have to set up banks, but you have to control the World Bank. You have to control international banks. You have to control the International Monetary Fund. You have to control the World Bank. You have to control the IRS. You have to control all the natural resources. You have to control the money, the banks, the oil, gas. So you have to control Shell, BP, Citgo, Chevron. You have to control MasterCard, Visa, Discovery. You understand what I'm saying? In order to control the religions, governments, the educational system, you got to control the media. We need to know that they're the Rothschilds, Axis, the Bundys, Collins, DuPont, Freeman, I believe, Kennedy, Lee, Onassis, Rockefeller, Disney, Russell, the Van Dunn family, Maravigian family, and the Reynolds family.
Wow.
Now, I didn't say McDonald's one time, but McDonald's is associated with the Illuminati. Then we have to talk about the countries that they operate in: America, England, Israel, Australia, China, Japan. Then we have to talk about the Trilateral Commission. We have to talk about the financial groups, research institutions, and other secret societies: Skull and Bones, Bohemian Grove, Knights of Malta, the P2 Lodge. We have to talk about what they own and control. They control this madness that you see on Fox. He's having these discussions, and you scratch your head like, what the hell are they talking about? They control all the politics. They control government leaders and the Supreme Court and the Electoral College, which elects the President of the United States. They control intelligence agencies, CIA, NSA, FBI, KGB, the Mossad, Homeland Security. They control religions. They concocted this thing called Christianity. Then they control it by running these certain churches and these organizations through the National Council of Churches, the World Council of Churches. And they control these Christian fundamentalists, the Jimmy Swaggarts and the rest of these characters. They control the entire educational system, running it through UNESCO and the World Union, and the World Federal Association. So they control corporations and multinational corporations, banks, which support the entire New World agenda. So when you talk about the Carlyle Group, when you talk about the Rand Corporation, Walmart, Ford Motors, Chrysler, ITT.
So this is the verse in the Quran where Allah says that he will make a Khalifa, which is a God, right? Then he also says that it was written that the first man will be black, and then this will be a Sunnah. So the black man is God because Allah established in the beginning the first man to be black. So they're taking information from Islam and then they're applying it to themselves. In the Declaration of Independence, they call themselves the Caliphs of the earth, right? That's what they said. They said that it should be that one people should rule the world. So they believe that they are those one people, the white man. So Elijah Muhammad was right. They are the devil because they believe that they are the one people to rule the world. But that concept and idea came from Islam.
Like I said, give an example. Like, have you seen it go on at any, music award shows or that type of thing?
First of all, no, not at all. They don't operate that way. The Illuminati is a secret society. There are many different secret societies under the Illuminati. There's different rituals that go on in different secret societies. All of them are not the same. The ritual that may go on in the Knights of Malta may not go on in the Skull and Bones. It may not go on the Boule. What I pointed out that these things are going on simply because I started to see it. When you start to see the influx of bisexuality, homosexuality in a genre of music called hip-hop, and hip-hop came out being very masculine, you tend to ask the question, where did this come from? The average hip-hop was hard.
Yeah.
Thrived on being hard. Matter of fact, we tried to be the hardest. Big cats now wearing women's clothes and carrying man purses and earrings and all this kind of cute little stuff. It's like, where is this coming from? What agenda is this? So when I pointed it out at first, we looked to the rituals and the initiation rituals inside of different secret societies, and we tried to pinpoint why they're going through this homosexual ritual in hip-hop. And this was a discovery that the Illuminati have infiltrated hip-hop and set up shop in hip-hop like they did the Masons.
So this is just Elijah Muhammad talking about in his book, The Message to the Black Man, about God choosing the divine representative, which is a Khalifa. Yes, indigenous black men, you're right. They are definitely different branches. Okay, this is the goal of Islam, is to give you the reincarnation. I think he said in the promo about the mystery system, right? But this mystery system is only taught by a chosen. You have to be divinely touched by the Most High to get this knowledge. The Prophet Muhammad said that there's hidden meaning and there's obvious meanings to the Quran, and only those who are embedded with the knowledge will have it. And the only way you can have it is if you're the Khalifa, the God. Allah chooses the God. So now we're going to look at the God of Freemasonry. According to Albert Pike, the God of Freemasonry is Lucifer, Satan. So that's just coming from a Masonic 33rd degree. He said, this is the true Mason, the true sovereign instructors of the 33rd degree. We tell you, we have to repeat to our brothers that this is our God, Lucifer. So this is all in prophecy, right? This is in the Quran. Allah talks about Egypt being a prequel to the end times. So I'm just giving you proof after proof after proof of how everything that's happening right now in the world is tied into eschatology, which is Islam. So they took, Haley P. Hall was right. Haley P. Hall was right. They come and they listen to our message, but then they take what they want from it, and then they create their own, but they don't actually subscribe. Now, if ENQI's going to try to say, isn't that what you did? It sounds like something like I did, but I didn't actually go into the Christian church and do the same thing. I didn't go into the Buddha temple and do the same thing. I don't bow at the Buddha temple. I don't bow at the Christian church. I only bow to Allah. And Allah gave me the divine guidance so that I could be able to bring out the truth. And the truth is that Freemasonry is the religion of Satan. Satan has been able to decorate himself up in different uniforms, like the skull and bones, like the Sigma Phi Data, and all them little historical black colleges with all them little, different type of organizations with the Greek symbols. They all down with the Freemasons, and they all have an agenda. Whether it's economic, whether it's entertainment, whether it's military, whether it's food, it don't matter what branch of human activity that you do, music, what kind of music you listen to, what your kids is getting taught in the schools, all of that. They have full control over that, and the Illuminati is the highest form of Freemasonry according to Adam Weishaupt. So that is the end of my presentation. I hope y'all understand why Freemasonry is not good for the black man. It is not good for us. It's going to destroy us, right on?
All right. That was definitely a presentation. So I guess I will deliver my information in rebuttal format for the duration, of the video, since we already had everybody here for 2 hours on your side of the argument, or at least trying to present your side of the argument. So maybe this could even be the start of a series of conversations. But anyway, do you know who's this gentleman is that's on the screen here, sir?
Yeah, he's a Mason. That's Einstein, the Einstein, whatever, Epstein, the freak. Epstein the freak.
He's a Mason?
Yeah.
What qualifies him to be a Mason?
What qualifies him to be a Mason is his affiliations and some of the. I will have to bring out my proof, but I've seen it. I've seen his associations. It's all you got to do is look at who they associated with. That was what I pulled out in the video. Is that you'll know a Mason by their handshakes, their symbols, and how they associate with other people. The handshake is the most critical way to identify a Mason. They have a language, they talk a certain way, and they move a certain way.
So let me ask you a question. I got you. So this New York imam that's guilty of sex trafficking with the children, is that a representative of Islam?
Is not a representative of Islam. It's not even a character, a trait. It's not even a behavior that we advocate.
It's not a behavior that sexual abuse of children is not a part of Islam?
No.
So how old was did Muhammad not marry a 6-year-old or a 9-year-old as a part of Islam? Is that not a part of Islam?
Well, Muhammad had also had.
Yes or no question. I'm just asking a yes or no question. That's all. It's just a yes or no question.
The answer is no.
Oh, okay. He didn't have any underage wives?
No.
Okay, so and the Quran does not allow for underage sex or underage marriage or anything like that.
Correct. It's not allowed.
And so when I'm showing this article right here of the imams in different places at different time periods that's involved with sexual abuse of children and human trafficking, would you say that that's uncharacteristic of Islam?
I would say that.
Okay, so you agree that there can be people that are a part of an organization that may commit crime, but they should not reflect the entire organization. They should just be held responsible for their own actions, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. You said correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. So then that's the end of that. Because I was thinking in my mind, like if Jeffrey Epstein, because we don't know that he's a Mason, right? But what we do know for sure about Epstein is that he's a physics teacher. So we're not trying to say that Q Butter is involved with, or other physics teachers, just because you're a physics teacher, you must be a pedophile because, hey, I got proof that physics teachers are pedophiles. Look at this. I could find me a physics teacher. Look at this guy right here. This guy right here is a physics teacher and he's a pedophile. Look, I got proof. Physics teacher's a pedophile. See, you're pointing out somebody that was overtly racist and had a lot of other things going on. Not to mention that your whole story, your video, actually tells a different story than you would like it to have told. Your video tells a story of Masonry actually being invaded by a different group. I don't know if you understood what you was listening to, but what you were listening to was these guys tell you how the Illuminati had the objective to take over the world and how the Illuminati invaded Masonry. Like you literally were saying it yourself over and over. Illuminati got into Masonry. Illuminati got into Masonry.
Definitely
So,
didn't say that.
hold on. Sir, you presented your argument.
But I definitely didn't say that. You putting words in my mouth and that's slander. So you might want to check it.
If I'm putting those words in your mouth, then let me apologize. But let me also remind you at the same time that this is a video. So everything that we have said is already on video. So if I'm making a mistake and misspeaking or changing what you said, the people will know it. It's on video. On the flip side, though, if what I'm saying is what you were saying, then they will also know that as well, champ. So that's all I'm saying. And you did admit, for the record, right, just as we was over here, you did say for the record that when people commit crimes as a part of an organization, those crimes should not reflect the organization. It should only reflect the actual individuals who committed the crime, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if there are Masons that have committed crimes throughout the history of time, which there are, that has nothing to do with actual Freemasonry or what Freemasonry teaches. Because we see right here that the Muslim imams, the teachers of Islam, not the practitioners, the actual teachers of Islam are actually human trafficking, at an alarming rate right now. That's a topic in the news, that, several of the Islamic community have gotten together to put together like a task force to seek out this kind of behavior within the Islamic community because it's so prevalent. And they want to make sure that they represent Islam to the world in the right fashion. So I'm not aware. I'm sure that you're probably not aware of what's going on in Islam because you don't really actually practice Islam. In fact, are you a false prophet? Just for the record.
I never claimed to be a prophet.
Oh, so you just started a religion that was divinely inspired. Hold on. You just started a religion that's divinely inspired, but you're not calling yourself a prophet. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Pretty much.
All right. That's cool. And we're moving forward.
Do I have a moment?
No, you don't.
Okay. But I'm glad that we can see you.
Go ahead. You got a moment. Go ahead. Have a moment. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Have a moment.
My moment is this. The man basically, he's trying to basically cover up for his organization. But I showed you the heavy hitters of his organization, Albert Pike and P. Hall. Their duty is to invade religion and act like they a part of the religion, but they're not a part of the religion. So the reality is they don't stand on no principle. The principle of a Mason is no principle. You just be whatever you want to be. A Muslim stands on principle. So if an imam is doing these horrendous things to young children, then we understand if he studied Islam, that will be an un-Islamic thing. So it does not reflect the organization. But a Mason can bow at every temple. A Mason was sent to infiltrate all religions and then act like it's universal knowledge. Also, if I may, the video did also indicate that Freemasonry was incorporated, Illuminati was incorporated into Freemasonry. So it was not that they infiltrated Freemasonry, but they actually incorporated. They said, we like the idea of occultism and magic and rituals because this is the highest form of Freemasonry according to Adam Weishaupt. So no, don't let Dr. ENQI sway you away from the truth that I presented today. Because what I presented was divine knowledge given to me by the Holy Spirit to wake you up about how the Illuminati and the Freemasons have an agenda to take over the world by demonizing, demoralizing, and sabotaging your freedom, justice, and equality. Right on.
Hold on. I got too many screens open on my computer. All right, there you go. All right, so all right. So for the record, Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, the 33rd X. Does the black, actually the word black, does that represent a spiritual system?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, which one? Which one does that represent?
I'm all Islamic, my brother.
No. The black, the word black. Which religion does that represent?
Islam.
Okay, all right. And your Islam says that you are one of the prophets of Islam, correct?
No.
Were you not divinely inspired? You wasn't divinely inspired by God?
All people who are divinely inspired by Allah are not prophets.
Okay, fair enough.
They're also messengers, and they're also Mahdi.
Okay, so in your religion, you are a messenger or a Mahdi of Allah?
Correct.
Okay, and so would the Nation of Islam or the Sunni Muslims recognize you?
No.
Okay. Interesting. All right. So you know what? We can move on from there. One of the claims that you made, before we get to the real topic, is Jesus a nigga. We're going to get to this shit. Try my language. Excuse my language for the family that's listening, because I know a lot of people want to listen to this. So I want to try to refrain from the colorful language. You referred to Islam a lot as wisdom, or the Islamic culture as providing wisdom, saying that the Islam is the only place you can get the wisdom at. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You also said that Freemasonry is evil because they invaded the black culture. Is that also correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Now, what would be the highest form of wisdom amongst people? The highest form of science, or the highest form of science, something that's universally recognized as the highest level of study.
Amongst people, the conscious people, all people in the
all
world.
around the world, sir. Everybody.
Gravity, brother. Gravity.
Mathematics, sir. Mathematics. Let me give you the answer. Let me give you the answer. Mathematics, okay?
So you asked me a question only for you to answer the question that you asked me. Got it.
Correct. Well, that's what happens when you get asked a question. The person that asked the question should actually be in possession of the answer, so that if the person that you asked the question to gets it wrong, you can allow it to be a teaching moment and then provide them with the right answer. You see how that goes?
Well, I also see how it goes when somebody is trying to set somebody up to sound unintelligent, thinking that they have something, but they don't have it.
I'm just asking you a question. You said gravity. Now, hold on. You said that gravity. You said that gravity is the highest form of science. Hold on. You said gravity is the highest form of science.
Universally. What is one thing that all people will consider a universal principle, knowledge, wisdom?
No. The highest form of science.
Pardon me?
I said the highest form of science. And you said gravity. And what I'm telling you is
the highest form of science is Allah, brother. Allah is the highest form of science. There's nothing else to study. Allah.
All right, but let me. Okay, so let me just now. I got you. You're on the record with that. Both of those answers, because you realize you gave 3 different answers just now. We're not going to debate it.
You also said people.
We're not going to debate it. It's all right. Gravity or Allah. Listen. It's okay. Gravity or Allah. It doesn't matter. Listen. Hold on. Gravity or Allah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's okay. Okay. So
it don't matter.
Okay. So. Which one of those is more powerful in today's world, gravity or Allah? Clarify it for us.
Allah will be more powerful because Allah is the power that made gravity.
Okay, that's cool. That clarifies both of your answers into one answer. In the actual world of provable sciences, right? Outside of the world of conjecture and belief, people use number. So whether you're dealing with the periodic table, whether you're dealing with quantum mechanics, whether you're dealing with geology or any of these sciences, the underlying communication that you have is number so that you can quantify. You can't quantify, you can't calculate, you can't discern, you can't make anything intelligible. So, in terms of transmitting knowledge and understanding wisdom, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, right? As you said that you understand, how can that happen without mathematics?
Oh, how can that happen without mathematics? You get divinely inspired by the Holy Spirit. It just comes right inside of you. And you, boom, all of a sudden, you're like, whoa, now the wind is blowing. Hold on. How come the birds are chirping right now? What's going on with the birds? Why are they acting like that? Suddenly, you just like notice that every time you show up and you just walk into a room, everyone's staring at you. And then all the energy around you is like gravitating the animals, the wind, and kids. And it's like, whoa, what is this? This is something divine. I didn't need no number. I didn't need mathematics for that. I actually didn't need no number to tell me that. I just realized by observation and being aware that there's something going on in me. And whenever I step into a room, it's just like, damn, it's like I'm like a light. And they can't stop being noticed. They can't stop noticing it. So when I realized that there was something going on that I wasn't conscious of, but now I'm conscious of, I realized there was a divine being out there because it's
okay. So let me ask you a question. Hold on. I got you. You're making your answers too lengthy, champ. We got to shorten them up. So listen to what I'm saying. So, did the Islamic teachers, did those Islamic teachers that was teaching mathematics, did they get that math? Like, how did they get that math? The Arabic Islamic culture, where did they get their knowledge and understanding of math from? Did they get divinely inspired or what? Like, where did they get their math from?
I believe they were divinely inspired because all the messengers of Allah taught mathematics. Imam Sadiq, one of the greatest, taught mathematics, and he was divinely inspired by Allah. So
can you actually give us the record of the origin of mathematics real quick? Like, can you give us some actual numbers real quick? I'll give you the space and the time that you need to give us some numbers on mathematics.
Well, see, being that you've already confessed out of your mouth that you're a Mason, if I come into the realm of Islam, it wouldn't matter to you because you don't bow at my temple. So if trying to give you a
are you trying to make an excuse for quitting? Are you tapping out? Hold on. Are you tapping out?
Well, based off of
are you tapping out? I'm asking you a question. Are you tapping out right now? Hold on. Are you tapping out? Yes or no? Are you tapping out? Yes or no?
Based on your own theology, you tapped out. But what I can do is try to persuade you to my way of thinking, my brother. So here's how it happened.
Listen, your time is over. Hold on. Your time is over. You're answering questions right now. Listen, your time is up. I'm presenting right now. And as a part of my presentation, I'm asking you questions. So you only have the opportunity to answer. Your time is, you spent 2.5 hours with your shit. We seen your video, champ. We got it. Rothschild, Illuminati, Professor Griff. We saw your whole shit. We got the whole program. This is something else now. So now you have the opportunity to answer questions. If you get caught in questions that are too tough for you to answer, you have the opportunity to quit and gracefully bow out. Those are the only two options you have. You can continue in the debate by answering the questions and participating, or you can decide you don't want to answer any more questions and gracefully tap out. And then Karima could delete you off the screen, and I'll just teach by myself for the next hour or so with my presentation. Those are your two options.
Or what you could be is a genuine Mason, and you can admit to the people that before we went live, you said this was not a debate but a conversation. How about you do that? Oh, okay, that's what I thought. So in a conversation, you go back and forth and you have a conversation.
Correct. And you went forth for 2.5 hours, brother. Stop. You went forth for 2.5 hours. Are you answering the questions or not?
You're also talking within those 2 hours too. So please.
So are you, because I was answering questions and I was asking questions. So are you going to answer the questions, brother? Yes or no? Are you going to answer the questions, brother? Yes or no?
Repeat your question.
Okay. Can you give us an origin date for mathematics from the Islamic community?
The origin date of mathematics is infinite. That's the origin date. There is no date. Because mathematics is Allah. Allah is the mathematics.
Hey, Shalom, Dr. ENQI. Hey, can I ask Black Jesus a question?
Sure, go ahead. I don't want him to get lost on your question, though. So if it gets too crazy, I got to jump back in there. But go ahead.
I'm going to ask my question later on, then continue on with the program. All
right. Because I don't want him to get too far away.
Hold on, brother. Because that little chuckle right there was almost as if y'all was have an understanding, as if you're questioning your line. Let me tell you something. This has been the most toughest line of questioning that I've ever had on anybody's show. Even Solar Mind couldn't do this. So I'm saying, if you saying that you, with that chuckle, that you can do better than ENQI, then really you should be in my seat. Because I have never been
trying to distract the audience. That's not what the brother was doing. Come on, man. Stop with these little tricks. Listen, you're not going to get away from this. You're not getting away from this. Listen, you had 2.5 hours. Hold on. You had 2.5 hours to present your material. And so now it's my turn. That's the only reason why I told the brother. And you don't have an understanding of how people have to have mutual respect, brother. His little chuckle was not about a nefarious plot to overthrow the religious paradigm of Black Jesus Muhammad. Like that's not what it is, champ. It's just a matter of mutual respect for information.
Hey, brother, it sounds like he's your handler. Is he speaking for you? Or
wow, it sounds like he's my handler because he wants to ask you a question. Bro, that religion that you have is a wild religion. I'm just saying.
I know.
Hold on. I got you. Hold on. Let me get to my information. So, this right here, though, just so we could be on the same page with some actual science, right? So we could get some info in, right? This right here is the Islamic claim to fame for mathematics. Right? Let's take a look at this book here. This is the Islamic claim for mathematics. Right? What's the source on this? Hold up. You telling me that as a Muslim, a person that practices Islam, you don't know this book here? You telling me that a person that's not Islamic is teaching you Islam right now? You mean to tell me that I'm teaching you your culture right now? You need a source on this book?
Yeah. The
Here's
Prophet
just
Muhammad said there will be 73 sects, only one will go into paradise. So there are a lot of sects
all
out
right,
there.
all right, champ. Listen, you're respectfully, you gotta relax. The people want this information, and honestly, you need this information as well. So just relax right now. This right here is the book that mathematics in the Islamic community. This is their origin point for having mathematics and being able to teach mathematics in Europe and throughout the rest of the world. Right? So I want to be able to just show you this for the record so you can see what's what, where, yada, yada, how things, all right, where things came from. Now we're going to go to how they got this. Would you like to explain to us where they got this from?
No, that's why I asked you.
Okay, I would
Never
tell
heard of
you
the
that.
source. Never heard of the source because I am I'm one who believes in divine inspiration. Allah says in the glorious Quran that He reveals information. That's how the Quran was revealed. The Quran was revealed by revelation, meaning the whole entire book didn't come from somebody going to some school or anything. The prophets of Allah, the gods, the chosen ones, they were all divinely inspired. Moses was divinely inspired. These are people who had been visited by a being out there, a force, a high infinite power who spoke to them, and then they said, I hear something, and here's what it's telling me to do. Like Neo in the Matrix. Like you're being chosen to do something, you get some inspiration, you get some knowledge. Moses said, hey, I'm going to the fire. You go to the fire, suddenly you hear somebody talking to you. That's some African stuff. Now in Africa, they talk to the fire. So we want to talk about African spirituality. There's nothing more spiritual and African than a man named Moses talking to a fire. So that's what happens to the chosen ones. When we want to get information about numerology and calculations, we're going to get that from the spirit, and it's going to come directly to us, and then we're going to tell you the answer. That's how Allah chooses the chosen ones, the Khalifas, the gods of the earth. This is our culture, and I stand on it. People who go to college and learn about religion, you're not really going to learn about the religion because all these religions, Islam and Christianity, all came from people who were divinely inspired. These are people who had no college education, people who never went to school, never studied under nobody. These are people who were touched by the Holy Spirit, and they said, this is what it's telling me. And then people believed in them, and they were called the believers. Those were the believers. Now, everybody today trying to study the life of Jesus and trying to teach his doctrine, these are the people who go to school. But the real learners of this esoteric knowledge, they were students of people who had no college education, no worldly education. That's how we understand the Bible and the Quran. You got to get it from a person who's been touched by the Most High.
Okay, so hold on. We heard what you said. Now that's okay. Now you doing now. I got to grab the mic from you. Okay, so I'm gonna assume that IslamMessage.com is people that's a part of the Islamic community. Now, let's see what they say about where y'all got y'all mathematics from. Caliph and Pharaoh, how Al-Mu'mar entered the Great Pyramid. Caliph, blah, 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 da, 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 supported the da, da, da. One of the curious, yada, yada, complaints seemed to was done with the help of fire. Here we go. According to the Arab chronicler Abd al-Latif and the famous traveler Ibn Battuta, this was done with the help of fire and pointed iron stakes. First, the stones were heated, then cooled with vinegar, and when cracks appeared in them, chopped into pieces with iron stakes. Okay, this is how, listen, just so you understand, this is how your man, the Caliph of Islam, right? This is how the Arab Caliph of Islam broke into the pyramid. This is how they broke into the pyramid and stole mathematics. This is how they stole mathematics from actual African culture, you know, from out of the pyramids. In fact, those Arabs representing Islam were the first people to make it inside the pyramids on record. They were the first ones to actually break into the side of the pyramid. And directly after they broke into the pyramid is when they produced their first book on mathematics. And to take it a step further, just to wrap it up in this portion of the conversation as I move forward. So the Islamic community actually is on record breaking into the Black African community, stealing their knowledge and wisdom and passing it off as their own. And clearly you are unaware of that because you're not even aware of the mathematics books. You're not aware of any of the names or any of the information I just displayed on the screen. And as a person that is, you know, deeply stoked into studying all the branches of Islam and of wisdom and understanding and knowledge, I don't know how you studying knowledge, wisdom, and understanding without mathematics. I don't know how you study knowledge, wisdom, and understanding with gravity. That right there is probably your greatest trick of the night. You telling us that you can study, get knowledge, wisdom, and understanding from gravity. That was amazing right there for the record. That was like, yeah, that was priceless. I just got to say that was priceless. So, I will further debunk. But anyway, so I guess you could go back to the share screen, sis. Let me go back to the share screen. Let me finish this good old-fashioned meal we preparing. So anyway, as if you still are a practicing Muslim or a part of the Islamic community, you might want to look up this information. Right, you might, as a beautiful part of the Islamic tradition, though, you might want to know what this is. The compendious book on calculation. You know what I'm saying? I could even take it further, you know, and give you the exact papyri. Right, I can give you the exact papyri where some of the, you know, just in case you know. You can look up the AHA problems, AHA problems. You can look up the Rhine mathematical papyri. I mean, yeah, those are good places to start. You could just start right there, you know, with the AHA problems, you know, like where the actual term AHA came from. You might not have that right there you might not have known that AHA is actually a system of mathematics from Kemet. Can you recognize? Has Islam taught you how to recognize African spirituality when you see it? When you say the word AHA, did you know that was a form of African spiritual? That was an African spirituality that actually produced mathematics. Did you know that?
I know that what you're trying to
okay, I'm asking you a yes or no question. Did you know the information, brother? Come on now, we don't have time for you to do that. We don't. That's why I asked you if you was going to answer the question. See, I understand right now.
You're not really saying it.
Okay, I understand, brother. I understand. I got you.
Creating false information.
I got you. I understand.
False information. Again, this is the behavior of a Mason, is that they say we recognize the light and not the holders of the light. So he's attempting to say, how do you not know this is Islamic and you're a Muslim, right? Okay, so you're like determining what books we read. But I just gave the prophet that there was 73.
Hold on.
A Mason cannot determine what Islamic curriculum is. You're not the one who designs the curriculum because you're not even a Muslim. You're a Mason. So how are you going to tell me that this is not? This is not.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Have you seen Menace to Society? Wait, bro.
This is what I've seen.
Hold
I've
on.
seen a
Black
man.
Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad. Hold on. It's my turn, sir. Relax. You gotta show some discipline. Hello. You gotta show some discipline. Did you see? Let me ask you a question. Did you see Menace to Society? Have you seen that movie? Have you seen the movie Menace to Society, sir? Yes or no?
I have spotted it. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember the part where he was in the interrogation room and he said, "You know, you just fucked up right now"?
I know that's what you about to try to say right now. What you about to try?
No. I'm just asking you. In the movie, do you remember that part?
I know that you're going to try to say that. So what you trying to say?
I'm just asking you. You remember that part in the movie? Yes or no?
I know that part. Yes, I do.
Okay. Why did he say that to him?
Obviously, he thought that he had made a mistake. Correct?
What type of mistake?
I can't remember the scene, but that's the moral.
It was a contradiction. It was a fundamental contradiction in his argument, his statements for the evening. That's what it was. He was asking him some questions, and he gave an answer to a question two different ways and presented a fundamental flaw in his situation. And I wanted to see if you had recognized that, because if you did, you might be able to recognize it in this moment. See, right now, you just said, again, on the record.
You recognize a mistake if you're not a Muslim.
Hold on, sir. Wait a minute. It's okay. It's okay. Listen, you got to relax. I'm speaking. It's my turn. You got to relax. I'm going to explain what you just did. And you're going to have to relax. You don't realize that you spent 2 hours trying to present to us a book written by Manly P. Hall. What you did not even know his name, respectfully. And you said that book, oh, relax, champ. And you trying to hang the entire system of Masonry on this book. Now here we go, 2 hours later, only for you to say, wait a minute, you as a non-Mason cannot tell us which books that Muslims are supposed to know about. But you just, as a non-Mason, presented to us books that every Mason's supposed to know about. You said that Manly P. Hall book is the book of Masonry, and Manly P. Hall defines what Masonry is in his book. That's a secret book, but you bought it. It's available clearly. I showed all over in the public. It's always been a public book. It's never been a secret private book. It's always been a public book. He's a public author. He writes public books. It's not a Masonic book, even if it's authored by a Mason, right? That's like if you go to a restaurant and you buy dinner from a Mason, a chef, and he's a Mason. That don't mean your chicken is Masonic chicken. That just means that the chef belongs to a Masonic fraternity. But that don't mean when you get chicken from him, because he made chicken, it's Masonic chicken. Like it's just chicken. Like you're not able to bear the same burden of any of the arguments you put forward. Literally, your name is Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad. And we all, honestly, respectfully, bro, thought that you was wilding when we thought that was it. Like when we just thought that you was representing Islam, but your name was Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, 33rd X, we already thought you was wilding. But when you said that you made up your own religion and you no longer even practice Islam, oh my goodness. Your whole argument about Masons being able to worship at different, that whole went out the window with your name. The book argument went out the window just now, as you said that a non-Muslim cannot define the reading program for Muslims. Okay, so that means that a non-Mason cannot describe what a Mason's supposed to study, or what books we're supposed to read, or how we define ourselves. As you say that a non-Muslim cannot define a Muslim, we understand that a non-Mason cannot define a Mason. So what I'm saying is none of your arguments proved anything about Masonry thus far yet, except for the fact that Masons clearly have a much more well-rounded respect for God and how people view God than whatever religion it is that you're practicing. That's the only thing that we've learned so far conclusively in contradistinction. To go even further, right? The other argument with your video does not connect Masonry to any bad behaviors or anything. You only showed that Masonry was infiltrated by other organizations. And you also showed that these guys are saying that they created organization by picking members from the Masonic organization. So all throughout your videos, brother, you actually make my point and show that Masonry was actually invaded by Illuminati and those other organizations. You actually showed that Masonry is separate and distinct from the Rothschilds, the Illuminati, and the Bilderberger group, and all the other things that was in your video, quite honestly. So again, none of that actually addressed Freemasonry. However, I did show you a variety of news clips of the imams out there with the human trafficking that's going on right now. We're not going to pull up. I'm not going to show you Manly P. Hall from 200 or 100 years ago and pick up this book and say, woo woo. I'm going to show you what your people is doing right now today, and then let you wrestle with that as you say that you don't practice Islam anymore. In fact, I don't even know why I'm saying that, because you don't practice Islam, you practice your own religion that you were divinely inspired to. You are a Mahdi or messenger of Allah. And you teach that man lives within, or Allah lives within man as defined by your religion, as opposed to Islam or the Nation of Islam, which is the purpose of your religion, to correct the Nation of Islam and Sunni Islam. So you actually are saying to us tonight that you are more intelligent than Elijah Muhammad, correct?
No, I'm not saying that.
So why would you need to put out a better version of Islam than what Elijah Muhammad put out? Are you saying that Elijah Muhammad's system was not the correct system, right? Yours is, right?
I'm saying that the great honorable Elijah Muhammad, where he forever rest in peace, without question, taught Islam during the time where many people didn't know Islam. And so his ability to convey the truth was not corroborated with the facts, with the Quran. So what I have done was I have only validated and increased and elevated the most honorable Elijah Muhammad by giving the verses. So no, I'm not better than Elijah Muhammad. He's a messenger as I am.
So hold on. So if his version, hold on. If his version was correct, why is there a need for yours? What is your version of Islam providing that Elijah Muhammad's did not?
Again, as a conversationalist, and a very well conversationalist, I must say, all praises due to Allah, is that one must convey and one must listen and one must listen and one must convey. When I give a response, I would love to have the same ear that I give the person who's conveying, if that doesn't bother you too much. Because this is also an indication of one's ultimate conviction to what one believes. As a matter of fact, it also shows the outstanding fortitude of that faith. I've been looking for peace ever since I was 21. And now as I am in my 34th year and on this earth, I have displayed such extraordinary discipline in this show, and many of the people will see. I also want to say that, yes, Brother ENQI is right. Because a non-Mason is not able to define what a Mason is, a non-Mason cannot define what a Muslim is, so that is a draw. We will say that is a draw. In terms of me not knowing
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. How would you being wrong be a draw? I think when you're wrong, that's called the L. Hold on. Stop, sir. Stop. When you're incorrect, it's not called a draw. It's called the L. It's a knockout. It's a knockout. It's not a draw when you're wrong. See, when you say,
but then you've been on the floor the whole night, because that's what I said. You just
I got
what I said.
I understand.
So
okay, I got
my argument and my own ammunition to fight against me. So that's a draw if you want to play that out. The reality is I did present Masonic authors. So these are the authors who define Masonry. Now he is a Mason who's defining.
Okay, sir, hold on. We're not getting into your argument. You're only answering questions. Your argument time is over. Let's go ahead and hit the share screen so we can get back into this information. Your information time is over, sir. Your teaching time is over. You talked for 2.5 hours straight. Listen, I'm as patient as anybody. People that's watching this is gonna know that I've been super patient because you had the floor for 2.5 hours, sir. You gotta relax. Now,
2 hours.
We want to hear this. Listen, we want to look at this.
You was a part of it, though. You act like I was.
And you're gonna be a part of this. You're gonna be a part of this, but you can't direct this conversation. See, that time has passed. You're gonna be a part of this conversation, but you're no longer directing it because it's my turn to have the floor.
You said a whole lot, and as you were saying,
I'm gonna continue to, sir. It's my goal. You gotta relax.
So when you ask me a question, I'm going to answer the question.
No. And I'm going to only listen to about 2 minutes of your answer. You're not going to go into a 30-minute tirade every time I ask you a question. You have to relax. Young man, please relax.
So you see what I'm saying? When you want to have a conversation and edify the people, then the people are also looking at how you conduct yourself in a conversation. So I ain't over here screaming at you because I'm cool like that cat. So if you can't be cool like that cat, then you already lost the argument, brother. Because people are judging that. You forgot about that, manners. So you already lost the debate because I'm winning in that department. So with regards to me being a Muslim who practices his own version of Islam, then that's the same argument I can put for ENQI. Because if ENQI is saying that a non-Muslim cannot define a Mason, and the Mason I gave sources.
Bro, you bugging, bro. Yo, listen. Yo, you gotta stop. Yo, you gotta stop. Listen, I'm gonna have to ask Karima to put you on mute. I'm gonna have to ask her to put you on mute. Thank you.
You gotta let him present his information. If he's asking so he can present some information, you have to let him present it. He's sharing his screen, so just give him a minute to present the information, and you can get back to your what you was trying to say. But it's his turn. Hold on. Yes, it's his turn now. He did let you go. I'm sitting there watching. He did let you go. Present your video. Now it's his turn to present his information. Yes, if he allow you to go back and forth with him and take up all the time, then it's up to him. But if he don't, then give him back the time and, yield a little bit. Okay? It's all good.
All right.
Thanks. Share your screen.
All right. There we go. Let's get back to the work here. All right. Here we go. So I guess after we give the brother a few moments to cool off, I'll bring it back into the fold of the conversation. So, I almost am scared to ask the brother if he acknowledges. Well, let me go ahead and ask the brother. Hopefully the brother doesn't get caught up and get too passionate. Is the Quran an offshoot of the Bible? Yes or no?
I'm gonna tell you like this. The whole time when I had my 2 hours, we was conversating, and the Kareem ain't say nothing about I could cut you off, because the reality is when you was talking, I listened, because that's what a conversation is. from what you told me in the back chat, we was having a conversation, not a debate. Now you want to sit here and regulate how I talk because you scared that I'm about to give you that work. And now you got Karima backing you up. But it ain't about to go down like that, sir. It ain't about to go down like that. If you can't handle me, then just say you can't handle me. But the reality is you coming up here putting this information and then trying to say, stop. Whoa. Relax, brother. I'm so calm like that cat. You is not more disciplined than me. I've shown more discipline than you will ever show. You a Mason. I'm a Muslim and I'm looking better than you. What you talking about? Don't come at me like that, man. I'm coming with the most discipline that you will ever see in a young black man you will ever see in your life. And that's a fact. You ain't never seen nothing like me.
Okay.
Don't play that game.
All right. Okay. So with that being said, the reality is this. You try to act like I have my own organization, which is true, but then that was disassociating me with the Muslim world. But you said the same thing, that I can't define a Mason, so you just went against P. Hall. So you defining what a Mason is yourself. So you got your own Mason clique. You got your own Mason branch, like I got my own Islamic branch. That's another draw. So you don't have you have nothing over me. It's just draw. That's all you're doing. You just saying the same thing. Sir. The people really don't want to continue to just hear you go on to a tirade. We want you to answer the question. Now listen.
Put this information out. So to that.
All right. So are you going to be able to participate in the conversation, bro? Because I let you go on for 2 hours.
And I let you be a part of the 2 hours. You act like
I'm asking you to be a part of the conversation, but you're disrupting the conversation.
I appreciate you. I appreciate what you've done in the community, but you're
preventing the conversation from going forward is what you're doing.
This is the Lions Den. They let us get 2 hours. First of all, don't get too arrogant. They let us get 2 hours. Don't say I let you get. No, this is
I didn't say.
Lions.
Hold on. We're talking about the conversation, sir. The people watch you present your argument from start to finish.
Don't get big-headed. Don't get too cocky, bro. Don't get too cocky,
bro. How much time of ours are you gonna waste? You the one being cocky and arrogant on here, and you're wasting everybody's time.
You mad because I'm calling out your cockiness? Yeah, you ain't give me no 2 hours because you was in the 2 hours talking with me. What are you talking about?
Are we gonna get back to the Are we gonna get back to the conversation, or are you using this to acknowledge your ass whooping for the night?
We hope that the people are definitely knowing the truth, and I know the third eye is open. If your third eye is open, you're gonna know who really got this. Because now he's calling it a debate, but he said it was a conversation, but now it's a debate. So y'all gonna know what your third eye what it was.
Okay.
Continue.
All right. So, are you gonna answer the question, sir, or not?
What was your question?
Wow. Does the Quran come from the Bible?
That wasn't your question.
That was my question. That was my question.
That was not your question.
Oh my
God. So
God.
the joke is on you. The joke was on you.
Okay.
Come on.
All right, but that's my question now then. How about this? That's my question now. Can we go forward? My question now, sir, is does the Quran come from the Bible? Yes or no?
No. Nope.
So the characters and the stories in the Quran are original to the Quran and not the Bible.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
And when was the Quran written?
The Quran was written by the earliest.
Man. What's the earliest actual evidence that you can provide for the Quran?
Oh, the Quran is the actual evidence. In the Quran, Allah calls it the Kitab, the mother book, the book that's with Allah. Allah has a book of his own. All of these books were revealed in stages and phases.
Dr. ENQI.
Yeah.
Brother, this the Israelites talking, man. The Quran is our little homie. You know what the deal is.
Hold on. Relax. I don't want him to think.
What are you doing, fam?
Yeah. Like, hold it down. I got you, family. Relax. I just want, because I don't want him to have no. You see, he's looking for a parachute right now. He's looking for an excuse. He's looking for something. So listen. Hold on.
Hey, get your little. What you talking about, man?
All right. So can you provide us with the date for the actual first revealing of the Quran?
In terms of it's written, as you asked, the written Quran,
Yeah.
by man, it was around 700 AD, after the Prophet Muhammad died. Ali wrote that.
Okay. What is the earliest date that you're aware of on the Bible or the books of the Bible?
The earliest date of the Bible,
Yeah.
the King James Version, will be 1511.
No, sir. I didn't say the King James Version. I said the
Well,
Bible.
What version are you talking about? What version are you talking about?
Oh, how about the Torah? How about the Torah? How about the Torah?
Okay.
How about the Septuagint? How about the Septuagint? What you got on that?
Yeah. So the Septuagint obviously was written before the Holy Quran, but I thought you said the Bible. So the Bible is not the Septuagint or the Torah. The Torah is one thing and the Bible is another thing. The Bible is a conglomeration of different books, all conglomerated as one book. So if you're talking about the Torah, then yeah, the Torah was before the Quran in terms of its written form. But the revelation of the Quran was already written in the al-Kitab, as Allah calls in the Quran, in the book that's with him up there in the seventh heaven. So Allah
now let me ask you a question. Hold on. Did Allah give you private access to read and verify the book that he has with him in heaven?
That's correct.
You saying he did give you access to read this book that's with him in heaven?
The not the al-Kitab, but I have access to the Quran, how to interpret the Quran, how to understand that book. Yes.
No. I'm saying, did you see the book that Allah has with him in heaven? Did you see that book as well?
No, not the al-Kitab. No.
Okay, so you don't have any actual tangible proof of that, but you do have tangible proof that at least the Torah was written before the Quran was written, like on the real world, in the real world.
Okay, so you asked me two questions. The first question was, you don't have any evidence of the al-Kitab. The evidence of the al-Kitab is the Quran itself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because that's what I.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. This right here, look at this. Hold on. Look, this is a nail clipper. Hold on. This is a nail clipper. Right? Listen, this nail clipper has a date that it was invented, right? But is it safe to say that the idea for this nail clipper was in the bosom of Allah from the beginning of infinity?
You said the idea?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So is this nail clipper a divine nail clipper of Allah?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yep.
Okay. All right. Just so you know, I use it on my toenails and on my dog as well, just for reference.
That's good to know.
All right. So as you go ahead, Sister Karima, we're gonna go ahead and hit the share screen.
Yeah, I put my
Sister Karima, we're gonna go ahead and hit the share screen. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at this book here. And we're just going to examine some things so that way we don't get into the way of the brother as much as possible. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and read 2 Samuel right here. Hiram, king of Tyre, sent envoys to David along with cedar logs and carpenters and stonemasons, and they built a place for David. Okay, so I'm showing you that Masonry goes back to before, because I believe you mentioned early on in the conversation, not the debate, the conversation. I believe you mentioned in the conversation that Masonry was created by white folks. Is that correct, sir? Did you say that Masonry was created?
I did not say Masonry. I said Freemasonry. Come on.
Okay, right. You said Freemasonry was created by white folks, right?
That's what I said.
Right. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. That's how I'm going to show you that A, you're wrong, and yes, Jesus is a nigga. After this long whole conversation, we're going to get to this word. I know.
But now you're not going to associate the Torah with your little Freemasonry, satanic, demonic ritual. You're not going to do that because this has nothing to do with Freemasonry. It has nothing to do with Freemasonry. This is something totally different.
I know, because hold on, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. Stop. You're not having a tirade on my go, sir. You got to relax.
You're not having
you already admitted, hold on, you already admitted that a non-Mason cannot define Masonry. So you have to relax. Non-Mason, I need you to relax, non-Mason, I need you to relax.
Interpret your book. You need to get a Torah Knight up in here to defend your book. Now you got this Mason trying to talk about your scripture. See, that's why I don't like Mason, because now they want to interpret your book now. Now this is I'm the Quran. Now he's trying to interpret the Bible. That's where you at, Torah. See, where's my little Shalom brother? Why you ain't talking, Shalom? See, now he gone now. Look at that. Why the Shalom brother ain't coming here and defend that verse? You a Torah brother, right? You an Israelite.
Bro, this is why you're going to have to be put on mute if you can't get no self-control. You're going to have to let this information happen to you. You're going to have to let this happen to you, champ. It's going to have to happen to you, bro. You're going to have to let this happen to you. Now, you already in here. Now, you got to let this happen. Okay? I'm not doing nothing with the book. We're just going to read what the Bible say. And when we read what the Bible say, we're going to deal with the Bible on the Bible's terms. That's all we're going to do. This is the problem with y'all people. Y'all keep trying to misinterpret what it say. I'm just showing you what the book said.
I didn't even interpret it.
Okay, so relax. Calm yourself down.
That's the problem with you Freemasons. Y'all think y'all can dig in everybody's book and try to interpret it for us. That's the problem with y'all.
Why would I be interpreting it for you by allowing you to read it yourself?
Because you look. First of all, get a Torah man up here. Get a Torah man up here to read that verse.
I'm gonna need you to relax, champ. You're gonna have to put yourself on mute or show some ability to control yourself.
You're gonna have to stop with the shuckle bucking because you're not gonna come in our.
All right, sis. We got to get him.
Let's get it. Get me.
She gonna get you. She gonna get you already. She done warned you. So now again, Hiram, king of Tyre, sent messengers to David along with cedar logs, stonemasons, and carpenters to build a palace for him. Right? We're just walking through the Bible and we're looking at some passages. Right? Let's go over to. We're going to see what the Bible say. That's all we're doing. Brother has been having lots of outbursts. What does this say? Rebuilding the temple. They gave money to the masons and carpenters and gave food and drink and olive oil to the people of Sidon and Tyre so that they would bring cedar logs by sea from Lebanon to Joppa as authorized by Cyrus, king of Persia. We're not going to put no spin on anything we read in here. We're just going to make people aware of what the book says. What does this say? The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Quick question, brother. It's a yes or no question. Are you aware, and your name is Jesus, so I'm going to assume these are all fair questions. Are you aware that Jesus is referred to as the cornerstone in the Bible? Are you aware of that?
I mean, I am now.
Okay. I'll take that answer. Yes, sir. continue to move through here. Let's go over to Matthew. Over to Matthew. Let me see, 21.
The Masonic lessons. Here come the Masonic lessons.
We're not reading a Masonic book though, brother. This is the Bible, which is the premier or the originator or the predecessor to the Quran, whether you believe that or understand that to be correct or not. At least on the physical earth, we know that the Bible comes before the Quran. Here again, I got you. You don't have to agree, champ. You just got to relax. So again, we just looking at these verses. Jesus said to them, have you never read in the scriptures? The stone builders rejected has become the stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. The Lord has done this, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Okay, so this again is Jesus talking. He said, the stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. The Lord has done this, and it is marvelous in our eyes. I wonder who the builders are. I wonder who the builders are, because builders better not be Masons, because if builders are Masons, which clearly we see the word used over and over in the Bible interchangeably, builders and Masons, as well as carpenters, then you might be in trouble, champ. I'm just saying you might be in trouble, champ. It's okay. Jesus, we might find out Jesus is a nigga. We might find that out tonight. So I'm just saying, we're going to relax. This is going to be a relaxathon. How about that? We're going to have a relaxathon. Let's go on over here. A relaxathon. We're going to go. Oh, wait. Yeah, we're going to go to 1 Chronicles 22. We're going to go to 1 Chronicles 22. And then we're going to jump down into 1 Chronicles 22. And we're going to read right on up in here. For you will be successful if you carefully obey the decrees and regulations that the Lord gave to Israel through Moses. I'm going to read that again. For you will be successful if you carefully obey the decrees and regulations that the Lord gave to Israel through Moses. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or lose heart. I have worked hard to provide material for the building the temple of the Lord. For building the temple of the Lord. I just wanted to, for the record, we just studying out. We moving through. Right? We're just looking at some of the things that are in this book.
So are you trying to imply that Freemasons are Christians now?
I'm not implying anything, brother. You got to relax. We just looking at the book.
I'm just asking you a question, man. Stop getting all soft like that, man.
I'm going to keep answering you the same way every time you come with the same question. You got to relax. I'm showing you the book. You're asking me the same question in a variety of ways, champ.
You're showing verses with the word.
Acts 4:11 says, he is the stone which was rejected by you, the builders. Hold on. Relax.
No, you need to relax.
It says right here, I'm just showing you what the information says so you don't think that I'm saying it. Look, it says right here that Jesus is the one referred to in the scriptures. So when they saying he is the stone, the cornerstone, they saying Jesus. I'm just showing you what the scriptures say, not me. So you can't say, oh, so what you expect us to think that the Bible say this, or you expect us to think the Bible say that? I don't expect you to think anything. That's why I'm just reading the book. We're just looking at passages in the book. Okay, so let's go to 1 Corinthians. Let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 3. Right? We're going to go to chapter 3 and see what chapter 3 says. Chapter 3, the church and its leaders, brothers and sisters, I cannot address. Let's go on down to. Okay, let's just start. Actually, let's just read the whole thing. Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, okay? So we're going to start right there. Brothers and sisters. I could not address you as people who live by the Spirit, but as people who are still worldly, mere infants in Christ. I gave you milk, not solid food, for you were not ready yet for it. Indeed, you are still not ready. You are still worldly. For since there is jealousy and quarreling among you, are you not worldly? Are you not acting like mere humans? For when one says, I follow Paul, and another says, I follow Apollos, are you not mere human beings? So here, right, this is the Bible telling you that to be arguing amongst religions is not godly. It's not divine. To be able to accept and respect the religions of others and how other people worship is divine. That shows that you're maturing. But let me get back to the reading. What after all is Apollos and what is Paul? Only servants through whom you came to believe as the Lord has assigned to each his task. I planted the seed, Apollos watered it, but God has been making it grow. So neither the one who plants nor the one who waters is anything, but only God who makes things grow. The one who plants and the one who waters have one purpose, and they will each be rewarded according to their own labor. For we are co-workers in God's service. You are God's field. What did I say right there? God's building. See that? That's not me saying that. That's the book saying that. I will continue to read. By the grace God has given me, I laid a foundation as a wise builder, and someone else is building on it. But each one should build with care, for no one can lay any foundation other than the one already laid, which is Jesus Christ. If anyone builds on this foundation using gold, silver, costly stones, wood, hay, or straw, their work will be shown for what it is, because the day will bring it to light. It will be revealed with fire, and the fire will test the quality of each person's work. If what has been built survives, the builder will receive a reward. If it is burned up, the builder will suffer loss, but yet be saved, even though only as one escaping through the flames. Don't you know that you yourselves are God's temple and that God's Spirit dwells in your midst? Let me read that one again. This is what the Bible says. Don't you know that you yourself are God's temple? So far, we're reading through here and we're in the Bible and we're talking about the work, the divine work in the Bible of building God's temple. And we see here that the Bible also says clearly what the temple is. That God says that Jesus is the cornerstone of the temple and that you yourself, your body is God's temple. This is what it says here in the Bible, not me making it up or making it seem like anything, because again, this is not a Masonic book. This is the Bible according to you and everyone else, right? I'm just showing you some of the things that the Bible says so that we can resolve these issues with your ideas and see what your ideas say in contradiction to these things. And we will see whether Jesus is a nigga or not, because I know people waiting for that. Like, hold up, but we still ain't get to Jesus being a nigga. Right? So, all right, let's go to 1 Corinthians number 6. Let's mosey on down. Let's mosey on down with this work. Let's mosey on down with this work. Okay. Avoiding sexual sin. Okay, we're getting on down here. We got down here. Okay, right here. It's just another place in the Bible right here. You see verse 19. Don't you realize that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit who lives in you and was given to you by God? So again, the Bible is telling us with this about this temple. So again, we just looking, right? We just moving on through here. And I promise you that the people are really enjoying this. Because the people are looking and they're like, man, this is amazing. You know, because there are things in the Bible, and this is why we have to look at this. There are things in the Bible that confuse people, and then they wind up the subject of debates. And then they use these things in debates to say that the Bible doesn't make sense. There's not any real science in the Bible. People using the Bible, blah, blah, blah. They say all kind of crazy because you look at this passage, right? This is one of them, a great example. It's a great passage to use for an example. You read about the magnanimous undertaking, how many workers and how much, resources was required to build this huge temple and blah, blah, blah. And then you see this passage where Jesus says, if they destroy the temple, he'll raise it again in 3 days. And we know about his resurrection taking place in 3 days. We know about him being physically killed and being resurrected in 3 days. So when you understand what you're looking at, like, because we've looked at the passages already, and the Bible has identified that the temple is your body. That is where the Holy Spirit resides. So now people can see when they look at something like this, it can make more sense. And they don't go, oh, look, that's stupid because the Bible don't know. They talk about, look, he said he's going to build the whole temple again in 3 days. No, he was saying he was going to raise it again in 3 days. And they have identified the temple with his body. So again, we're just moseying on through some of this information. Right? We're just moseying on through some of this information. In fact, I think now would be a good time. Maybe we should mosey on over to Mark. See what Mark says. Hold on, let's get the whole joint. Wait a minute. Let's just do that. Jesus left there and went to his hometown, accompanied by his disciples. When the Sabbath came, he began to teach in the synagogue, and many who heard him were amazed. Where did this man get these things? They asked. What's this wisdom that has been given him? What are these remarkable miracles he's performing? And what is the next thing that they say? Isn't this the carpenter? This is the very next question. So here we have in the Bible, Jesus is teaching, he doing his thing, he going in. And when people want to know what's going on, they go, isn't this the carpenter? Because they want to know where he got this divine wisdom. And you yourself, I'm not saying me or Freemasons, I'm saying you have identified on this show multiple times that the light is wisdom, correct? Do you agree that the light is wisdom? Is that a part of your understanding? I can't hear you. Okay. All right. Cool. So the people are basically asking where did he get the light, right? And they saying, isn't this the carpenter? Now, maybe some of the folks are not familiar with Jesus as a carpenter. Was Jesus actually a carpenter? Was Jesus a carpenter? You know what? Let's do this. Okay, so twice the word carpenter is used to describe, look, not only Jesus as a carpenter, but his father as a carpenter. So, so far, are you of the understanding so far from what I'm showing? Am I manipulating these Bible verses, or am I just showing them to be what they say? Am I manipulating them, doing anything weird to them, or we just reading so far?
Well, kind of a tricky question.
Wow, if that's a trick question, sir.
Yeah, because I want to know your point for showing the verses,
so that we can see what the Bible says.
So why are you showing these verses?
I'm just, oh my goodness. All right, never mind, sir. Let me just ask you this. Is the Bible originally written in English? Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Is the Bible originally written in English? Yes or no?
I would like to say that it's been an amazing night conversating with Mr. ENQI, one of the most respected.
You better not be trying to run, sir.
In the conscious community, I will say. This has been one mental exercise, and I thank you for the spar, brother. Respectfully, I know that you are corroborating these verses with Masonic theology, I believe. Is that what you're doing?
Oh my God. Is that what you feel like I'm doing? If that's what you feel like I'm doing, then the answer is yes. You feel like I'm twisting the meanings of these scriptures.
So am I supposed to believe now a Freemason is a Christian?
Sir, I'm not asking you to believe anything. I'm just reading through the Bible with you and everybody that's watching, sir.
So there is no answer for that. So because you have no answer for that, I will consider that to be a quick scapegoat and escape.
Okay, Mr. that's ENQI, cool.
Hey,
if that's a soundbite for you, listen, feel free to take that soundbite and use it tomorrow and do your thing. But I'm just asking you, the next question is, what is the original language of the Bible?
Well, again, if you're talking about the 1511, what version are you talking about? Because are you saying the Torah? When you say the Bible, you really mean the Torah, or what do you mean?
I'm saying any of the earliest versions of the books that have come to be known as the Bible, sir. Give us whatever you got.
The only thing I don't think Latin and English, man, because that's the Bible to me. English and Latin.
Okay, so you are not aware that before the Bible was in English, the Bible was written in Latin?
I'm not aware that before the Bible was written in English, the Bible was written in Latin. Is that what you asked me?
Yes.
I am aware that it was written in Latin. I am. That's what I said.
Oh, okay. So you just told a lie then. Does Islam permit its followers to lie?
What did I lie about?
Okay, let me just ask you again. All right. So what is the earliest known version of the, what is the earliest known language that the Bible was written in, sir? I said, I asked you that question and then you said English. Then I asked you right after that, are you aware that before it was in English, it was in Latin? And then you said yes. You can't say yes to both questions, because if you're aware that it was written in Latin first, then obviously the earliest version you are familiar with is the Latin one. So let's do this again, sir. Are you aware that before it was written in Latin, that it was written in Greek?
I'm aware that the Bible wasn't called that in the Greek days. That's what I'm aware of. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. So you are not aware of the books or any of the books that have come to be known as the Bible being written in the Greek language before they were written in the Latin language. But you named yourself Jesus and Muhammad, both two characters. Anyway, go ahead. Yes. So you're not aware of this, is what you're saying, for the record.
I'm aware that this book you call in the Bible was not called that during the time of the Greeks. So I'm gonna need you to be clear on what you're trying to get me to answer a question to. The Bible is a conglomeration of many books that were some taken out of and added in, and many versions have come out of those versions. So what Bible are you referring to? And are you when you conjoin the Greeks and the Latin, these are cultures that are like 500, 600 years apart. So I don't want to engage that type of question when the timeline is so vast. It's like you trying to get me to answer questions that are almost like 2,000, 3,000 years apart. So you could try to make me sound unintelligent. I'm not going to fall for that. It's not going to happen. So the reality is, I realize that you are trying to use biblical verses to show that there's Mason and building and things that a Mason would do. But my job was to show that Freemasonry, which is another word, Freemasonry is the devil's religion. It's the religion of Satan, and I have shown and proved how it's the religion of Satan. And anybody who's associated with Freemasonry needs not to be a part of it to redeem your soul from the hellfire that's coming your way. Because the Lord has inspired upon me to let every Freemason out there know, whether you're working for the police department, whether you're working for education, any sector of human activity that you want to say that you're a part of, if you are associated with an Omega Phi Phi Phi, Alpha Phi, Alpha Kappa Kappa Alpha, whatever, and you trying to ascend the ladder of Freemasonry, you are leading yourself to a path of destruction. You need to get yourself out of that. This is Jesus, Black Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, who has a testimony for the world. So with that being said, if the brother want to talk about how Jesus is a black man, I think that's pretty easy. Everybody knows Jesus was a black man, but the nigga connotation was more of a mockery. So it doesn't really apply to me, because I know that the nigga word was a word that was used during slavery, right on, to demoralize and demean the black man. And this is also another shot. So with that being said, I just want to say thank you for letting me be a part of this. Sister Karima, Lions Den, JJ 7000, shout out to y'all, all the moderators. I see y'all.
All right. Let's go back to the share screen, please. God damn it. You got to stop this shit, bro. You got to stop. Calm your ass down. Sister Karima, let's get back to the work, please.
I got to use the bathroom, man. Let me use the bathroom, bro.
Well, just go use the bathroom. I used the bathroom twice during this stream. Turn your camera on. Yeah, there you go. Now, for the rest of us, this is a great point why he's using the bathroom for the rest of us, because the rest of us, we kind of familiar with the understanding that the Bible was in Greek and Hebrew. See, that's where we at. We with the Greek and the Hebrew. So again, a lot of times, a lot of these conversations is, again, like the brother said, if you're not a Muslim, you can't determine what the Muslims are saying. And I said, if you're not a Mason, you can't determine. He's having trouble wrestling with that back and forth, but he gets the concept when applied to Muslims. So again, when we look at the Bible, we have to let the Bible tell us what the Bible means. So when the Bible says in English that Jesus and his father were carpenters, right? We have to go back into the Greek, right? Because we know before it was in the English, it was in the Latin. Before it was in the Latin, it was in the Greek. Now, I know a lot of people get emotional. And again, people like to get emotional when you're dealing with certain topics and certain phrases. And let me just show you guys this logical fallacies, right? Let me find the one specifically that the brother has been trying to use quite a bit. It comes up a lot with the subject of masonry, right? Come on. We got to find a good link for this. We got to find a good link for this. Okay, here it's good enough right here. An appeal to emotion is classified as a logical fallacy. So realizing that the brother has been grasping for straws, realizing that he's out of places to turn. Well, he turned to, yeah, nigga, it comes from the slave master, blah, 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 blah. So again, appeal to emotion. See, I'm not going to do that. I'm appealing to your ability to read, which the brother said we didn't have 100 years ago. I'm wondering how the people that built pyramids couldn't read 100 years ago. That's incredible that the brother said we couldn't read 100 years ago. Only Masons could read 100 years ago, according to this brother here. But anyway, I'm going to appeal to your ability to read. I'm going to go with the fact that the Bible uses the word from the Greek tekton, right? And then we're going to go from in our translation. See, we're dealing with source material. From the source material, we're going to go right here. We're going to go right here. We're going to go right here. In fact, we can start a little higher up. Yeah, in fact, I'll start a little higher up so that way we could read up into the point where the brother come on in. So let's peruse this. Let's have a nice little lesson here. And see, look, this is not secret Masonic information, people. We're just looking at the Bible. None of this is secret information. We're doing simple Google searches. And I'm telling y'all, the big thing that we got to do as people is get rid of the superstition. Superstition is always clouding our good judgment. We get all these ideas in our mind about things that we think is going on that's not even really going on. You know, things like that's going on, but so anyway, a common term for artisan or craftsman, in particular a carpenter or woodworker or builder. The term is frequently contrasted with iron worker or smith and the stone worker or mason. Septuagint. The characteristic ancient Greek distinction between the general worker or woodworker and the stonemason and the metal worker occurs frequently in the Septuagint. Isaiah 41:7. So the carpenter encouraged the goldsmith, and he that smootheth with the hammer, him that smote the anvil, saying, right? So they show you that here, carpenter is translated as tekton, right? The distinction occurs in list of workmen working on building or repairs to the temple in Jerusalem. For example, in the new repairs carried out under the priest Jehoiada, and the carpenters and builders that wrought upon the house of the Lord, and to masons and hewers of stone, and to buy timber and hewed stone to repair the breaches of the house of the Lord. In 2 Kings 12:11-12, the same incident is recounted in a similar language, using tekton again in the account of Josephus. New Testament gospel references. Jesus in the workshop of Joseph the carpenter. The term is chiefly notable for New Testament commentators' discussion of the employment of Jesus and his adopted father Joseph, both described as tekton in the New Testament. This is translated as carpenter in English language Bibles. The term occurs in combination with the definite article in the Gospel of Mark to describe the occupation of Jesus. Is not this the ho tekton, the son of Mary and brother of James and Joseph and Judas and Simon, and are not his sisters here with us? The term is also used in the Gospel of Matthew in relation to Jesus' adopted father, Joseph. Is not this the carpenter's son? Ho tau tektonis huis. In modern scholarship, the word has sometimes been reinterpreted from the traditional meaning of carpenter, has sometimes been translated as craftsman, as the meaning of builder is implied, but can be applied to both woodwork and stonemasonry. And what do we see here? Hebrew nigger interpretation. In the Septuagint, the Greek noun tekton either stands for the generic word, the generic Hebrew noun karash, meaning craftsman, or tekton xylon as a word-for-word rendering of karash etzim, meaning craftsman of woods. The term Korash occurs 33 times in the Masoretic text of the Hebrew Bible. As an alternative to Korash, some authors speculated that the Greek term corresponds to the Aramaic term Nagada, which is the Hebrew word Nagah for craftsman. In 1983, Jesus Verm suggested that given the use of the term in the Talmud, carpenter can signify a very learned man. The New Testament description of Joseph as a carpenter could indicate that he was considered wise and literate in the Torah. So, brother, are you back yet? Brother, are you? How long are you building a bath? Is the brother building a bathroom? Are you building a bathroom?
I'm here, man. I'm here, God. What up, Lord?
I'm saying, you all right? Is Jesus a nigga?
Man, look, man. I ain't into all that, man. You know, something about, look, man.
Hold on, I'm asking you a question. What you mean? What you not into?
I'm not into this interpretation of a Mason trying to get into information about the Torah or things related to the Torah. Yeah.
So are you defining the Hebrew language as a Masonic language?
No, I'm not.
Are you defining the Greek language as a Masonic language?
I'm not defining anything as for the Masons. I speak as a Muslim for the Muslims.
Okay, so but you are constantly speaking for the Masons tonight. That's what you've been doing the whole time. You just did it just now. You said that you're not interested in a Masonic interpretation of the Bible.
Yeah, because you speaking on a subject that's not
Right,
your
but hold
subject
on. Listen. What I'm doing is
is
actually asking.
disingenuous.
Wait, listen. I can give a Masonic interpretation, but what I'm doing is actually asking for the Muslim interpretation or the RYG movement, whatever your interpretation is. We're asking for you to give us an interpretation of what you have heard and seen on the screen, sir.
Okay, that's what you said. Now you're saying it. That's the right. That's the
No,
right. That's the right statement. Right on.
I asked you
So
clearly.
I'll give it to you if you have enough cordiality to allow me to speak.
I'm
So
asking you a specific question: is Jesus a nigga? Yes or no?
no. According to the languages,
does the Bible in the original text use the word nigga to describe Jesus and his father?
yeah. So what is the Bible? What is the original Bible?
I'm asking you a question. Yes or no?
What
yes
is the
or
original
no?
Bible? I'm not going to answer that because you're not going to
Okay,
give me
that's fine.
context. I need context.
That's cool.
I need context.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool right there. I could work with the fact that you said you're not going to answer it. Right. So for that point right there, we can move on. Now, how should I deal with this concept of yours that Masonry or Freemasonry, right? You said there's a difference between Masonry and Freemasonry. And which one did you say was started by white folks?
Freemasonry.
Okay, when was it started by white folks?
The exact date, I don't know.
So how do you know it was started by white folks?
I know it was started by white folks because they're the ones who propagated it, advocated it, and preached it right here in the West. That's the only time. That's the only word that I know in English, Freemasonry, that was propagated, and so they are the advocators of the word. They're the ones who associate with the word, and so they are the ones who are responsible for all of the consequences.
Let me stop you. As a person that's not a Mason, right? So you don't know what Masonic teachings look like. You don't know what they sound like. You don't know how a Mason would identify himself according to Masonry because you're not a Mason. So how would you know who was actually promoting and teaching Masonic ideals if you don't know what Masonic ideals look like, sound like, or what a Mason looks like or sounds like?
I would know by the spirit that's inspiring me. Allah.
I got
like
you.
I said, I'm the Mahdi.
I got you. Same that same invisible book he got too. I got you. It's a lot in that book. That book deep. You got to get that book.
The same invisible book that you want to get the light from too.
You got to
the
get
same
that
invisible book
man.
that you want to get the light from, right?
I got
the same,
you.
The same invisible book that you want to get the light from, though.
Listen, just make
that's
PDF
the same
copies
invisible book that you try and get wisdom from, though. I hear you. I hear what you're saying, but why y'all studying? Why are you bowing down in my mosque?
I just want you to be able to supply people with a copy of that book, right? But anyway, let me show you. Look, so you can stop making assumptions, right? Let me show you what
I want to be able to see a Muslim. I want to be able to see a Mason for who he is. What is a Mason? When y'all bowing at every temple, y'all sound like FBI agents to me. Y'all sound like some undercover spies.
I know Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad. I know Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad. I got you. Listen.
That's right. Yeah, I have a testimony. I have a testimony.
I got you. Look.
Right. See, at least one thing about me and a Mason is that a Mason is secret. They're secret. I don't have to keep no secrets. I'll tell you why I name myself that. That's the difference between me and a Mason. A Mason won't tell you why they, they always keep everything secret.
Wait. Stop. Hold on. I love when people say that. That is the craziest thing ever. Now, before I go back to my presentation, so let's make this quick, brother. What about Masonry is a secret? Explain that. Very quickly to the people, just quickly. What is a secret that the Masons are keeping, or what's the secret? Explain that part.
Your God is Lucifer.
Okay, that's the secret that Masons are keeping, is that their God is Lucifer. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So the secret that Masons are keeping is that their God is Lucifer. All right. And let me ask you a question. What is the origin of Lucifer? Just so that we're on the same page. What is the concept? When does the concept of Lucifer originate?
When?
Yes, sir.
The concept of Lucifer?
Yes, sir.
It originated when the white man, Albert Pike, said that was their God. That's when it originated.
Okay, so the term Lucifer originates with Albert Pike. Is that what you're saying on the record, champ?
I'm putting that on the record. Albert Pike is the one who made it known. That's your God. That's the secret.
Albert Pike made up the word Lucifer. I asked you, where did the word Lucifer originate, sir? When did the word Lucifer originate?
When?
What
right.
year?
I'm saying, look,
what
man.
year did
I'm
the
telling
word
you,
Lucifer
look, I'm not into the dates, man. I'm not into dates. That's how I'm not into dates too well.
So
Dates are not accurate because I wasn't there. I was not there. I can be like, who's the first person to say God? Like, what? I'm not about to be like, nah. I'm going based off of what is tangible, what is on research record, and on record, the first person to use Lucifer was these white people who were in Masonic lodges, because the Masonic lodge were the only people who had knowledge and wisdom and understanding. They the ones who had it because they stole it from everybody and they kept it a secret. So the first origin, when it birthed out of the mouth of a white man, it came out of the mouth of Masons. And now everybody knows about the Illuminati because it came from the mouth of a white Mason. You see what I'm saying? And so now the knowledge has become publicized.
All right, sir. We got your answer.
I'm good. So don't ask me again. The white man.
I got you, champ. I just asked you about the word Lucifer. So let's hit the share scene, Sister Karima. Woo, my man, Black Jesus, Minister 33rd X. You're getting hot under the collar, champ. Okay, so let's look at Lucifer. All right. Lucifer in Roman folklore. Okay, Roman. I want y'all to keep that in mind again. Roman folklore. Lucifer, the light bringer in Latin, was the name of the planet Venus, though it was often personified as a male figure bearing a torch. The Greek name for this planet was variously, what does that say there? Phosphoros, meaning light bringer, or Heophoros, meaning dawn bringer. Lucifer is said to be the fabled son of Aurora, Selphus, a father of Ceyx. He was present in poetry as heralding the dawn. The Latin word corresponding to Greek phosphoros is Lucifer, right? So, we see that the word Lucifer, you don't really understand the word clearly, which is cool because you think that the word started with Albert Pike, right? So we see that the word does not start.
I also understand that you're getting your etymology of words from your enemy. That's what I also understand. So you can say it's the Latins, but then the Latin people could say, no, I got it from the Greeks. The Greek people say, no, I got it from, you see what I'm saying? It could go back as far as it could go back. Whoever wrote it down first is probably going to get the credit for it. So, carbon dating and all that dating, I'm not really into that. I just give you an estimate. That's the most educated thing you could do because you wasn't dead. I wasn't dead. So we just going based off of what we see. And if you believe it, you believe it. So the reality is, if you want to say it's the Latins, go ahead, say it's the Latin. But I know the first time I heard it was a white man in America who speak English. That's the origin. You know what I'm saying? If you want to say he got it from the Latins, then I want him to show me where he, the person who wrote it.
All right. Got you. So as long as we on the record that Albert Pike was born in 1809. So clearly the word was around before. So for the people who believe that words have definitions and that we can look up words and use those definitions to define things, for those of us, we will just use these words and we'll just allow them to, speak for themselves because words have definitions that, the rest of us believe in. It's actually the root of scholarship. So moving forward.
As defined by who? You? Because a scholar is Jesus Christ. A scholar is Muhammad. They didn't have to go to school. They were touched by the Holy Spirit. Those are
Jesus Christ is
scholars.
a nigga. Jesus
See,
Christ is a nigga.
well, you can call it what you want, but they didn't have to go to school, brother. Just like Elijah Muhammad has done more for black people than any Negro who went to college. So what are you talking about? Scholarship. Scholarship is in the hands of the divine man who's inspired by the Most High. Those are the people who have scholarship. What are you talking about? What are you
I'm
talking
just
about?
showing you.
The
Hold on.
real scholar is the man who can be touched by God and he can talk to the Holy Spirit, and then he can convey the message that the Most High wants you to convey to free his people. That's scholarship. Because who's going to free black people in the 21st century? It ain't going to be no man in college, because the colleges are run by the Freemasons. They're the ones who's giving you the dumb and blind education. All this education that's coming through the colleges are not real education. That's like secondary knowledge. The real knowledge is with Freemasons. They know the plan. See, that's why my whole lecture was to try to show y'all that these people who run the world are Freemasons. They have another knowledge that all you people going to college and all that, like, that's not the knowledge that they really know. The real knowledge is in the Masonic Lodge, and that's because they stole it from the Muslims and they stole it from the Christians. They stole it from everybody, and then they want to act like they the ones who are illuminated. They really some plagiarizers, some stealers, some robbers, some thieves, and like I created the word, all praise is due to Allah. All praise is due to Allah. These are homo prostellectuals. Homo prostellectuals. They're like prostitutes for knowledge. They sleep with everybody, but then they don't want to give you no credit, right? That's what a prostitute.
All right, bro, you gotta stop talking. It's not your goal. I'm letting you, like, you're going crazy here, sir.
I said what I said.
I know you said what you said. We heard you. We heard you too. We heard everything you said. I'm not even sure you heard everything you said. Okay, so we've already demonstrated, right? We already demonstrated that the Caliph actually stole their mathematics from the pyramids. So we know who stole Black history if we're gonna, we putting that out there.
So you're saying Freemasonry comes from Egypt? That's what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying here is that the mathematics that the Islamic culture claims to have given to the world was stolen by this man and his associates as they pried open the pyramid walls and broke in. And then shortly after released a math manuscript that I also already showed you that they claim was divinely inspired. But we know, as I'm showing you the dates and the names, that it wasn't divinely inspired. It was divinely stolen from the Africans who created those pyramids that you say you know about. But there's no wisdom there because the wisdom is in Islam. So I showed you the date and time, and you're not familiar with this man. You're not familiar with what he did. You're not familiar with his contributions to Islam. You're not familiar with the book of calculations or whatever the name of the earliest Islamic manuscript is for mathematics. So you, Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, the 33rd X, the Islamic man that doesn't worship Islam, has to relax. Let's go over here. Now, I want to show you this so that we're giving you a full, well-rounded teaching tonight. Okay? The same way that I'm looking at your information and I'm looking at the Quran and we're looking at the Bible and I'm showing you, hey, the Bible is that's the ancestor of the Quran, so we're going to go to the source to get source material on Jesus, right? The Bible is source material on Jesus. So we just saw from the Greek translation back to the Hebrew, the use of the word nigger to describe the original builders or craftsmen or carpenters, right? So now I'm showing you this. This is the oldest Masonic document. So if you want to look at a Masonic document, you can look at this document. In fact, let me actually put it on the share screen in a way where you can examine it. Here we go. Right? Are we seeing this? Okay. So I want to give you an opportunity to take some notes. Right?
Let me ask you a question real quick. Is you guys like debating, preliming? Are you building? Are you dialoguing? What exactly is going
Oh, hold
on
on.
here?
Wait. We got you. We're gonna go right to the questions after we finish up.
Great question, man. Great
I don't
question,
want that
brother.
to come in. I don't want to, yeah, because I don't want him to have no ways out of this conversation. So for the record, we want to make sure that you have information to research. Right? 1820 CE. Right? I just want you to be able to pull up this information. I don't want you to, ENQI, I just want you to have it. Now, source material. Right? I'm giving you source material. This is the Regis poem. Now, let's see what Freemasonry. Now, just for clarity, Masonry and Freemasonry, both of them are different. Which one of those was started by the white man?
Freemasonry.
Okay, great. That was the right answer. Because this right here is Freemasonry right here. This is a Freemasonry document. This is not like reading the Bible. This is a Freemason document. Okay, not Mason, according to you. Freemason, according to you. It's called the Regis poem, aka the Hollowell manuscript, the oldest document on earth regarding the craft of mathematics, rumored to be the missing book of constitutions from the General Assembly of York in 926. Now, you can pull this all up.
Wait. The missing book of what?
Brother, you're going to have to relax and pull it up on your own. That's why
You can't answer the question?
I read it. It shouldn't even be a question.
So I'm asking you to reiterate, brother.
Screen.
You can't reiterate. Are you getting too tight to reiterate? Yeah, maybe it's time to go night, my brother, because you can't even reiterate. You asked me to read over a whole bunch of stuff, go back in the video, and I'm doing all this stuff, and now you can't even reiterate
The Regis poem, aka the Hollowell manuscript, the oldest document on earth regarding the craft of mathematics, rumored to be the missing book of constitutions, General Assembly of York, 926 AD.
926 AD, the missing Constitution of York. Who is that? What is that?
Right. So if you would relax, sir, since you don't know who that is or what that is, it would make sense for you to stop interrupting so you could find out something.
Man, you're doing too much. Come on, man. That's what a student does. He asks questions. You know what I'm talking about? That's what they do. So
correct, but you gotta ask your questions after you review the material. Because see, as the teacher,
you're the teacher. You're the teacher. I'm asking you the question. You've already reviewed the material. You've already reviewed the material. So I asked the questions because I'm the student trying to learn. So you've already reviewed it. So you should know.
All right. So relax yourself so you could get the answer, champ.
Okay. Thank you, teacher.
All right. So here begin the constitutions of the art of geometry according to Euclid. Okay. Whoever will both well read and look, he may find written in an old book of great lords and also ladies that had many children together, certainly, and had no income to keep them with, neither in town nor field nor enclosed wood. A counsel together they could them take, to ordain for these children's sake how they might best lead their life, without great disease, care, and strife, and most for the multitude that was coming of their children after great clerks, to teach them then good works. And pray we them for our Lord's sake, to our children some work to make, that they might get their living thereby, both well and honestly, full securely. In that time, through good geometry, this honest craft called good masonry was ordained and made in this manner, counterfeited of these clerks together, At these Lord's prayers, they counterfeited geometry and gave it the name Masonry for the most honest craft of all. These Lord's children thereto did fall to learn of him the craft of geometry. So, in that Masonic text, sir, what did you get from that in terms of what the Masonic text says is the origin of Masonry?
You still didn't say what Constitution of New York is.
Okay. So Constitutions is a book. The General Assembly of York is a meeting of Masons. So the missing book of Constitutions of the General Assembly of York is rumored to be this book that we're looking at right here.
Oh, so you talking about a consensus came upon the Freemasons that this is a book that they should have added in the collections?
No, sir. I'm saying that this is a recognized book in the collection, sir. Stop trying to make a soundbite and just stick with
Oh,
the
so it's already in the collections.
Correct. This is the oldest Masonic.
But then why did you say that it was missing?
Sir. You trying to get a soundbite, man.
I think I'm trying to just tell the truth,
okay,
brother.
All right. That's fine.
The Holy Spirit is on me right now, just telling me to tell the truth right now.
I got
you. He's just telling me to tell the truth now, man. I said the Holy Spirit just came upon me right now. I said he just told me to tell the truth right now. I said that's what's going on right now, brother. Are we going to get to the? I'm ready to eat my food and my dinner. I'm ready to have a good night, brother, because I think you have not done a good job to disseminate your information, but I have done a spectacular job disseminating my Allah was with me. The spirit of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob was with me. All my ancestors want to shout you out. Malcolm X, want to put it on. You know what I'm saying? At the Lions Den, RGY political party, we're going to definitely continue to show you why atheism, or AKA Freemasonry, is the religion of Satan. You better get out the Freemason right now before you lose your soul. You better get out of Freemasonry before you die, and you're gonna be burning in hell with all the hell firemen. So I want to say right now, get yourself away from that, brother ENQI. I love you. You're an honorable person. It's just an honorable thing to be in your presence and talk to you. I remember you was in front of Captain Cesario talking about the white man and the skin pigmentation and the way you was doing your thing about the white design. I was like, yo, that's how you was getting at him. And now I'm right here having this bill with you, brother. For me, this is just this. I'm going to have to really watch this over and really be like, wow, that was the brother ENQI. So respectfully, brother, I'm thankful for the spar. You've definitely challenged my mind. I think you have a lot of ways with your words, man. And that's why I really like it, because that's what I love about the Masons. Y'all have this trickery with your words, way of talking. And that's why I like polite, because y'all be talking, man. Y'all talk that talk, man. And I'm attracted to that, because I was raised really in the streets. My credentials is I was touched by the spirit, and I was just learning, being around brothers on the street, and the way y'all talk, I love it. It's like hip hop. Y'all created your own language, and I love that about you and polite and brothers like in that realm. You know what I'm saying? So I thank you for that, man. And I thank you for this spot. I'm going to continue to get more knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. If you feel that I have a long way to go, then okay, I'm going to keep on getting what I need to get. And I'm going to watch this over and get more knowledge, brother. But other than that, I definitely think that I proved my point that Freemasonry is not the way to go. It's not liberating for Black people, because their agenda is to destroy us, to demoralize us, and to take over the world.
Right. So you was closing out on that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Respectfully.
Yes, sir. Respectfully. Peace, peace, peace. Thank you. Now I'm going to go back to the share screen and finish this up. So here again, I want to conclude here before we go on that this is the oldest known document of Masonic document. And this document says that Masonry came from Euclid, who stole it as a clerk Now, the clerks were working here, just in case we want to look this up. It's a place called Mount Zion. Mount Zion. And I know y'all saying, ENQI, this is what the brother meant. He said you got away with words. Mount Zion sounds just like Mount Zion. Mount Zion does sound just like Mount Zion, but guess what? I'm not making it up. It's actually a real thing. Okay, so you got to look this up. This is not me making up stuff. This is actual stuff that you need to look up and verify, right? The Library of Alexandria was located at this place, Mount Zion. Mount Zion was like a big learning campus. The Library of Alexandria was just one of the buildings on this campus. So we all heard about the Library of Alexandria, but very few of us know that the Library of Alexandria was a part of a big like college, like a big, that's the best way I can explain it, like what you would think of as a university. It was a big learning center. And Euclid was a clerk there, quote unquote, for the Egyptian priesthood. Now, one of the priesthoods that was known to be at Mount Zion is the Amastrahans, or the priest of Moses. This is the Ptolemaic Amastrahan priesthood that was dedicated to Moses, or from the bloodline of Moses, if you let them tell it, right? So again, these are not things of me making up. This is just information that's out there that anybody can look up, right? This is public information for people that care to read, right? If we care to read, then we go, oh, wait a minute. So this is in Africa. This happened in Africa. The Library of Alexandria, we know this is in Africa. We know this is somewhere close to them pyramids where the Islamic people broke in to steal their mathematics from. Right? See, right up around, all up around here. So Euclid says that he stole the science from here. Right? That's Euclid said that, not ENQI. So don't get mad with me and say, oh, ENQI's trying to say, no, I'm not saying nothing. I'm reading what the thing say, right? I'm just reading the manuscript, right? Whenever you bring out information like this, people get emotional. There may be Masons get emotional about this. There may be Muslims get emotional. There may be Jewish folks like, wait a minute, we didn't call Jesus a nigga. Oh yes, you did. But the thing is, now people have to wrestle with this concept of nigga actually being a wise, intelligent, educated man as defined by the Bible. So now you got to deal with the fact that y'all identify Jesus as a black man. The Bible identifies Jesus as a intelligent builder. And the Hebrew language says that an intelligent builder is a nigger. That's what the information say. Now, y'all got to deal with all that tonight. Y'all got to somehow see if the Hebrew doesn't have a word nigger that means intelligent, wise builder, and that doesn't come from a Sumerian Nagaru that means intelligent, wise builder, or like you gotta deal with that, right? But in all fairness, just to be fair to the brother, because he didn't care enough to do enough research before critiquing the Masons to get any source material on the Masons. In fact, he provided video from Professor Griff, who's not a Mason, and some other white folks, even though he said that information from white folks is no good, because as I keep showing you information, he keeps saying that's no good because it comes from white folks. Although the video that he showed us was white folks. The book that he read from, Hanley P. Hall, is a white person. So it's like white people don't have good information unless he's using them as references. Then what they say is 100% accurate. If you using a white person as a reference, then it's automatically bad information because somehow he's white. But the problem is that Islam doesn't teach that. So as a Sunni Muslim, when he took his Shahada, that's why he had to go back to the Nation of Islam, because the Nation of Islam is the only place that teaches the white man is the devil per se. That's not a Sunni Muslim, because when you go to the Kaaba and you go out there, like Malcolm said, everybody's out there praying together. White folks, yellow, red, brown, black, purple, whatever. They all together out there. Fat people, skinny people, everybody out there in Islamic unity. So that's something that we see the brother demonstrating. Now, we could all be as immature and take him, Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, as an example of Islam. And we could say, man, Islam uses every religion to infiltrate it and try to steal members to come into that. The brother laid out how that's exactly what he's doing. He using all the religions, and he don't have no intention of joining them, but he using them to recruit people for his business. So it's okay for him to violate other people's divinity for his source of income. But it's not okay if Masons say, oh, well, we could pray anywhere, blah, blah, blah. It's okay for you to, and that's so that you could learn more about God. The same thing the brother confesses that he did on his way to understand his spirituality. But he doesn't want anybody else to have that same freedom. Masonry says everybody has that freedom. He wants to represent himself as Jesus, as Buddha, and as Muhammad, and the 33rd X, because all of those things have competing ideologies. Sunni Muslim teaches that Allah is way bigger than a man. The black man is not God in the Sunni Muslim religion. That's haram to even say anything crazy like that. That's Nation of Islam. Now, the brother clearly knows more than Elijah Muhammad, because he's not a follower of Elijah Muhammad. He created his own Islam. If Elijah Muhammad had done a good enough job with his version of Islam and supreme mathematics, I might add, right, on my dad's birthday, 120. If Elijah Muhammad had done a good enough job, him and Farad, clearly the brother would not have had to add the corrections and create the better version, right? So anyway, so we have this here, and then we have shown that in the old Masonic document, Masonry in this document recognizes as a possible source and acknowledges as a possible source Egypt or Africa in this document as a source of Freemasonry. Outside of that, I could have pointed to the first Grand Master of Masonry of the Lodge of England as a black person, the Prince of Wales. So y'all may not know that the Prince of Wales' mom, Queen Charlotte of England, is listed as a black woman because her uncle's uncle's uncle was a black person. I'll let y'all look it up and see why Charlotte, North Carolina is named Charlotte. Right? And then you look up her story. Oh, who's Queen Charlotte? Who's the queen? Hold up. We know the Queen of England. The England, they mixing the bloodline right now. Hold on, but is this a new thing, or is this what they've been doing? Is this a new thing, or this what they've been doing? Who is Queen Charlotte? And how come her son was the first Grand Master? Right? So again, I guess for the sake of time, we'll leave it there and open up the floor to the rest of the family. I know we didn't went through it tonight.
What up? What up? What up? What up? This is Yashabin Israel, aka Terry Whitfield, in the house, just representing for the Lions Den. You know, I really don't know what to make of the conversation as a whole, because there was a lot of, you know, that was put out. Plus, I had to leave, and I missed, you know, a great deal of information. So I'm kind of, you know, lost in the conversation. So with the question that I asked earlier, I wanted to know, was this a build? Was it a debate? Was this a schooling session? I mean, how was this some type of dialogue, or what was going on here?
It was a real live. It was a conversation that led to a debate. Understanding was that we were supposed to have a conversation, but then it turned into a debate. But the reality is, I already know how things go.
Hold on,
So
hold on. Wait.
He asking the question, brother. You know, he's asking the question, and I'm just giving my
both of y'all can
point
answer.
of view.
Both of y'all have your turn.
Once the point of view is expressed. So yeah, we you know, the reality is that, you know, we had initially talked about having a conversation, and so essentially the conversation did turn into a debate, as natural conversations do. So
was the conversation that y'all had? Okay, I'm asking you, did y'all have a conversation prior to the show that led to this, or this whole conversation originated here?
Yeah, those details were already discussed, and the brother knows. And so, you know, we know, you know, it is what it is, brother. You know, I already know the nature of conversations.
Now it's,
so, you know,
hold on. Now it's my turn to answer, right?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. You know, I already said
okay.
what I
So because the thing is the brother has made it a point to say that it's not only the information that we're quote unquote debating, but it's also our behavior that's on display and blah, blah, blah. So as the brother has, throughout this conversation, when he was in trouble, looking for a parachute to get out of harm's way, he tried to create a narrative that he's trying to reinforce right now, that somehow he was ambushed or tricked, and that somehow this started off as a conversation. And then when the camera turned on, somehow I'm started to debate him. Now, I'm going to go ahead and read from Wednesday's text thread that you're on, sir. Let's read Wednesday's text thread, because this is how you found out about this conversation, correct? From Wednesday's text thread.
You talking to me?
I just wanted.
Not you, brother. Not you, Yasha. Not you, Yasha.
Yeah, I just want to keep y'all on point.
Jesus,
I just want to know
no, sir.
the nature of the conversation.
Hey, Inky, you can say whatever you want to say, but I know exactly what we had a conversation with right before the camera turned on. Right before the camera turned on, I know exactly what you said. So you can try to paint whatever picture you want. I know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows the truth. I ain't got to prove nothing to you or no people. I definitely don't prove to people. I prove to Allah. Knowledge, wisdom, and understanding is what I fear. I don't fear no man. I don't fear no people. I ain't trying to get people to love me. Are you serious? I know what you said before the cameras turned on. You ain't got to sit here and try to act like this was a debate and I knew it. You said this was a conversation. That's what you said.
Okay, I got you. So I just want to read from the text thread where we set this conversation up, because it's not just you and I that are on this text thread. This text thread, people, literally has 20 other people on it. So I will read directly from the text thread, and if the brother wants to challenge the text thread, Sister Karima, who is controlling the channel and moderating as well, can weigh in after I read the text thread. So Wednesday at 12:47 p.m. Here's where we go. Thanks, family. Hey, I want to do a debate on Friday. Short notice. Do you guys know anyone that's anti-Freemason? I am a Mason, and I would like to debate someone on Friday if possible. Then I got the smiley faces there. Then it says, I know it's short notice. I'm just going to have to do a video on the subject if I can't find someone by Friday. Then Mad Scientist comments, and then I respond to him. Well, one way or another, the debate on Friday, that's my topic. Damn, I missed it. Blah, blah, blah. Boom, boom. Then I can fast forward down to you where you come in. Yes. Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad will do what? Will take that debate. Would you like me? Matter of fact, let me screen share and post on the screen your response to me, because it says, yes, I'll take that. Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad will take that Mason debate. This is what you typed to me. So how could you type that in a message to me and then sit here in front of people and lie and say that this was something else?
Because if you could recite to them the text messages that I sent to you the other day, your personal text message, not that chat. I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the one I sent to you personally. Can you go to that one?
Hold on.
The one when I was asking what is the background of the debate? How many minutes? I asked you how many minutes are we going to get in the round? I was asking you the format. Tell them about that.
Why you skip over mine, Iggy?
And talk about that. Talk about the format. Talk about that.
I ain't trying to read everybody's. I'm just showing his, because he's saying he didn't have no knowledge of debate, that this is something that's he's somehow surprised here with this conversation.
I didn't say that. What I said was when we had, just before we went live, you had said this is a conversation.
Can you hit the share screen, Sister Karima?
So I know what I said. I said you said this was a conversation. So, you're going to have to show them the text messages I sent you. Show them the other text messages. Don't send them with a conversation on Wednesday. Show them the conversations that I had with you the other day.
This
you
is
ain't
the
reply back.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. You ain't even reply back. And he ain't even reply back when I was trying to get the format to how the debate was going to go down. So, you can sit there and act like I know what I said on Wednesday, but now as the days are moving closer towards the debate, I'm trying to understand the format, and you ain't even have a conversation with me about the format. So now that we live,
hold on. What you're saying is wait.
I'm sitting here saying, what's the format? And you said, no, we just gonna have a conversation.
Hold on.
That's what you said in the back.
What was okay, I got you.
You said it. So if Karima got some courage, she's gonna have to admit it, because y'all know what you said. The Lord know what you said. You ain't about to pay me out to be like no sucker, because you's the sucker who can't be a minute the truth. So, go ahead. That's my story. I'm gonna hit the mute button. I ain't got nothing to worry about with you. You ain't about to do nothing to me.
Peace to the fam.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I have a question, right?
Okay.
So,
go ahead.
Did y'all conclude that Jesus was or was not a Negro?
No, it ain't me. It wasn't for me to conclude. It was for him to conclude. I already know Jesus is a black man. That ain't hard for me to figure out.
All right, so Dr. ENQI disagreed with that?
Do I disagree?
No, I said that.
Okay, hold on. You're gonna have to respectfully, champ. You gotta go back and watch the video, because the question of is Jesus a Negro is not even a part of this discussion.
Okay,
this
my
discussion
bad.
is not about.
I seen on the bottom of the screen. My bad. I apologize.
You see on the bottom is nigga. You don't see Negro.
Oh, nigga, excuse me.
Right. So you got to go back and see the culture, because the culture of the word that's used in the Bible, nigga, in the Bible, Nagar, is for a wise, learned builder. So the culture of the Negro and the American nigger is not what is communicated by the Bible when they use the term. And I would go further to state that the Bible was written before chattel slavery existed in the South. So if I have to look to an origin of that word, I wouldn't look to slave masters in the South to define that term if I have an older version root word that goes back to the Hebrew and even back into the Sumerian. So we looked at the term in terms of being a wise builder in the Hebrew roots, and then took it even further back into the Sumerian roots. So if people want to agree or disagree with the Hebrew and the Sumerian, they can do that. That could be a later conversation or debate whether the Sumerian text is real or whether the Hebrew text is real, if somebody wants to debate that. But what I showed conclusively was that the Bible describes Jesus as a nigger, describes Jesus' father as a nigger, and defines nigger as a builder, also as a wise, intelligent man.
Is that nigger with one G or two?
Nagar, as well as Naggaru.
Nagaru.
That's the Sumerian, and the Hebrew would be Nagar with Nagar 1G.
Nagar.
Translated from the Greek word tekton, Tekton. So when you see Jesus as a carpenter or Jesus's father as a carpenter in the Bible, that's what it says in the English text. When you take it back to the Greek version, it says tekton. And when you look at where they translated tekton from, it's the word negar in Hebrew. And when you look at the root or where the word came from in Hebrew, it comes from the Aramaic or the Sumerian nagaru.
Meaning a carpenter.
Meaning a builder or a wise, intelligent man. The word carpenter is an English translation.
Yeah.
And it's an incorrect translation of that. Because carpenter is a very specific type of builder, whereas builder does not specify a builder in wood, a builder in stone, a builder in metal, a builder. It implies a builder overall. And then if we look at the other verses that we showed already from the Bible refers to building a temple, and the Bible also says that that temple is your body. So that's all in the Bible, all things that we looked at throughout the course of the conversation. So again, if anybody wants to debate those points, it would be just debating whether they have validity in the Bible or not, because they're not my points. These are text directly from the Bible, source material.
Cool. So all of that was to say that basically Jesus was a Mason.
No.
Like it's saying, as going far to say he was a builder.
That's what the Bible is saying. That's what the Bible is saying.
Now, is it true that the Bible, as in King James version, is pretty much a Masonic construct?
Well, here's the thing. The King James version of the Bible is not written in Greek or written in Hebrew. So if you notice, I'm not using a translator.
Right. But before you go there, but is the King James a Masonic construct? From Hebrew.
So
yes or no?
King James.
No, I'm talking about the King. I'm saying, was it translated and given to us? Was it brought to us by Freemasons or Masons or something, or some clandestine organization of that nature?
So you're saying that non-Masons
No, I'm asking a question.
Okay, I'm trying to get your definition for clandestine. Are you a Mason, sir?
No.
Okay, so I'm asking you your definition for the word clandestine. You asked me if a clandestine organization
like
wrote
a
the Bible.
secret or a secret group.
So a clandestine organization is a secret group.
Yeah, like some
no,
secret.
There's no
private.
secret organization. No secret organization wrote any version of the Bible.
Okay, Mason specifically, were King James, Francis Bacon, and all of these men who brought us the King James Bible, were they either Mason, Freemason or a part of some clandestine group? That's what I asked.
I don't know if they had membership in any other group, but I know that no, they were not.
Oh, okay.
But I thought the Knights of Malta is an actual a secret society that is affiliated with the Catholic Church, and they're the ones who commissioned the Bible. So how did they not? How did Masons not contrive the Bible?
I thought you closed out and left. Okay, now you back again. So we're going to deal with this question again the way we dealt with it the first time when you said Freemasonry was a secret organization. I asked you again. Let's do this again because you got crazy and didn't want to answer last time. Let's try this again.
What about, did the idea that the question that I asked, was that asked at all while I was going about the Bible having a connection?
No. Your question's good, brother. Your question's good. We talking about Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad here. Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad all over the place. Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad. Let me ask you a question. Was Elijah Muhammad a Mason?
Let me ask you a question. Who was the first Mason?
Wait a minute. Was Elijah Muhammad a Mason? Yes or no, sir?
Brother, you didn't answer my question about the Knights of Malta.
Because I tried to get clarity on you defining what a secret organization is. Now, you told me
organization is an organization that got a secret, brother. I told you the God of the Freemasons is Satan. That's your God.
Okay, hold on. So any secret that a person has that belongs to an organization makes it a secret organization?
No, any secret that belongs to the Freemasons is what was your question?
Wow, you just have a trained response already. If you stub your toe at night, if you walking in the dark and stub your toe at night, is that also because of the Freemasons? Did the Freemasons cause you to stub your toe at night?
If you are a crash bandit,
if you lose your keys in your house, did the Masons make you lose your keys?
Does that mean that you're gonna get in an accident?
No, I'm asking a question. If you lose
I'm
your keys in
asking
your
a question about the Knights of Malta, which is a Freemason organization under the Catholic Church.
Okay, listen, how do you know about the Knights of Malta if they're a secret organization?
How do I know? Because I study and I get information.
Okay, so wait a minute. So you're telling me then that the information on the Knights of Malta was in the public because you're not a member of the Knights of Malta, correct?
It was a secret, but now it's out now.
Hold on. I'm asking you a question. Are you a member of the Knights of Malta?
I'm not a member of the Knights of Malta, no.
Did you break into a place yourself and steal the information that you're talking about?
I did not break into no place and steal no information.
So the information, when you got it about the Knights of Malta, was in a legal, lawful way that the information was just circulating in the public?
Yeah.
Okay. And yet at the same time, you're calling that a secret organization. So a secret organization is an organization that everybody knows about, but they secret.
Well, the organization is not a secret now, but I'm talking about the Bible and how it was contrived. And I'm
okay. So the organization is not a secret organization. Wait. So it's not a secret organization, correct?
The organization is not a secret anymore. It's not a secret anymore.
Okay.
But it was
a secret organization? Hold on. When was it a secret organization?
It was a secret organization back when they didn't have printers and the internet. Back when the white man was the only one with the knowledge. That's when black folks was unable to read and write. That's during slavery. That's when we was incapable to read or write. That's when it was a secret.
Hold on. Let's walk it down slow. So now, which organization are you saying? You're saying the Knights of Malta was a secret organization before they had printers. What year exactly was the Knights of Malta that's related to Freemasonry? What year was they started?
I don't know.
What year was the printer? What year was the printer discovered? What year was the first printer made?
The printer came out in the 1940s, 1950s. The first printer came out in the 1940s in the West. So
in the 1940s is when the first printers came out.
From my knowledge and my understanding, yes.
Okay, for your knowledge and understanding. All right. I'm gonna be honest. I thought it would be tougher, guys. I thought it would. Anybody else got something else?
You haven't made, but what you have done is you only.
I know, brother. I know, because you believe that printers came out in the 1940s and the 1950s.
My question
the Gutenberg printing press
was the Bible being promoted by Masons, as the brother was asking.
Hey, listen.
We're talking about the 1500s.
So the Bible was promoted by Masons because this was a secret.
I was saying the Gutenberg printing press. You're talking like 1450, maybe even 1500, no later.
Brother, do you hear what I'm saying? Is that I'm basically endorsing your question to ENQI about this Bible being endorsed by Masons. Is that the Knights of Templar were from the Catholic Church, and so they had their own version of the Bible.
So he said it wasn't, and you said it was.
Hold on, Yasha, let's not move around. Listen, he said the printing press was invented in the 1940s and the 1950s. Let's not be confused here. Now, Yasha, can you please tell the young man the correct date on the early printers?
I couldn't tell you the date right off the bat, but I know it was somewhere between the 14 and 1500s. I want to say like 1440 or something like that, or maybe 1450 or 1460 or something.
The first printer came out in the 1440s. Nah, brother, technology was not advanced like that. 1440. How about you?
Hold on. I agree, it was out in the 1400s though.
1400s, the first printer. The first printer came out.
Yeah, that's why I said
between the first one, but I know they had printing press in the 1400s.
I don't know.
Whether Guten did the first one or not.
A printer, like when you printing a printing page, like when you print something out of the printer.
A printing press.
You talking about press?
No, I didn't say print press. I'm talking about.
Well, this is a printing press where you print multiple.
I'm talking about when information became so public, where like Google, you can just get information now. But back in the days of 1865, it was still.
Hey, mute up, somebody. That background noise, you got to mute up.
When we were still in slavery, they didn't have no mass publication. So if anybody was talking Freemasonry, it was only the white people in Prince Hall, Freemasons. It was only a selected few. So when I'm saying that this secret that the Prince Hall Freemasons are now putting out in the 1920s about what they learned from the Masons at the Grand Lodge is now being publicized. But now in the 21st century with the internet and all these other technologies, it's easy to get the information on the Knights of Malta and on the Sigma Phi Sigma and all these sororities because of printers and internet. But back in those days, it was not so available. So it was a secret. It was a secret. So now it's not a secret. So
I'm not
the Bible is not even an ancient book, because if we're looking at it from the historical content, we know that the Bible is like a 1511 thing.
Mute up, Yasha, you got to mute up. That's hurting people.
You know what I'm talking about?
Please, wait, hold on. Yasha, can you please mute that other thing also? Please turn, when you come on your mute off this, you got to turn whatever that music or TV is off. That's hurting people. That sounds crazy.
Ain't nothing going on in here. It's pitch black, and I'm in the dark in the bed.
So anyway.
Wow, it's some wild frequencies that's in your bed with you, champ.
Yeah, no, when he talk, everybody just mute their mic, because remember I was telling you certain mics it's not compatible with each other, so it does that. So when he talk, just mute your mic and you won't hear that sound.
All right, mute up, Black Jesus.
No, y'all was talking. I wasn't talking. I just left the mic on by mistake.
Oh wow. Sister
Yeah,
Kareem is
I'm just
1000%
basically
correct.
I'm just challenging the fact that a Mason think that they can read out of these books that are supposed to be associated with a particular bloodline. The Torah is for the Jews, and the Quran is for the Arab. So what I'm saying is that the Masonic idea is that you can just mix and match and study everybody's doctrine, and then have a conversation with us and think you got the light. Like that was the mentality, and I even showed and proved with the Declaration of Independence that the founding fathers of this nation, they believed themselves to be the ones to assume absolute authority over the world. So you see, they have Masonic ideology right in the Declaration of Independence. So that I'm saying that these ideas actually came from the Quran, because in the Quran we believe that there's supposed to be one people to rule the world. We believe these are the children of Abraham.
Are you
right?
saying, wait. So you saying that the Quran is the originator of the Masonic idea or the Illuminati idea? Because now you're saying that the Quran is supposed to be the originator of the Illuminati idea?
No, I didn't say Illuminati. I said the Masonic, the Freemasons.
You saying Islam said in the Quran that they're supposed to take over the world? I'm asking you a question. Are you saying that the Quran teaches that the Muslims are supposed to take over the world?
That's what the Quran teaches, yeah. It says that one people shall rule the world, but that's in the Declaration of Independence. In the Quran, it precedes the Declaration of Independence. The Quran is older than the United States.
So hold on. Can you demonstrate where the Freemasons have a document says that the Freemasons should take over the world?
The Declaration of Independence. One people to assume authority in the earth. Who are they talking about?
No. A Freemasonic document.
That is a Masonic doctrine. All the presidents of the United States were Masons. Benjamin Franklin was a Mason. George Washington was a Mason. All the signatories of the United States Constitution were Masons, brother. What are you talking about?
Hold on, sir. There have been presidents that have been Masons. But just as you saying that, I've also showed that there are imams from Islam that are practicing human trafficking. So again, are we saying that one person or two people reflects a whole or institution? Are you saying that Islam, everybody's practicing human trafficking and sex with children? Or are you saying just some of the Islamic scholars practice sex and human trafficking with children? Which one are you saying?
You would have to first understand what an imam is.
No, but I got you. So are you saying that all of the imams have sex with underage children, or are you saying just some of them have sex with underage children?
So if you understand the behavior of a Mason is that they hide under religion. So I said you would have to check that imam if he has any affiliations with Masonry. That's what I said, because a lot of Masons.
Hold on. So wait. So when an imam commits a crime, the moment he commits a crime,
that's the first thing I'm
tell us.
Hold
on. I'm saying that's what we should know. We should start looking for the origination of the cause of his crime in Masonry. We shouldn't look for it in Islam.
The first thing I'm gonna say is, was he a Mason affiliate? That's all I'm gonna say. That's how I'm
gonna know that. I want to know, is there a point to where Islam and Masonry connects, by any means? Because I've heard from, I've heard a certain Masonic people like Dr. York, if y'all familiar with him, he used to teach that Islam gave birth to Masonry and how Masonry stole from Islam and things of that nature. My question is there ever a point where Islam and Masonry connects, cross, or is it possible that Islam even gave birth to Masonry, or that Masonry stole from Islam? That'll give clarity to where y'all boys is at right there.
Okay. Now you said where y'all boys is at. See, that's confusion right there, brother Yasha. So I gotta stop you right there. I'm gonna tell you.
Where you mean
y'all boys, I'm explaining. Y'all boys are not at any conclusion. I'm presenting information, and the brother is presenting other, information as well, but we're not both on one page. See,
right, and that question, the question I'm asking, the question that I'm asking. All right.
I understand the question you're asking. And so if you let me finish, what I'm saying is I showed you two things that apply directly to your question. I showed you that Islam got its math from Egypt. I showed you directly where they got their math from. Names and dates and the books. Like I was hyper specific with Islam, where Islam got their mathematics from. I also then, in the state of fairness, showed an old Masonic document. In fact, the oldest Masonic document, so that brother would have some source material to actually look at instead of making up all these ideas about Masonry. In that document, it says that Euclid got Masonry, that is mathematics, from Egypt. So I'm saying that's where that came from. I'm saying that the Islamic mathematics that we would associate with geometry, as per the document, I showed you that that was stolen from Kemet. And I showed you that the Freemasonic document says that they got it from Kemet.
So did Masonry start with Kemet or the Europeans?
And that's the thing, brother. You see how
I'm like, okay. Here's a better question: which one came first, Masonry or Freemasonry? That'd be a better question.
Okay, so now you're asking a couple of different questions, and
just focus on the latter one. Which one came first, Masonry or Freemasonry? Did the blacks of version come first, like coming from Egypt, or did the Europeans come first and the blacks got their charter from the Europeans?
Okay, fair enough question, but I want you to be fair in how we approach answering it. Okay, so I want to ask you, and I'm sure that Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad is going to chime in, so you guys can both answer this question. In fact, I'll just ask the question to both of y'all and let y'all answer, so I can make a good answer for you guys. Can you guys both, one after another, define the difference between Freemason and Mason?
I can't at all. That's why I'm asking the questions.
Okay, but hold on, because that's not something that I put on the record in this conversation. That's something that the brother said earlier on when we first started the discussion, that there was a difference between Freemasons and Masons. So I'm kind of just acknowledging his point and being facetious a little bit every time that I say it, but I'm just hinting towards his definition and his ideology and his limited understanding, which is why I also keep telling him he can't define Masons as a non-Mason. He doesn't understand that when he says that there's a difference between Freemasons and Masons, he's actually defining Masons. So I want to give you guys both the opportunity, either one of you or Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, to clarify what he meant by Masons and Freemasons. Because from what I gather earlier, he said that the Masons... Okay, go ahead.
I asked you a question with regards to who's the first Freemason? Who was the first?
Come on, brother. The difference between Mason and Freemason.
Yeah, and I'm asking who's the first Mason? Who's the first Mason?
I'm gonna clearly answer you in clarity. I don't know. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Mason. I don't have a dog in the fight. And when I'm only asking to learn, so I can get information and to learn. That's it.
Gotcha.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Who's the first Mason?
Bro, you keep saying that every time, like you don't want to answer a question. Do you feel like that's your get out of jail free card?
You ain't got no answer for that. So how can you know what a Mason is?
Because you have to define.
You don't have no. So you a Mason, but you don't know who the first Mason is?
You have to define your question for me. I don't know what you mean when you say Mason. Listen to what I'm saying to you. For clarity. I don't know what you mean when you say Mason. Hold on. Listen. I don't know what you mean when you say Mason. I don't know what you mean when you say Freemason. I would like you to clarify what they mean so that I can then so that I can then accurately answer your questions. Can you define your view, your definition, your perspective of Mason and Freemason?
This is what we call fatigue, and he's against the ropes, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus, Black Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad has ENQI on the ropes. He calls himself a Mason, Freemason. He knows what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. We all know what we're talking about. So we talking about the devil, the people who believe in the devil. That's what I'm talking about. I'm asking for the first one, right? The first one that he can call up, recite. Because if he can get the first one, then he can define it. Because that's the father. Who's the father of Freemasonry? Who's the author? Who's the architect of the doctrine? Since I'm not a Mason, I can't.
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Let me answer you. Now that you've given us a definition of Freemason as somebody who believes in the devil, right? Now that you've given us a definition of Masonry as somebody who believes in the devil.
Albert Pike, precisely.
Yeah, but there's Christians that would say he fit that definition.
Hold on, sir.
As a Muslim.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Listen. Let him talk. He's making his own arguments. Let's let him do his thing. He think he killing it tonight. So listen. Now that you've defined Mason as somebody that
Albert Pike.
Okay, Albert Pike. Now you saying Albert Pike defined a Mason as somebody that believes in the devil?
Lucifer.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you a question. What Masonry? What type of if that's in Masonry, right? Where is that located at in Freemasonry? That teaching that Lucifer is the god of Masonry. Where is that teaching located in Freemasonry?
It's in the Scottish Rite.
Where at in the Scottish Rite? Hold on. Where at in the Scottish Rite?
Where at in the Scottish Rite? I'm assuming it's in the teachings of the Scottish Rite.
Where at in the Scottish Rite?
Yeah, in the teachings. That's where it is, in the teachings of the Scottish Rite.
Okay. All right. So you don't know where it is, but you do know it is in the teaching. All right, cool.
I do know. I just answered.
Okay, got you. Is Scottish Rite, is that your definition of Freemasonry? Do all Masons is studying the Scottish Rite a part of Freemasonry? Is being a Mason, being a master Mason, is being a Mason in America, in Europe, in Africa, anywhere on earth, is being a Mason dependent upon or required study or any sort of anything to your knowledge of Masonry, Freemasons?
We got a Mason asking a non-Mason about Masonry. Check that out.
Because I'm asking.
I don't understand what's the difference.
Just give me the golden gloves, man. Just go ahead and do it.
Hold on, brother. Somebody else got a question, right?
I'm just reciting.
Because that's not a part of Masonry, champ. And so you made the point.
Okay.
That
so
you made the Mason? Point. You Solomon made the
first
point.
Mason, wasn't he?
Hold on.
So who's the first one?
Albert Pike is not the first Mason. So if that's what you're saying, that Albert Pike is the first Mason, hold on. Are you saying that Albert Pike is the first Mason?
I'm asking you who is the first Mason. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, listen.
I'm asking you that for 5 minutes.
You define Masonry.
I don't want to define because I can't. You said I can't define. I'm not in the authority.
Bro, this is the problem with you. You got to relax. You got to allow the talking to happen. See, you got to deal with this now. You got to relax. You asked me the question. I then asked you to define what did you mean by Mason or Freemason, brother. You defined it as someone who believes in the devil. I then answered your question and said, I don't know when the first person to believe in the devil was created because that has nothing to do with Masonry. Then you said, but Albert Pike says it does. And then I asked you, where is that located at in Masonry? And you said in the Scottish Rite. So I asked you, does every Mason have to study the Scottish Rite? And then you started to dance around and act a fool and ask for golden gloves. See, the reason why I'm asking you that, sir, is because the Scottish Rite, hold on, the Scottish Rite is not, listen to what I'm saying. The Scottish Rite is not Masonry, sir.
I started to show respect, as you said, to show respect to everybody's faith. If I'm not
But
a
you're
Mason,
not showing respect if you don't know what you're talking about.
That's why I use Albert Pike as a source.
But Scottish Rite is not required. Scottish Rite is not required reading or study of any Mason anywhere on earth.
Now I'm asking you, who was the first Mason?
And I'm asking you to define it. You said a person that believes in the devil, and I told you I don't know, because I don't know when devil worship started.
This is a back and forth clack, click and clack.
No. Now, would you like to walk your question back and ask me a respectful question? If you want to ask me a respectful question, I'll answer you. But if you want to define Masonry as someone who believes in the devil,
if I can't define your faith, then I'm going directly to the Mason himself, who's able to do it for me. So if Albert Pike is not the standard to study, then who is the first Mason?
Okay.
If you don't have an answer for that, then you can't really speak for the Masons, because you're supposed to have a father, a prophet. Like we in Islam, we have Muhammad. That's who we get all of our information from. He's the father. He's to give us the knowledge. Who is your father? Who is your Muhammad? Who is your number one? Because then that means that he's the one that y'all study to know what a real Mason is. Then if you can't give me one, then I'm going to have to use Albert Pike. I'm going to have to use these people. But then you're going to be like, oh, but I'm not a Mason. How do you know? Okay, so who's the first Mason? And then you're just going to keep on running in a circle, brother, because I got you like that. Jesus through the Muhammad. Black Jesus through the Muhammad. Give me the glove.
All right. Now, as I allowed you to go ahead and have that monologue, I'm gonna charge you to give me the same respect, brother, as I go ahead and elaborate and say once again for the intelligent people in the audience that if I was to ask the brother, who's the first Muslim? And then I was to define Muslim as people who believe in human trafficking, would that be respectful, audience? Absolutely not. If I was to define Muslim as people who worship the devil, would that be respectful, people? Absolutely not. So if he defines Masons as people who believe in the devil, as a Mason, I'm saying that that is not consistent with the definition of Masons as I know them to be. I don't know the beginning of the organization he's referring to. He's referring to an organization of people that believe in the devil. I'm not even debating on him whether the Scottish Rite organization teaches a belief in the devil. I'm not even arguing that. I'm going to say simply that the Scottish Rite is not required reading or required study of any Mason anywhere on earth. And what you got to understand, Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, unlike you, sir. See, here's the difference between the things I'm saying and the things you saying. As a Mason, right? This video is on public video on YouTube. As a Mason, there are unlimited amount of source material for the things that I'm saying. As a person who made up their own religion, there is no source material to verify any of your claims. So, respectfully, I have to only trust your word in this conversation. So now, again, I want to give you the opportunity, sir, to walk back your statement. And if you'd like a different answer on the beginning of Masonry, then you would have to redefine your definition. Now, would you like to talk about Masons as the word is defined as some sort of builder or craftsman? Would you like to have that conversation?
I would like for you to tell me the first.
Would you like to have that conversation? Do you want to talk about the first builders?
nothing about masonry because you don't know your
Okay.
own father.
So would you like to talk about Masons as builders?
If you don't know your father, if you don't know your father, then you don't even know what you're following. You're just following witchcraft. Is what you follow. Everything I say it matters because if you don't even know your own father, then everything I'm saying makes sense because you don't even know your father. I know who my father is, and I can tell you where all my ideas come from. So everything you say about Islam don't matter because if it don't come out of my father's mouth, then it don't matter what you say. But you don't even know your father. So everybody who I put up like Albert Pike, it matters because you don't know your father. So if Albert Pike says this is what a Mason is, then that's what it is because you don't know your father.
Okay.
Period.
So let me ask you a question. Masonry started with Albert Pike, correct?
According to Albert Pike, I'm going to say I don't know because he never told me who the father was. He never told me. I'm asking the Mason. You the Mason. I'm asking.
All right. We done went there. So does anybody else have any questions that they would like to introduce?
Allahu Akbar.
So do you subscribe? I mean, do you subscribe to the fact that Hiram Abiff was a Mason?
We talked about Hiram. The Bible talks about Hiram as a master builder. Sure, the Bible does.
Cool. And we would agree that he's older than Albert Pike.
We would definitely agree that he's older than Albert Pike. But hold on. I don't want you to step into this trap, Davis, because I understand what you're doing. And you got to understand in the YouTube universe where Black Jesus Black Jesus Buddha Muhammad, where Black Jesus Buddha Muhammad has established his imaginary religion. You see that face right there? He looked like the Joker. That's he playing. This a game to him. See, if you step in there and you answer the question, what you would be doing is saying that Hiram is somehow involved with devil worship. You see, because you can't step in there. See, he's already established that the answer he's looking for is the first person to start worshiping the devil. That's what he's looking for. I asked him to define Mason, and he defines Mason as person that worships devil. So I don't have no study or no recollection for that. So now, Davis, if you want to talk about the oldest builders on record, right? Or the oldest stone builders, right? So we could just go to the oldest stone building that we have on record to make it simple. And we can take it out of conjecture, right? There is a stone building built out of rectangles that already exists. The oldest one of record is right there on the Giza Plateau.
Yeah, but that's not the oldest one though.
Okay, which building is which stone building is older than the pyramid?
There was one in Mexico, and then there's another
pyramid.
one.
Okay, but these are pyramids still, though, correct?
Some of them can call them. You can call them that. Some can call them
I got
temples, but they're monolithic buildings.
Cool. I got you. So we got the temple and the pyramid. We'll share the love. We'll say temple and pyramid builders, so that way we don't have a dispute. So we have evidence that there were stone builders all the way going back into thousands and thousands of years ago.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Now, just for clarity, is there any written record of the people that built the other pyramids that we could date them to?
Let me see. It's hard to really say because they got Mayan writings or whatnot, and they got these other. Yeah, I wouldn't know what Amaru is, the plum serpent.
Yeah,
we have these kind of writings too. These are all supposed to be, you can class in that thing they call Masons. Now, there's also books or writings that explain that how these people left the Americas and went to that place they call Africa and built pyramids also, and temples and whatnot.
Which records is that? Could you give us the actual records that we could look at those records right now?
So we're dealing with masonry, so ancient mystic oriental rites.
Hold on, no, sir. I don't want like a story account. I'm talking about like a artifact that has been dated to a certain time period where we can validate these stories.
Yeah, but see, when you start talking about artifacts, artifact don't say nothing. It's just an artifact. People guess what the artifact mean or what, I mean, where it may have came from. They guess the dates or whatnot, but no actual particular date. We do know there are Masons that spoke about these particular things, and the Masons that did write books about them, such as Manly P. Hall, I said earlier, and there's other Masons also that wrote about these particular these structures.
You said the construction of these structures?
You said? No, they spoke about these structures, and they gave date. Now, as far as how accurate their data is, it is what it is. I mean, I don't know. We had a bunch of different calendar systems and whatnot. The dating system and all that was, I mean, all that based on conjecture. But we do know that there are buildings all over the globe. Not all over the globe, but there's a lot of them here in the so-called Americas.
Okay.
There's people writing that spoke of this so-called first Egypt being here in the Americas. There's pyramids all down there. They're bigger ones and they're older ones than over there, say, Giza.
Okay.
I know I asked the question about the origin of Masonry. Did it start in Egypt? Did it start with Europeans? Or did the Europeans give them their charter? I guess what I want to know, I guess then ENQI takes us back to ancient Egypt, you know. And so I guess I'm supposed to make out of that the ancient Egyptians were Masons. Okay, but what I want to know, even in that, you know, does that mean that the ancient Egyptians or Masons were black folks? Because the last I looked at Ramses, in the archaeological evidence of Ramses, that man didn't look black at all.
Okay, just in case you didn't know, bro, this is not a conversation about was Ramsey black or this is.
I guess if I can get to the origin, then I would know what's what and what's what. Because
okay, hold on. Well, I'm giving you something in concrete, literally, pun intended. If we're talking about stone builders, I'm showing you the highest level of sophistication that has been practiced on this planet, the highest level of mathematical sophistication that we have that we can see and touch in stone working is right there, sitting there for everyone to see. So again, I'm asking, are we defining Masonry as stonemasons, builders of stone, workers in stone? If we're talking about that, I'm saying that we have huge, mathematically perfect works of stone, literally sitting right out there in the desert.
So is okay. What I'm asking is all stonemasons, are all stonemasons inside of Masonry and Freemasonry? That's what I'm asking. I mean, could it be possible that I could be a licensed stonemason today and not a part of the Masonic and Freemasonic organization? The answer is yes. And if the answer is yes, who's to say that it wasn't always like that?
Yeah, see, we start talking about masonry, man, and these certain orders, they're not really dealing with actual building.
Okay, well, let's hit the share screen. Let's hit the share screen real quick, just so we can hit the share screen one more time. I see this is gonna have to be multiple conversations because it
seems like they all leading to the same point.
Okay, no, we're not all, because we know that we know Black Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad was talking about something totally different. I want to make sure that's clear for the record.
That's why I said you don't just go through the whole video. I said you gotta let me break the video down. But you were so busy trying to.
Can you hit the share screen?
This was a serious subject to talk about. So this is
Sister
gonna be
Karima, can you hit the share screen? We're just waiting for the sister to go ahead and hit the share screen. That's all. I'm gonna show you this, and then because I know these concepts are so hard that we wrestling with these concepts, but I just want to see if anybody's familiar with this guy, right? And again, I think these are important points of study because I see that many of us are unfamiliar. Maybe we are not as familiar with some of the Hebrew as we thought we were. Maybe we're not familiar with some of these Bible chapters as we thought we were. Maybe we're not familiar with African history as we thought we were. The brother said he was enlightened on African history by studying Malcolm X. I'm saying Malcolm X is American history, not African history, right? If we're talking about Kemet, that's African history. I think the sister is probably. Too, though. I got you. I think the sister is probably busy. Right this second. So what I would refer people to. Hold on. What I would refer people to. Okay, there we go. I was going to say what I would refer people to. If you're looking for a origin point, in terms of deity, in terms of Kemet, and in terms of the craftsmen or the master builders, right? That would be this gentleman right here. Just for a point of reference to study, just in case, because I know a lot of times what happens in the Black community, we pretend like we spiritual, but we don't really follow none of these religions or these spiritual systems that we say that we do. That's where my beef comes in. When I'm dealing with a Muslim, but he's not really a Muslim. You know, he got his own thing that he made up. Or I'm dealing with a Christian that's not really the Christian. They didn't, you know, like if you're going to deal with something, you got to be able to stick with that. And if you're going to come to the table with it to argue the points, you got to at least be grounded in your information. So I'm saying, like, if we're defining the builders now, you said, is it possible to be a stone builder and not be woo 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 to separate the spiritual system from the actual builders? I'm showing you that the oldest, most mathematically perfect stone mason creation builders of stone have made is on the plateau, the Giza plateau. And I'm telling you that these stone builders, they believed that this was a spiritual practice that they were in. They believed that they're, hold on, wait a minute, hold on, relax. You got to relax. They believe that their God, hold on, they believe that their God was the master builder. Now, also, you might not believe in Kemet. And as a Mason, I respect that. You might not believe in that. But what I can also show you is that the Bible says that God is also a builder.
I agree with that.
Okay, so then you got your points of origin and your points of information.
At what point did the
you said that you got a beef with people in spirituality? You don't even have no foundation in any spirituality because you a Mason. A Mason don't have no foundation in nothing. They follow everything. So how you gonna sit here and say, "Oh, I don't follow Islam," but at least I'm sincere about what I follow. I actually claim to be a Muslim. You claim to be nothing. How you gonna sit there and act like you have a foundation in spirituality?
Bro, no matter how many times you repeat that, it's not gonna make people believe it. Listen, no matter how many times you repeat that, it's not gonna make people believe it. Now stop saying that dumb shit over and over and over again. You sound stupid.
All right.
Sound stupid.
At what point?
What spirituality do you have?
Seriously, you sound stupid. The people in the chat think you sound stupid, bro. The people think you sound stupid. Stop. I'm trying to help you.
I appreciate that you're concerned with what people think. My concern is what knowledge, wisdom, and understanding thinks of me. Your concern is what people think. That's the problem with a Mason. They too busy trying to show off to people. My thing is you have no foundation and no spirituality, claiming like you do, but then got something to say about me and my spirituality.
Okay. All right.
What is your
Okay,
foundation
brother.
in spirituality?
All right, brother. And we're moving back to Davis and Yasha. We're moving back to Davis and
That's what I
Yasha,
thought.
brother.
You ain't got no foundation.
All right.
I know
So,
What you got, Yasha and Davis? Y'all
so
got to
at
control
what?
this combo, family, or we got to wrap it up. So it's really just me talking to y'all two. Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad already closed out an hour ago. He closed out his argument an hour ago. We all watched that. We all watched that happen. He closed out an hour ago. So all he's doing right now is stopping the presentation. So go ahead, Davis and Yasha, with your points and your questions.
All right,
All right.
cool. I don't have no issue with the fact that those monuments were built over there in Egypt. Excuse me, or guys, or whatever you want to call it. But what I'm saying is there are sources that says that these people that went over there, left here, went over there and built those monuments. They have the same, just about any monument you can find over there, they can also find over here. You can find in India.
But that's not up for debate tonight, man. Hey, sir, that's not up for debate tonight. Because
I know, but you said that the origin, but you said that's the biggest, the first builder, but that's not the first one.
So listen, here's the thing. Wherever they came from, clearly they was alive before Albert Pike. Right?
Yes, I agree with that.
Clearly they had advanced knowledge on building with stone, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so wherever they came from, Canada, they came from 158th Street in the Bronx, whether they came from your neighborhood or whoever's neighborhood. They was alive well before Albert Pike. They was alive. Hold on, wait. They was alive well before England was even a country, correct?
I'll agree with that too. Yeah.
Okay, so then that answers. So in terms of the relevance to the conversation, we all agree that stone masonry, building with stone, did not start with Albert Pike.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, all right. So we moving forward. We what you saying? I'm not debating, champ. I'm not debating on where the guys came from before they moved to Egypt. That's cool. If that's what you say. If that's your thing. What else you guys got?
All right. You got Hiram, right, of the Bible. Okay. Then you got Hiram Abiff. I'm not sure that they are the same, right? And then you got like, okay, then you got the story in the Bible about Solomon Temple, right? You know, the stone builders, Hiram Abiff, but Hiram Abiff built the Bible. In the Bible, he built Solomon Temple out of cedar wood. He didn't build it out of stones or wood or anything like that, right? So then we talk about hold on. I'm about to land it because it's all the same answer. Okay. Right. The answer would be the same to all of it. I'm just painting and make it clear. Okay. So we talking about, you know, the stone builders, right? The original stone builders as masons, right? And then I asked the questions about stone building masonry and the difference between the fraternal organization. I asked, could there be...
I didn't hear you ask that question. Hold on. I didn't hear you ask that question.
Could you be
I've been asking over and over for you guys to be specific about the question you're asking.
Right. So I asked about the brick mason. You know, I'm going back all over the things that I had said, right?
Keep going.
So I talk about this brick mason, right? The brick builders, okay? And as we talking about these brick masons, okay, you're saying that they started, that it have its origin in Egypt, okay? I know that today you can be a brick mason, right? But you don't carry the compass and the G, okay? You could be a licensed brick mason and not be in the fraternal organization. So my question is, when did Hiram and Hiram Abiff separate? When did brick mason and the fraternal organization separate? That's what I'm trying to ask.
One is like actual physical builders. The other ones are builders of the mind. Got me?
Yeah, I'm asking when did they separate? Because I know people that are brick masons that has nothing to do with the fraternal organization. This is what I'm saying.
You understand what I'm saying? But those particular masons are builders of the mind. That's what
Yeah.
Yeshua
And
person talked
ENQI is
about.
saying that the builders of the mind were the first masons. I'm asking when did they separate? Because at some point there is a separation between a licensed brick mason that
Let
build
me ask you a
with
question real
bricks
quick.
today.
Let me ask you a question. Hold
My
on.
brother build with masonry and bricks and stuff, and he's
Okay,
not
hold
in
on.
the
Are
he's
you?
not
I'm a
in the
concrete mason.
brotherhood.
I understand what you're saying.
Hold on.
I'm a concrete
Hold on.
mason. I understand what you're
Hold
saying,
on.
King.
Okay, you're a concrete mason. You said, Davis.
No, I said my brother.
Hold on, no. David said he is a concrete
Yeah, I
mason.
am.
Oh,
Yeah, I have a concrete business. That's what I do.
Okay, you have a concrete business, but are you a licensed concrete mason?
Yes.
And that's what your certificate says, concrete mason?
No, mason.
Okay, so your license, you went to school to be a mason.
You don't have to go to school to be a mason.
You don't have to go to school to be a mason.
No,
apprenticeship.
No, but
Okay,
you do have
Yasha.
to have. Say it again.
So you don't have to learn to be a mason from anywhere?
Yeah, no, the bill, yeah, of course. But you don't have to go to like a special school or anything. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that's fine. So do you have to go to a special school to learn masonry?
Some people can, but some people can learn from, like I did. I learned from my ancestors.
Up here, you
Elders,
got
I
it.
worked on these jobs. I was little, so I learned how
Up
to
here,
do.
you just need to have
I
an
learned how to.
apprenticeship, and you can join the union.
Okay,
I'm from the
so
South. We don't got unions down here.
No. What I'm showing you is I'm actually giving you a demonstration, right?
Cool.
So as a licensed mason, you said you don't have to go to school to be a licensed mason.
No.
So you have to take a test though, right?
Yeah, of course, yes.
Okay,
And
so you have to take a
show
test.
proof. Yeah, you have to show proof of the work you did.
Got you. Okay. So you have to take a test and you have to show proof of your work. Dope.
Yeah.
And so you got to learn from other masons before you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. I'm just working with. So now I have the official understanding on how you could become a mason today, right? So now that I've got that source information from you, and we're going to take your word that who you say you are. This is source information from you.
Yes.
Now, when we talk about Hiram, right?
Yeah.
We're going to go to source information for that time period and those people. And the source information for that time period and those people is the Bible. And the Bible says that God in the Bible is a builder and an architect. This is what the Bible says.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so again, it's not about what I'm teaching. This is what the Bible teaches. Now, I also showed you in Egypt, just in case whatever people's personal beliefs are. Some people believe in the Bible. They respect the Bible. They don't believe in Kemet or Egypt, or they don't have. So I'm showing you two sources because either one of them works for my conversation. I'm giving you two sources that shows you beyond a shadow of a doubt masons of stone building before Albert Pike. And I'm also showing you masons that have their spirituality as the root source, of their education and their qualification to be tested and to be proven as masons. As you said, you have to be tested and your work has to be verified. So I'm telling you that now, like you said, your system of masonry does not have God. So you have a godless system of masonry. So in today's time period, masonry is divorced of God. In today's time period, there's a lot of things that are divorced from God. I personally have a problem with all these different things that are godless. If you ask me, the problem that we're dealing with is too many godless individuals with too many godless occupations, with too much godless study, which is the reason why they say the idle mind is a devil's playground. But I respect people. Hold on. I respect people enough to say, hey, I'm not going to beat you up for where you at, because this might just be a stop in your journey. So I'm saying Masonry today is godless. As you said, God ain't a part of your equation. But if
no, that's not what I'm saying. I never said that.
Okay. If we go to the biblical roots, I'm showing you that the master builder and the architect, as per the Bible, is God. I'm showing you that the master builder and architect for a specific time period in Egypt is God there.
And I don't disagree with that.
Hold on. So then we don't have a disagreement. We in the same page.
No, we don't have a disagreement.
So we good. So, Yasha, what you got?
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that, King.
What'd you say?
I'm saying right. Now, we start talking about these other movements like Masonry. They're more of a spiritual thing. That's what I'm saying.
You said a spiritual gang?
I said more the movement they see right now as far as Masonry, the way it's used now, is an organization. All right, now, the organization is more of a spiritual thing, but there are also actual builders. Now, these different levels in this organization they call Masonry. I mean, they compare them to these actual Masons. Not really compare them to, but they got the same names. As you know, such as the Freemasons, the difference between the Freemasons and say a regular Mason, or say a person who lay brick on a line, or say like the contractor. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The contractor, I mean, he reads the blueprints, and he makes sure every other Mason that's on the job site understand how this particular building is gonna go. Sometimes we lay it on the 8, sometimes not. You understand that? Masonry, as the movement, the spirituality thing, is a little different. They talk about the mind, esoterically, building of the mind. You got what I mean?
When you say
he knows what you mean, brother. He knows exactly what you mean, but what he won't do is tell you who the first Mason is, so he can hide in the religion. That's what they do. That's what P. Haney P. said. You can hide in every religion.
The Most High will be the first creator. The creator will be the first Mason.
But what you're doing is you justifying his claim that the origin of Masonry is in the Bible, or the God of the Bible, which is going to give him firepower. What we trying to figure out is that what is the origins of Freemason? Who's the first Mason? Because what happens is if you don't stick with that question, he's going to hide in your Bible. He's going to hide in your Bible.
Who's the first Mason then, according to you? You say you
hold on.
Understand?
He's going to be like, okay, the first. He's going to pick out verses with the word Mason in it, or builder, and he's going to allow himself to creep up in your book and be like, see. I'm not like, what's the point? That has nothing to do with what y'all claim. Because what the Masons claim, according to Albert Pike and Manning P. Hall, is that you don't have to be an actual Bible believer. You don't actually have to be a Quranic believer. As long as you get the light of the religion, universal. So they still your knowledge. They still a little bit from here, a little bit from there, a little bit from there, a little bit here, and then the Mason act like they got the light.
Cool. So I'm not disagreeing with you either.
Okay, so what I'm saying, what that brother did with it, what he just did to you, he did a mental jiu-jitsu. He got you to agree with him that the origins of Freemasonry has something to do with your book, and you was like, yeah. So you gotta understand how he uses words.
But it is true though.
He's trying to get you to it. But brother, a Mason doesn't have they're not creed bound. They're not creed bound. So if he says that he has some creed in your book, if he's trying to establish an anchor in your book, but they're not creed bound, and you agree to that, then brother, he can hide in your religion now. And now he can hide and be like, I'm one of you. That's an agent. I'm one of you now because you just said it. You gotta understand that's what Mason.
I listen, right. I'm not one to dispute a man. We talk about the actual subject matter, the Masonry. All right, now, according to my understanding, the Most High, the Creator, was the first builder. Most High.
According to the, because you're a Torah man, right?
I agree, yeah.
Okay, so that's your narrative. You have a right to.
But you're a Muslim though, so yours would be the same.
Right. But I'm saying, brother, I claim it. See, I claim it. A Mason doesn't claim it. They don't claim Islam. They just be like, yo, you know, all knowledge is universal. So I'm like,
what do you? More esoterical versions of this information.
But brother, you know that. But you know, even you know, in your own book, the Levitical priesthood, they're the only ones who dealt with that esoteric knowledge. That esoteric knowledge wasn't given to all the 12 tribes. The only tribe that had that esoteric knowledge was the tribe of Levi under the family of Aaron. Aaron and his sons were the ones who got that esoteric knowledge. So even the order, even the order of the priesthood had structure. Like you couldn't just be talking this esoteric knowledge if you wasn't a Levi. So would you
say that Cain was also a builder?
So is Israelite esoterica the same as Egyptian esoterica?
Well, I'm not going to speak for the Torah because I would be disrespecting.
No, I said esoterica.
Esoterica, I don't know what you mean.
Esoterica, the original word.
So you're saying is the Israelites?
Is Israelite esoteric knowledge the same as Egyptian esoterica, esoteric knowledge?
Yeah, this is universal knowledge, and it was practiced by and understood by many cultures.
So all esoterica is the same. Is that what you're telling me?
No, what I'm saying is this information is used universal, not just so-called Israelites dealt with it because information been around before.
Hold on, let me ask you a question about the Quran. Wait a minute, I got a question about the Quran. In the Quran, how did God make man?
He used dirt. He used mud.
He used dirt or he used mud?
It's the same thing. It's the same components. Dirt,
oh, it's the same components? Okay, so
mud is the process of dirt being mixed with water, the fluid. So it's dirt, water, sperm. It's an evolutionary process. Man comes
water
from dirt.
And sperm. I don't. Oh, whoa! I don't know if dirt, water, and sperm goes in there. So see, we having a real time example of seeing who's trying to mix up words and play word games, like literally on video. But
and we're having a real time example.
Let me ask you a question, Davis. Brother Davis, as a concrete. Hold on, Brother Davis, as a brick. That was your
Quran question.
I'm trying to go to the source material. Hold on, I'm going to source material. Davis, Brother Davis, as a licensed brick mason, or a licensed concrete mason person.
Cool.
Would it be safe to say, according to your understanding, would it be safe to say that dirt is closer to sperm or closer to stone?
Repeat that again.
Would we say that when God was saying that he formed man out of the dust of the ground, when he says that dust of the ground, right? Dust of the ground. So if we say ground at the time when the Bible was written, we know that when the Bible was written, there was no such thing as concrete, correct?
You got Adam and Adama, man and dirt.
Hold on. I'm asking a question. Was there concrete? Was there concrete in the time that the Bible was written?
Yes.
So they had concrete streets when the Bible was written.
May not be streets, but he had buildings, pyramids. Notice these pyramids, actually, if you deal with the data system, if you agree with the data system, they go back before the so-called Bible.
And so are you saying that concrete is made out of dust from the ground?
No, it's made out of a few more different things, different agents, as far as drying agents and hardening agents and whatnot, I mean.
But basically you're saying it's rock, though, that cement is a form of rock.
Yes.
And cement got water in it.
and you
Some
also
type of mineral matter.
okay, that's fine. So we talking about. I got you. Hold on. So we saying that the Bible and the Quran both starts up with man being built from stone or crushed stone or mud or crushed rock or what are we saying, Jesus? Or am I doing a Masonic trick on everybody right now?
Now hold on. I'm not agreeing to that.
Okay, I got you. I'm just asking a question.
From the elements of earth.
I got you.
Yeah, okay.
I got you. So again, would it be safe to say that a stone worker, a person that builds buildings in stone, would it be safe to say that they know how to mix stone from the dust on the ground? Is it safe to say that you can make a liquid version of stone and mold something from the dust of the ground, and then it hardens when you put heat on it? Is that safe to say?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So, again, man, see, it's woo. It's work up here. It's work up here. I'm working, people. Man, listen, if y'all believe that I've been working hard to teach tonight, y'all got to send some congratulations cash apps to $ Minister ENQI. Minister MINISTER ENQI, ENQI. If you believe that I haven't been proving these points well or teaching well, don't send me a cash app. Only send me a cash app if you believe that. If you recognize and appreciate the teachers, people at home, right? So, okay. So I don't think that we have to go any further in establishing that. I think that it's clear that the Bible, and for the people that need more, you can obviously look these things up on your own at home as we go. You can simply type in God as a builder in the Bible, and you can see all the verses that comes up. You can use your common sense and you can understand the brother's a cement worker. That means literally he takes liquid, he takes dust from the ground and turns that into liquid rock that he then makes into solid rock and makes buildings out of. Like literally, that's the process. And that's what a mason does. So literally, the brother that's licensed, the only brother licensed on this panel as a mason, has explained to us this is the very process that the Bible and the Quran attribute to God as the origin of all life. So again, when you asking the question of the origin of this, I'm saying if you're a person that subscribes to the Bible, you would have to subscribe to the origin being biblical. For God and the spiritual fraternity, the spiritual system, to be attached with the stone builders. I showed you earlier where literally Jesus was teaching and people was asking after his teaching, when he was teaching, he was amazing. It was amazing. They was like, oh my God, is he a Mason? The first thing that people said, is he a Mason? Ain't that a Mason? Then we looked and I showed you the Hebrew translation of what would be English for Mason. See, before the English, we go back to Latin, then we go back to Greek, tekton, and then we go back from there to Hebrew and Sumerian, where they use the word negar and the word negaru. So again, it's not me. I didn't make up these terms. Well, actually, maybe ENQI. I don't know if you want to say that ENQI went back, as my previous ENQI wrote the if you want to, if Jesus could be Buddha and Muhammad, then it's possible that maybe as ENQI, the original ENQI, I wrote in Sumerian, but this obviously version of me right here, right? This, I didn't create that word. I didn't create cuneiform. I didn't do that, right? So I've given you the biblical origin. Then I took you to the master builder and craftsman Ptah. in Kemet, and he had a large fraternity dedicated to him. That, if you depend on who you ask, may say still exists. So I'm giving you a spiritual fraternity, again, origin, that's associated with the builders. And the builders of the stones are not separated from the spiritual system, guys. I know today the builders are separated from the spiritual system. A lot of what's going on today, it's like if we go back in time, there was a time where you couldn't be a storyteller if God was not a part of your storytelling. Now it's separate. You can talk about God and tell godly stories or stories about spirituality. And you can also tell horror stories or any other type of story devoid of God. You can even tell stories against God. That's the world we live in today. Back in Kemet, on the other hand, like I said, they were intertwined just like the Bible. And if we go a step further, we see that the origin of Nagar for being an intelligent or wise builder is not only in the Hebrew. It goes back before the Hebrew to the Aramaic and the Sumerian. So now we have Sumeria also defining the wise builder as Nagaru. So even in that society, which predates the existence of even England or English, we have the same spiritual system associated with these builders in stone. So again, I don't, like the brother has pointed out, as a weakness of Freemasonry, that we respect all people's religions and all people's histories and all people's, we respect everybody. So when you ask me for an origin, I understand how special the conversation is. I understand how many different religions and ideologies are attached to this master builder and designer of the body, however you want to word it. When we look at certain things, we see it doesn't really align with what we thought. So it's like we have a Mandela effect. We looking at this shit like, what is happening right now? ENQI just showed us that the Bible says that God is a builder. Like, what is happening right now? Jesus is a nigga. I don't even know what people at home don't even know what to do with what they seen tonight. People at home are having cognitive dissonance right now. They are literally watching this shit like, so I'm giving answers that work for hopefully most of the people that are here in terms of what the original conversation where the brother started by saying, Masonry was created by white folks. So when he said that, I'm like, what you mean? And then I started to explain to the contrary. He cut me off and then he said, well, no, I know you mean Masonry, but the Freemasons, woo, woo, woo. I'm talking about Freemason, not Mason. I'm like, okay. So eventually I'm like, before we keep going, define for us Freemason versus Mason. He didn't give us an answer. He went into, his own thing. Then he settled on Masons or Freemasons or both being people that believed in the devil. And clearly, if we're talking about Lucifer, which is the term that he used, right? I showed that the Bible has God as the builder, not Lucifer. You got to deal with the Bible, right? I showed you if you subscribe to Kemet. I even showed in the Quran, which is a tough one. You're going to have to deal with that. In fact, the word al-Munshi, are you familiar with that word, brother? The Arabic word al-Munshi? Al-Munshi. Are you familiar with the Arabic word? Black Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad. Are you familiar with the Arabic word al-Munshi?
Hey, I'm gonna need to see the script. But with that being said,
hold on. Are you not? Wait a minute. Hold on. Are you not familiar with the word al-Munshi?
I think the people can make a decision.
Are you familiar with the word al-Munshi?
Oh, now you're trying to be a drill sergeant. Look at you. And let me tell you something, man. The truth is, you can't disassociate yourself from the truth.
Okay, so I'll tell you, in the Quran, when it says that God formed man of the dust of the ground in the Quran, the word used for God is al-munshi. And that word, hold on, let me teach you out of your Quran, champ. Let's work in your Quran. In the Quran, the word for creator is al-munshi. Al-munshi also, besides being God, besides meaning creator, also means innovator, inventor, and craftsman. So again, this is not about Dr. ENQI making this stuff up. This is, again, another brother, and this is always my contention. I don't have anything against religion. I just want people to deal with their thing thoroughly, right? So if you represent Islam, you should be here representing the Quran. Now, people tell you you can't be an authentic scholar of the Quran if you don't study the Quran in the language it was revealed in, which is Arabic. So we're talking about the main story of the Quran, how God made man. And literally the word there used is al-munshi. Now, if you're a Quranic scholar and you want to debate that and I'm wrong, fine. Throw it out there. But he hasn't even studied the Quran enough to know whether the word al-munshi is used for creator or even to know what that word means. I don't even think the brother has ever read the Quran in Arabic or the Bible in Greek or in Hebrew. In fact, the brother may only have surface level information because it didn't take long of studying before Allah came out of the Quran and personally educated him on an invisible book that Allah has that no one else has seen. And he invented a new form of Islam. So again, I have given origins for builders in terms of in terms of spiritual systems connected with the actual stone masons. So I think that if we want to go further in our research, I even went to the oldest Masonic document. So not only did I go into the Bible, I went into Kemet. You got the Sumerian, you got the Masonic text, like all of the source material, points you to, like there is no source material from the 1900s, but you see how passion do. The young brother admitted that he thought the printer was invented in the 1940s. The printer was invented come on now. That's second grade information. Then when the brothers jumped on here and said, no, it's in the 1400s. He like, no, it's in the 1940s. Technology wasn't invented back then. And he goes, oh, wait a minute. I thought you was talking about the automatic printers. No, sir. I could tell you that was a lie. He didn't think that we was talking about automatic printers because the conversation started and he created the conversation. The first Bible print of the King James Version. And so when he talked about the first print of the King James Version, again, I'm going, when was it printed? He goes, oh, it was printed in, the first printers was in the 1940s, 1950s. I gave him plenty of time to clarify. The brother's a mess. And what I'm saying is this is what online personalities look like. This is what the people who are telling you that masonry is some sort of devil worshiping thing. This is what they actually look like under close scrutiny. Under close scrutiny, nothing they say makes sense. When they say masonry is a secret organization, I say, well, how come everybody know about Masons? Oh, but the information, the degrees, the secret knowledge is secret. Hold on. How could the information of Freemasons be secret when it's on the internet? When you can buy a Masonic ritual book from Barnes and Nobles or Amazon. How could it be secret? When you could look up online and the brother's proven to me, yeah, look, George Washington really is a Freemason. Look, let me show you. Boop. And he goes right to Google to look up his membership. If you can verify the membership of an individual in an organization by doing a public search, that means that the organization's membership is not secret. Because see, if it was secret, you would not be able to verify it with a open Google. You see how that goes? Because see, secret means it's not Googleable. See, a secret wouldn't be Googleable for everyone to get. Secret knowledge would not be sold in a public store for $11. See, all of these things fall apart under close scrutiny. When we say, where was the origin? Well, if we eliminate all of our opinions and we just talk about stonemasons, forget spiritual systems, secret knowledge, and all this other stuff, we're just talking about stonemasons. Well, the most clear evidence that we have on this planet for stonemasons is there in the Giza Plateau. Are there other pyramids? Sure. But are those pyramids as mathematically sound as the ones at Giza? No. If anything, when you look at the pyramids, if anything, when you look at the pyramids, it looks like the pyramid culture may have developed globally. And as they learned and perfected their craft in stone, they then built their magnum opus, or their best of the best, at Giza, because Giza reflects the most mathematical principles and the most mathematical constants. And the mathematical constants that are reflected in the pyramids are the mathematical constants that define all of quantity and calculation in the rest of the world. So, in terms of the stonemason builders, we have that edifice right there to look at in terms of removing anybody's thoughts or affiliations or whatever. We could just look and go, man, yeah, okay, yeah, they were some bad motherfuckers with stone builders. The baddest stone builders was right there. Done. Now, if we're talking about a spiritual system, I showed you that those builders that built the baddest shit so far, their shit was spiritual. Their God was the master builder, just like in the Bible. They had the craftsmen dedicated to Ptah, just like in the Bible. In fact, Jesus is not only the cornerstone, but he's also a mason. He's also a builder in the Bible. That's not me making that up. You got to take that up with the authors of the Bible. The authors of the Bible have Jesus listed as a builder, a master builder at that, and also as the cornerstone, which is a stonemason term. So, again, this is just some enlightenment. These are just some information I'm shedding light on so that when we think about brainwash, right? The idea of brainwash, we got to understand the idea of brainwash. The idea of brainwash would be to hide valuable information or to make you think that valuable information is not valuable. The idea of brainwash is to make you think that powerful, uplifting information is not powerful and uplifting. So, Masons teach what? Unity. What's the number one thing that Black folks say they need in the community? Unity. I don't know. Maybe the reason why there's no unity in the community is because the people in the community are godless. When you think about the conscious community, even if you look at the conscious community, what has happened in the conscious community? I'll give you a very brief history of the conscious community. If I'm lying, I'm flying. A group named after Kemet called the Amun-Ra Squad. I'm just giving you a little example of conscious community as an example of the whole Black community. Watch how superstitious and silly we look. A group called the Amen-Ra Squad, right, has been in the conscious community. Now, mind you, the conscious community is supposed to be the spiritual community. So a group named Amen-Ra is in the spiritual community. And guess what this group job is in the spiritual community? The Amen-Ra group in the spiritual community has been to prove that God doesn't exist. And so most of the spiritual community, under pressure of these Kemetic scholars that don't believe in God, you cannot be a Kemetic scholar. Let me go on the record for this. You cannot be a Kemetic scholar, Dr. Reggie, and not believe in God, because Kemetic people clearly believed in God. So atheism is not Kemetic. You cannot be an atheist and be Kemetic. The two contradict one another. So whether you want to argue that Kemetic people believed in one God, like Akhenaten said, or whether they believed in many gods, they believed in God. That's not up for debate. So atheist is not part of the Kemetic paradigm. But you people that do believe in God, whether it is your Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, whether it's Farad Muhammad, because if you believe in Elijah Muhammad taught people that a Arabic man named Farad Muhammad, who some people say is a Caucasian man, was God. I'm going to repeat that. Elijah Muhammad taught that Farad Muhammad, a Arabic or Caucasian man, depending on who you ask, was God. Sunni Muslims would not believe that Farad Muhammad is God. In fact, 5%ers would not even tell you that Farad Muhammad is God. Father Allah, member of Nation of Islam, would not tell you that Farad Muhammad was God. So
who said he was?
That is a part of that teaching that the young brother represents.
Okay.
A part of his teaching, because remember, it's Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, 33rd X. So all of them combine clearly to create his divine revelation of what his program is. So I'm just stating for the record, for the conversation's sake, our number one conversation was the question, was Jesus a nigga? I think we answered that. I think we gave a lot more information. And should anybody want to pick up the mantle where the brother dropped, because I know what's going to happen. People going to watch this and they're going to go, man, I could have did a way better job debating ENQI on masonry than that. I'm going to say this, I'm going to say that. So, yeah, so I'm saying that, yeah, that floor is open, you know what I'm saying? But I think that we did a good job tonight of creating a lot of things that people can review and potentially debunk. I know that people are people are in their bag right now. They're trying to figure out how far down the rabbit hole they can go with this, because now you have to deal with the ideology that a lot of people had about the devil and this, that, and the other. And remember, like I said, that Scottish Rite, where he said he was reading the definition that you have to believe that Lucifer is God and blah, blah, blah. He said that comes from the Scottish Rite. I want y'all to remember that I'm on record saying that no Mason anywhere in America, in Europe, in Germany, anywhere is required to read, study, practice, or deal with the Scottish Rite. So if the brother wants to challenge that, if anybody else, feel free. But a lot of you guys are at home, and I do have problems with the Masons. That's like everything else. You got a lot of guys out there faking. You got a lot of guys at home that's scared to say they're a Mason. They scared to say their father was a Mason. They scared to say their grandfather, their uncle. These people that put real value in their life. Everybody got fathers, uncle. Everybody got real Masons around them that put real value in their life. And you do them people, your family members, a real disservice every time you allow these goofballs to come on the internet and make up these stories and play games with your ancestors. Because you know, if you had an uncle or father or somebody that was into Masonry, you know they were serious about that. You know they'll slap fire out of nigga if they even try to play with it in front of them like that. You already know what it is. So I'm saying don't allow people to violate your ancestors, because as I showed you, if you somebody that believe in the Bible, now you have a conflict of interest if you've been watching these dumbass Illuminati videos and you listening to them telling you that Illuminati is the Freemasons, right? He tried that. That didn't work here. I know about Adam Weishaupt in 1776 in Bavaria, right? I know all about that. You can't run that to me. I know about the Rothschilds and the Rothschild banking empire and all. You can't run that to me. I've seen Jordan Maxwell and David Icke like everybody else. That's not new shit. But that doesn't have anything to do with these builders. And it doesn't have anything to do with these advanced civilizations that mathematics seeded. And if we're going to talk about infiltrating the Black community and parading around information that's not theirs, nobody has done that more than Islam. Nobody has done that more than Islam, because Islam takes credit, as the Moors love to do all the time. The Moors love to beat their chests all the time and say that the Moors started the European resonance, the Renaissance, the Renaissance in Europe. It's because the Moors was there teaching them mathematics and educating the savages in Europe. Those is all facts. But just remember that before they got it, right? Before they blew a hole in a corner of the pyramid, right? Before they blew a hole in the corner of the pyramid, snuck in there and grabbed a hold of what they could grab a hold of and went to translating whatever they could translate, because the Arabic language also has roots in the Medu Neter. I didn't even feel like I should bring that up in this conversation. It wasn't warranted. Pun intended. We see that they snuck in through a corner of the pyramid like mice, like rats, like Tekashi 6ix9ine, like Gunner. We see that they snuck in the corner like rats. They broke a hole in the corner of the house and snuck in like rats. Ran out of there with mathematics in their back pocket. And they've been riding ever since, telling the world that they gave the world mathematics and science through mathematics, because we don't have science the way it's articulated, especially today, because today all of science is based on mathematical formula. So the Arabics have been beating their chest, and anybody with that claim, but I showed today that they bust in the side of the wall over there. See, now, as a Mason, I don't have to be in a competitive spirit with the Arabic people that bust into the wall and stole the math, right? Because as the brother laid out, as Masons, we don't have to be in competition and in contention with you. Because at the end of the day, in order for our children to learn how to count, they don't need the origin of mathematics. They just need to know the application of it. So there's a space where the origin is relevant, but then there's a space of whether it's accurate, and that's important. Both have to be grounded in reality. So we saw today the origin at least calculable. And we can go further. Well, again, it's not warranted. And this is highly irregular, right? It's not warranted. This is highly irregular. So it's not necessary to, but if others would like to pick up, and we have a part 2, because we've been going since 7, it's now 1:30. I want to close out. I want to thank Karima for even staying awake and allowing this conversation to take place. I think that all the anti-Freemason folks have stuff to study, because you got to be anti-Bible to be anti-Mason. So now all of the Bible folks, you're going to have to reconcile this thing. You're going to have to be anti-Jesus in order to be anti-Mason. So all of you people that believe in Jesus, you're gonna have to reconcile this with Jesus now being a master Mason. Now, how you gonna deal with that, people? I know y'all gonna act like y'all didn't see this video tonight, but you did, and you exposed to the information. So what you do next is on you. Sister Kareem, I'm turning it over to you. All right. Well, while we wait, I will go ahead and entertain us.
Yo, A.A. Rashid is with Griselda. Oh, it's that time to start robbing niggas now. If I jack for life for them cars, you know how he go. He stunting rentals. I might get knocked by the Rebo. Plus he snitching. That's new cars and probation. I'ma have to rob Sinetta old ass for them YouTube donations. Once I start robbing niggas, you gonna see the bitch come out rich. He gonna try to.
Can y'all hear the sound?
Professor Griff, for real, add more niggas to the pot. That's how you spoil thieves. I'm taking Cam CD money and Soleil royalties. Rich gonna try to call the pills over this pistol shit. But that's only gonna get them niggas robbed for all that crystal shit. Rich gonna call Supernova next, but I can handle the ball. I wait for him to go OT and sneak rob his store. I ain't tussling with that nigga. He got a couple screws loose, for real. King Simon is a puppy. He the conscious blues clues now. He a big dog and the elder, so I'm sorry, bro. But you and Lloyd laying down for that numerology, though. This ain't serious. Being conscious can make you delirious. So we live and have fun, but I'm just saying, son, shit get different when the rabbit got the gun. This ain't serious. Being conscious can make you delirious. So we live and have fun, but I'm just saying, son, shit get different when the rabbit got the gun. Mama Bill gonna call me on the phone like, ENQI, what's up? I'ma just rush her off.
I'm coming right now. I was talking to somebody that was informing me that
Hold on, I got
somebody's a snitch.
Man. Woo. And folks ran in there like rats, you know what I'm saying? And grabbed the information through a little hole in the corner of the wall. And now they're trying to present themselves as if the Arabic Muslim community educated the world on mathematics when they stole it.
Yeah, I'm here. I just got a phone call informing me that Shanetta just can't keep his motherfucking mouth shut. Like, anyways, yeah. You ready to close out?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We closing out. I think it was a good convo. So let's end it on a good note. Peace to the family out there. Thanks you for hosting the joint. Thank the brother Jesus Buddha Muhammad, the 33rd X, for representing a lot of people. Whatever y'all think about his conversation, his points, just know that he represents a lot of people out there. Also know that not only does he represent a lot of people, but he is a teacher. He's a teacher. So he's teaching people these things that we discussed tonight. So I need y'all to understand. Yeah, and we'll leave it at that. Oh, AmericanHealer.website. That's my website. AmericanHealer.website. Go to my website, AmericanHealer.website. Yeah, and send me a cash app if y'all appreciate this 6-hour conversation on Freemasonry, and the Black community, and is Jesus a nigga, etc., etc., etc.